carry offers on select Steel tools. Shop online at steelusa.com or in-store.
A KFC tale in the pursuit of flavor. The holidays were tricky for the Colonel. He loved people, but he also loved peace and quiet. So he cooked up KFC's $4.99 chicken pot pie. Warm, flaky, with savory sauce and vegetables. It's a tender chicken-filled excuse to get some time to yourself and step away from decking the halls. Whatever that means. The Colonel lived so we could chicken. KFC's chicken pot pie. The best $4.99 you'll spend this season.
Prices and participation may vary while supplies last. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
Selling your home, it's one of the biggest financial decisions you'll ever make. You could go it alone, trying to navigate market trends, determine fair pricing, and tackle tricky negotiations on your own. You could second-guess every decision, wondering if you're doing it right. Then there's the showings, the offers, and the mountain of paperwork. Or you could work with the expertise of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect as you make your next big move. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
Global warming is factoring into people's travel plans.
One recent survey revealed that as the temperature rises, more and more travelers have been choosing a cooler destination. This past year, Norway saw a 27% increase in visitors. Canada was up 25% for a coolcation. Scotland saw 21% more people, and Ireland welcomed 17% more visitors. But perhaps the coolest destination for summer travelers was Iceland, with a 30% increase in visitors. Peter Greenberg, CBS News.
A new study says sleep quality is a primary predictor of life expectancy, second only to smoking. Previous studies have shown a lack of sleep can lead to high blood pressure, diabetes, stroke, and depression. But this study by Oregon Health and Science University is the first to find a link between sleep and life expectancy. Experts recommend at least 7 hours of sleep a night, but more than a third of American adults don't get nearly that much each night. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
For today, clouds eventually yield some afternoon snow with a high of 33. Then that evening snow tapers to a lingering snow shower. Then it turns colder after 3 to 6 inches of snow with a low of 12, followed by some snow showers and flurries tomorrow with a high of just 18. Then still cloudy and cold for Monday, high 21. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Rob Prax on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, it's your Pratt Pack Saturday, and we are ready to go. So Pennsylvania lawmakers mull details on school cell phone ban all day or just from classrooms. Look, no student anywhere in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, in my humble opinion, or for that matter, this great country of ours, from sea to shining sea, should be carrying a cell phone with them while in that building. I mean, leave them at home. The principal's office, if there is an issue, parents have to have contact numbers where they can be reached 24/7. That's right, 24/7. Been there, done that. Look, we grew up in an era where there was a payphone somewhere in the building, and yes, there were a number of phones in that principal's office that was always open for business, meaning if you needed anything, they were there. Teachers are still there, doing what they do, taking that giant responsibility every day to educate, nurture, and protect your children. Teachers understand what it takes inside those school buildings to, well, educate the minds of students. They've been doing it for generations. You see, in my opinion, not only is this a great distraction, it can cause a lot of angst, too. I mean, if you're a teacher and you're wondering if somebody has got a phone out secretly filming for whatever reason or doing something dastardly in your classroom, how can you keep your eye on the prize? Meaning what you're discussing, what you're trying to educate as far as that particular subject. I don't know where or when it happened, but all of a sudden, we felt as though that our children had the right of every adult, 18 and over, 21 and over, to do what they want, where they want, when they want. It's not the way it should work. That's not the rules of the road. The real reason that they are there is because they need to be educated, not just in reading, writing, and arithmetic, but manners and being a young adult, taking on that responsibility, becoming an even older adult, and learning that the pathway to success in this country is by doing your due diligence, you're studying while you're in that classroom, get the grades that you need to get out of that classroom, and become a very positive member of society. And having that distraction of a phone, not a good idea. Look, I believe everyone outside should have the tablet, should have the phone, the laptop, the desktop. We are all in when it comes to, well, surfing the World Wide Web. Cyberspace, right? Up there in the clouds, I get it. But when in a classroom, all eyes should be and ears on the teacher, because they know better than anyone what it takes to get the job done. Yeah, I just can't believe we're still even talking about this. Listen, even if there wasn't a law, nobody would have been taking a phone to school. Are you kidding me? All right, a couple of other things. Gainey administration, Grand Street yesterday said, look, this budget's gold. We're good. All I'm saying is, let's figure it out, okay? And if it needs to be tweaked, so be it. Let's get that done down the road. But let's also find ways to start generating money, cash flow. And if I'm Corey O'Connor, and I know him well enough, he's all in. He's working more hours now than probably most of us do on a day-to-day basis, on the job or off the job. I know the young man. I know his drive. All right? And they're planning what they're going to do. He's ramping up what is going to be an incredible administration, taking nothing away from the Gainey administration, but we've got to promote this city. And instead of nickels and dimes and where we are at the end of every fiscal year with these budgets at any level, we should be having income rolling in so we don't have to deal with this issue. And the last thing you want to do is start banging on the taxpayer. You can't do that anymore. You just can't. So the other thing, 12-point-some billion and some change, farmers coast to coast. And I had a lot of people push back saying, you know, Rob, if he wouldn't have jacked the tariffs up with all these issues, farmers and the price of everything wouldn't be doing us damage. Well, you know what? China's coming around. They're upset with other people now who are putting massive tariffs on their product for the first time, people like Mexico. Well, if China would have shared the wealth, not the Chinese people, but the government years ago, we wouldn't be in this mess. Okay? We wouldn't be in this mess. But a lot of that money that farmers' aid that the president and his administration is going to unlock is going to benefit a lot of Western Pennsylvania farmers, and that's a good thing. I don't know if you realize, but agriculture, as I've said before, the number one resource and a commodity in this country. Those soybeans matter with the bulls and bears on Wall Street. We have some of the most incredible farmers right here in Western Pennsylvania who are doing incredible things every day. I will always back the farming community. So roll out the $12.8 billion and get some of that money here so we can, well, plant a harvest to reap a harvest. All right? I love that idea, and I love what the president's doing there as well. Now, the other thing, these Epstein photos, and I was looking at some just moments ago, once again, the two people that they are targeting, the president, and you heard him during that CBS News report, top of the hour, just kind of shoving it to the wayside. But Bill Clinton, I mean, you know what? What good, if anything, is any of this going to really matter at this stage of the game? Look, these scandals, nobody likes the allegations and accusations and what people are being accused of. It's horrible. But this stuff's been going on for years. Now, look, I told you about the P. Diddy situation. Now, you know, you got 50 Cent Netflix. This documentary's blowing up. I have no desire to watch it. And it's what a lot of people believe is just some angst and anger that 50 Cent had against P. Diddy. But those type of scandals forever. Sharon Moore, Michigan. I mean, I just told you that these scandals are going on as we speak and will always be a part of the landscape. That's a horrific story, too. And invasion and some sort of abuse charges are on the table as well, too. Physical, mentally, emotionally, all sorts of stuff there. Ugly, 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 right? But when it comes to this Epstein case, he's dead, all right? The other person involved is in jail, and I just don't see. It is horrific. It is ugly. But what are you going to do? I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to throw Bill Clinton in jail, Donald Trump in jail? Okay, so be it. But in the long run, is that going to change anything or make it right? It's horrible. It's horrible. It's horrible. But we have so many issues in this country right now that are affecting hardworking people that are out there every day trying to generate some sort of revenue for their family. So I just think, it's a soap opera. Sex sells. People want to talk about it. And it's ugly. Minors involved. Atrocious. Disgusting. Makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up. Puts that sick feeling in your stomach. I get it. And if my children were involved, there'd be you-know-what to pay. I get it. I get it. I get it. But the world we live in has always generated ugly stories like this. But I don't know. Why is it that this thing just won't go away? And I hate to say it, but it's got more of a taste of political fodder to where they're trying to bring one or the other party down. It's kind of like the showdown between Clinton and Trump. Who will be left standing? I'm telling you, midterms coming up. This is going to be such a part of our headlines every day. As always, you can listen to us at 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDK, or on that Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, but you can also watch us online with our KDK video stream presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Just go to KDKRadio.com and click on Watch KDK Radio Livestream. Or now you can just go to our KDK Radio YouTube page to watch everything we are doing in the studios. Don't forget, NASCO Roofing. Instant access to our shows is a click away. Email us at instantaccess@KDKRadio.com. Margot Renzel is here. She's got that first look at news locally at 6. We've got CBS Radio News coming back at the bottom of the hour. Nan Cohen here today at 7 o'clock. Carla Donnelly will be here, attorney at law who specializes in divorce. Also, Marlene Druskin from Dorothy's Candies, 8 o'clock, Secure Money Advisors on the money. 9 o'clock, MediConnect, the Inside Connection, the guys from True Value at 10. Christine Zapp will be here at 11, AAA Central's Talking Travel. And then it's all about wills, power of attorney, estate planning, and more, and a chance for you to get free legal advice in that noon hour with Zachariah Brown. Big day today on KDK. And don't forget, when the weather turns bad, turn to KDKRadio.com for up-to-the-minute news, weather, traffic information from the KDK Radio Storm Center, brought to you by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light, only on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDK. And we're expecting some very strange and wintry weather conditions, some snow possibly today, and frigid temperatures tomorrow. We'll have the latest throughout the day with AccuWeather. We'll be back. It's your Pratt Pack.
Already dreaming of your big summer 2026 family trip? The best homes are booking up right now. Oceanfront beach houses in the Outer Banks, sprawling lake houses in Deep Creek, and family fun condos in Myrtle Beach. When you book your dream home directly with SWAC Vacations, you not only get your first choice of dates, you save up to 15% compared to the big travel sites. Lock in your perfect summer getaway. Lock in your savings now. Get the house you want, the price you deserve. SWACK, SWACvacations.com.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Market with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. High school hoops last night, KDK Radio. Lincoln Park defeated Montour 66-49. Game heard here on KDKA. Pitt volleyball NCAA regional final tonight, 7:30, as they take on number 12 Purdue. Pitt will be at Villanova basketball 4:30, 93.7 The Fan. Elsewhere, regional hoops, WVU, Ohio State at 8, Penn State, Michigan State at noon, Robert Morris Toledo at 1. Duquesne takes on Nevada at 10. 2025 Heisman Trophy will be announced tonight. And right now, the favorite is Indiana's Fernando Mendoza. Army-Navy today. And the Edmonton Oilers acquired goaltender Tristan Jarry yesterday from the Penguins. In exchange, the Penguins will get another goaltender, Stuart Skinner. Penn Sharks coming up today as well. Steelers Miami Monday night without T.J. Watt as he continues to recover from his partially collapsed lung. And more sports at 937thefan.com.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey, for one night only on Wednesday, December 17th, our Odyssey Pittsburgh stations, 93.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, 100.7 Star, WAMO 107.3 and Y108 will be flipping the turntables and turning Mike's Beer Bar into the biggest Christmas karaoke spot on the North Shore, where our on-air hosts and local celebrities take the mic for celebrity karaoke. There is no admission cost, but bring canned food donations to support North Hills Cares. Details, KDKRadio.com. All right, Joseph, Mount Oliver, you begin the festivities today. Good morning, Joe.
Yes, I endorse Summer Lee for President of the United States of America. Okay? She does her job. She does it well. She brought $1.014 billion into Western Pennsylvania as of 2023. Okay? She has a joy. She's a very intelligent woman. They throw the term progressive. When I think of progressive, I think of Teddy Roosevelt. What do you think Teddy Roosevelt would be talking about? Global warming. It doesn't exist. Listen, it's about oil and oil research sources. And our foreign policy is terrible. Why aren't we helping out Ukraine? Okay, we gave them our word as a country. Doesn't it mean anything? That's all I got to say, Rob. Have a beautiful day. It's a little chilly out.
All right, man. You be good.
That cracked ribs I had playing ball hurt in this weather. All right, bye-bye.
Okay, where are we going to go? Back to the phones of where we're going to go. Ken, Lower Borough. Ken, good morning.
Good morning. Hey, I'll start this with a positive note. Yeah, tomorrow morning when your last caller's out there talking about global warming, shoveling about 6 inches of it, let me know how warm it is out there. But there's so much out there to talk about right now. One of them, of course, I'm a little upset about Shapiro getting all that money for his security. I mean, if he felt like he did something good for the people of Pennsylvania, he wouldn't need security. Me, personally, I'd have issued him a pocket knife because that's all I think he's worth. But, Florida gas, $2.27. Talked to a guy down there 2 weeks ago. Here's the thing. I keep saying this. You yourself, I ask you all the time, 1990s, you had 70,000 plus more people in Pittsburgh. There's been nobody else in charge but the Democrats. Where did they go? Why did they leave? Another tax increase? You're looking, if the city gets its tax increase, I mean, you're looking at your average person spending another $6,000 to $1,000 a year in taxes with school and county included. I don't know. Are more people going to come there or are more people going to leave? You tell me. I mean, you see what's going on in Pittsburgh. I mean, it's just, you can't keep putting the burden of the taxes on people that can't afford it. I mean, you have your progressive liberals, which are extremely wealthy. I mean, a lot of your announcers on there. I mean, the guys between 2 and 4, he's seeming to think to speak for the upper, middle, or lower wealthy class. I don't understand that. I thought Pittsburgh, and especially this radio station, was a blue-collar station. What is going on here?
You tell me.
I mean, I see it every day.
I'm as blue-collar as they come now. Come on, Ken.
I understand. I wish I had your money. I'd burn mine.
Believe me, my man. Believe me. You have no idea. I'm doing good, but I'm no millionaire. Believe me.
Oh, my God. At the age, well, you know what, I guess, I don't know. When I'm your age, if I'm not retired one way or the other...
Listen, the only reason I'm working, because I got nothing else to do. My kids are grown. If my kids were smaller, I'd have been out of here 5 years ago. I love what I do, too, and I could have retired longer than 5 years ago. I just love being a positive influence, but I also realized that, it is almost that time, and I hope to have a very long and happy and healthy retirement, too.
And this ship that we took in Venezuela, if we take 100 and it drops the price of gas in Pennsylvania by 10 cents, I say go for it at this point in time. What is going on? I mean, I don't know what's going on with, if it's money being funded for terrorism or what's going on there. I've never heard of this being done by us before. Maybe it has. Maybe in the Gulf Wars. I don't know.
All right, Kenny, you have a great day, buddy. I appreciate hearing from you as always. Let's get up top, Mount Washington. Say hi to Ted. Ted, good morning.
What's going on, Rob?
It's Saturday. I'm getting ready. I might break out the sled and go down the hill maybe. I'm looking forward to some snow.
Oh, okay. Remember, Rosebud.
But
Rosebud. Yeah, I know. Great movie, Orson Welles.
Hey, that's what Trump reminded me of.
Do you know I've never seen that whole movie?
What?
Maybe once when I was a kid.
You gotta watch that movie.
Yeah, but I know what it's about. It's a spoof on the life of William Randolph Hearst, you know?
Yeah, but it's a great lesson. I mean, he destroys himself and everybody around him. I mean, that's what they're comparing Trump to.
Well, you know what George Clooney had to say, which was made a lot of sense. George Clooney said that he believes that this movement that Trump has started will fade after he leaves office, and he will fade into the sunset because they don't have anybody as charismatic as him, meaning the Republican Party. So that kind of made sense.
I mean, but Stephen King said it best, is that Trump really won't be remembered as much. I mean, you've seen it now. It's starting to fade, and the Republicans are starting to jump ship a little bit. I mean, because I don't know. I mean, he's a phenomenon. Don't get me wrong, but I look at him almost like a TR, you know, or even a little bit of Truman. Be underrated, you know, for some of the things he's done, especially his first term. But I don't think people are really going to remember him, and you know.
Well, and here's the other thing, too, and people don't want to hear this, but the fact of the matter is, like all of us, Father Time. I mean, you know, I don't care, you know, it's going to catch up to him. And when you get to be 80, it can go from, you know, 10 o'clock you go to bed and all is right with the world, and you wake up at 7 a.m. the next day and you're on the wrong side of things. So it's not going to go on forever. That's why people should not take this so personally and get so angry the way they do.
No, but I do think, like I said before, there should be age limits. We shouldn't have two back-to-back 80-year-olds as president. I mean, that's like having your grandfather as president. I think that's...
Sure, wait. What did you say now? We shouldn't have what?
We shouldn't have 80-year-old guys being president.
Oh, I agree.
He'll be the oldest president in history, right after Biden, which to me is a problem. But, you know, it's kind of scary. The guy could wake up with dementia. You never know. When it goes, it goes.
Yeah, I know. That's too old.
It is. It's too old. It's way too old, and it's a lot of responsibility. But I wouldn't want an 80-year-old running the country.
I say, honestly, 70 should be the cutoff.
Now, Nixon said it best, 50 to 60.
Okay, I can live with that.
Yeah, 50 to 60. That'll be the cutoff. 80-year-old, no way. But real quick, I had to give a big shout-out to Channel 11, Channel 4, and Channel 2. As far as the investigation was going on with the city, as far as with the gaming administration, Rob, it's I won't say corrupt, man, but it looks corrupt. A lot of money's been missing. A lot of taxpayers got hurt. And I'll be honest, I think the city would be better off if they go into Act 47 a little bit early. And I'll tell you why. One, what really scares me, if you get a Republican governor, they can say, you know what, I'm not going to help you. Number two, when you have taxes raised in school district, city, and county, usually that's a death sentence for any politician that wants to run. I'm just being honest with you. And three, I'm worried about private equity firms. They'll come in here.
They're everywhere.
And pick the city apart. Okay? They'll just pick it apart. They end up buying the parking authority, you name it. That's what happened to Chicago. So I'm worried about that. I think they'd be better off just going to Act 47 a little bit early.
You want them to go in Act 47?
They're going to go. There is no way that the finances, I mean, you talk to the city controller, there's no way Pittsburgh's going to make it. Absolutely. With the real estate alone, there's no way. And the taxpayer can't take it because you got people who are older on fixed incomes. They just don't have that kind of money. I just don't see another way out. I'm just being real with you.
Oh, I know.
Building a Ferrisville on the north side is not going to make money, or $600 million to build a park. And like you say, you need jobs in manufacturing. I don't see it. I mean, I like I told you about Corey O'Connor. I mean, God bless him.
I got 30 seconds. Teddy, I got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, but he's going in a situation that's even worse than when his father took over. All right. I mean, look, Andy Sheehan said it best. The city doesn't have enough money to pave the roads.
All right, I appreciate it. Thanks. Listen, so what do we do? And that's one of the things that I was talking about from the home studio that I wanted to get to today, and Ted kind of got the ball rolling. So what do we do to get the city financially and fiscally sound? And listen, when you're dealing with snow removal issues that can't get done, and we've had mild winters, I mean, that's not good. It's just not good. But I think Corey can get the thing turned around. I really do. And should they go, once again, Act 47? I don't know. It's just sad. It really is. 866-391-1020. More of your calls. Coming up next.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Give the taste of Pittsburgh this holiday with A La Familia's 5 and 3-piece gift boxes featuring signature sauces like marinara, vodka, Diavolo, and bolognese, plus chili oil or red wine vinaigrette. All under $60 with free shipping nationwide. Order at alafamiliafinefoods.com. Happy holidays. Enjoy the City of Pittsburgh's annual Gingerbread House competition presented by Clearview. View hundreds of edible masterpieces on display in the City County Building's grand lobby through January 2nd. Details at getinvolved.pittsburghpa.gov. Looking for the perfect holiday gift? Look no further than Rivers Casino. Purchase a $100 non-gaming gift card and receive a $20 non-gaming bonus gift card now through December 24th. Visit riverscasino.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. President Trump is downplaying the latest batch of Jeffrey Epstein photos, some of which feature Mr. Trump.
Everybody knew this man. He was all over Palm Beach. He has photos with everybody. I mean, almost there are hundreds and hundreds of people that have photos with him.
Thousands more photos may be released by Friday, the deadline for the Justice Department to make all its Epstein files public. CBS's Charlie D'Agata reports tensions between the U.S. and Venezuela are high after the U.S. seized an oil tanker near Venezuela.
We're now learning that the skipper was headed to Cuba, and both Venezuela and Cuba have denounced the seizure as an act of piracy.
CBS's Carter Evans is in Burlington, Washington, where rising floodwaters have prompted more rescues.
The U.S. Coast Guard rescued 4 people from the attic of a home near the Canadian border, and first responders found a man trapped on the roof of his SUV. They used a drone to drop him a life jacket before hoisting him to safety.
The rain has stopped for now, but the forecast calls for more next week. CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Wallace.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings some afternoon and evening snow. Until then, cloudy, high 33. Later tonight, expect just a lingering snow shower after 3 to 6 inches of snow, low 12, followed by a very cold day for tomorrow with snow showers and flurries not expected to accumulate, high 18, then still cold and cloudy Monday, high 21. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. Let's go to Ron up there in a very chilly place that is Michigan. Hey, Ron.
Good morning, Rob. Rob, I want to talk about the Venezuelan incidents that we're trying to create here to give us a reason to invade Venezuela and steal their oil and other natural resources. They have one of the biggest quantities of rare earth minerals in Venezuela, and oil that is like 40 times greater than Saudi Arabia. And Venezuelan oil was nationalized. I forget the Venezuelan leader who did it, but Venezuelan oil was controlled by British Petroleum and the United States oil gangsters, and they decided to nationalize and take it over and say oil for Venezuelans. We never did like it. And under Trump, remember Trump said, drill, baby, drill. He didn't say where he's going to drill, baby, drill, but I believe he wants to steal Venezuelan oil. We don't see Trump oil yet as one of the commodities or things that Trump is adding to his financial portfolio under his leadership in the White House. And I say no blood for oil. And these incidents are just so blatant and just so nakedly aggressive and just outright saying, I'm going to steal your oil. And what are you going to do about it? I'm going to assassinate your leadership. I sure hope if he does that, it goes real easy. But I don't think it's going to go real easy. Venezuela is a big country, and I think they'll defend their country. And that's exactly what we need right now, don't we? And it's all to cover up Epstein. We see new pictures of Trump with little girls, young girls, teenage girls. And what was he going to do with them? Teach them stock trading? Yeah, right. I don't see how Trump's supporters can support a gangster, a child rapist. It's beyond my comprehension. And
all right, Ron, I appreciate it, man. You don't got to go that far now. Come on. All right, every once in a while I got to reel him in. Good guy, but got to reel him in. All right, Robert in Plum. Hey, Robert.
Hey, hello, Rob. Thank you for taking my call here. First of all, Venezuela, it's in the Constitution. It's called a letter of marque. The government is allowed to seize any foreign thing so long as you give it back to the government. You're allowed to seize anything of value. It's in the Constitution. Secondly, I've been on this about the city of Pittsburgh, and they're now after 5% cuts. I did that 3 months ago when I started about 5% cuts, and I was talking about reorganizing. Nobody else has a solution. Here's how you have a solution to get people back to Pittsburgh, okay? Number one, you have to have a fire sale. The largest entity that owns anything in Pittsburgh as far as land is concerned is the city of Pittsburgh. They have a lot of places on the books they could easily sell and generate money on there. Nobody wants to look at that option. We have a lot of vacant land here in Pittsburgh that no one's thought about, hey, let's just sell this thing and get it off our books. We have a lot of property. Besides property, we have a lot of vehicles here that we should be selling also. A lot of things that are no longer being of use, we should be selling them to generate that. Number 3, you have to lower the parking tax. Unless you lower the parking tax, you cannot get people back into the city of Pittsburgh. There, that's the third thing you should do. Number 4, you should be trying to encourage fast food restaurants. You only have 2 fast food restaurants in the city of Pittsburgh right now, and that's really sad. When I was down there years ago, we had about 50 of them down there. Now there's only 2. You got to try to encourage like fast food restaurants, something like that, for workers to go to for something to eat. You know, you have to be able to do that. The other thing you have to do is you have to stop all these green spaces. We have so much green space downtown Pittsburgh. No, we got to start putting in businesses down there. Encourage the small business. What Josh Shapiro should have done, instead of building this, I don't know what this is. Everything he's talking about, we already have in Pittsburgh, and he's going to try and build something in a Ferris wheel. I don't understand. The thing, you have to encourage more small businesses. Small businesses are your backbone of your city. But there's no small businesses anymore down there. They just cannot make it down there. There used to be all these small businesses down there. There used to be a fur factory, a sporting garden, everything like that down there in the city of Pittsburgh. But there was none, Rob. And number 5, you have to start negotiating these contracts better. These contracts are completely out of control. You know what I mean? Where, you're giving everybody over $100,000 to come work in the city of Pittsburgh. That's unsustainable. You have to have better negotiators on these contracts. You cannot keep saying going back to the city of Pittsburgh. Then the other thing he can do, because I'm over here telling him, is pick someone better as a police chief, because he's already under scandal. Corey O'Connor doesn't have any chance right now because of the way they hamstringed him. You know what I mean? Anything he does is going to be under scrutiny right now. I really feel sorry for the guy. I don't know what he's going to sell. What is he going to sell? Come to Pittsburgh, we're going to tax you more? You know what I mean? There's nothing here to offer. When you only have 2 fast food restaurants, that tells me your city is not viable. There's nothing. How's anybody going to grab anything to eat really quickly and go back to work? The employers don't give you like an hour and a half for lunch anymore. They're all 30 minutes now. So that's the other thing. You got to encourage longer lunch breaks. That would encourage more people to come. Well, if I go down to the city of Pittsburgh, I get an hour break. Compared to half an hour break, most employers want to give you today. These are factors that he can do, and everything I've been talking about, they're coming back and they're saying, "Oh yeah, this is what we should do now." Well, I've given you all the factors that you can do right now to try and help boost this city. And the only other option he has is these tax increases are going to drive more people out of here because the American people just do not have the money on there. I mean, the average price of your home is going to go so high that the only people who are going to buy it are these big equity firms. And when these big equity firms come in here, they'll just destroy all of Pittsburgh off there. And that's the only thing you got. Right now, we have a really nice area called Pittsburgh, but it's slowly decaying because of the chaos and the crime and everything else like that. And there's nothing for people to do there. Well, that's the way I look at it. But I've given you my scenario.
The only way you turn all that around is you got to find an ability to create more jobs in the city, and you do that.
I gave you the option, Rob.
I know. Let me talk. Let me talk for just a second. What you need to do is to build the manufacturing base outside of the city limits and have the corporate aspect of that manufacturing site take up space in Pittsburgh.
You can't do that, Rob, because there's no incentive for anybody to come build here because the taxes are too high. That's the problem.
Well, look what we did with Shell. You give tax breaks to make money. They need to do that here. You have Nippon U.S. Steel, a multi-billion-dollar deal in which they're moving their corporate headquarters from Houston to Pittsburgh, so it can be done.
Tax breaks don't make you money, Rob. Tax breaks are incentives for you to come here to try and boost business. Tax breaks do not make you money. The people spending the money make you money.
That comes from paychecks. So what are you going to do? Just throw in the towel and say that it's hopeless? Let's just close up the city forever? We can't do that. I mean, what kind of fighting spirit is that?
You have to encourage the small businesses are going to be doing that. The big manufacturing people have already looked at Pittsburgh and found that if it was viable, Rob, they would be here. That's the way I'm going to put it to you. Small businesses is what you got to do. Small businesses are what you should be promoting.
So what do you consider a small business, like a McDonald's, Wendy's?
Small businesses are anything from 25 employees to 100 employees. Those are the small businesses.
But if you have nobody spending money in downtown, how are they going to survive?
That's the key point. You have to give incentives for people to come, Rob. There's no incentive for me to drive from my area here in Plum to Pittsburgh. There's nothing there for me because there's nothing great down there that I see the value. You have to create value for people to be able to come there to the city of Pittsburgh. That's the whole thing. You have to have a value. And that's what many of these people don't understand. It's the value of what people want. It's not the fighting spirit. Hey, I got the fighting spirit here. I'm over here talking about everything that they're writing about in the paper. I've been talking about 2 or 3 months down the road here, So here's how like I said, you encourage a small business. You get out there and you start promoting the small business aspect. Come to Pittsburgh. We'll give you, we'll let you come here. And, here's your tax incentive for a year or 2 years, as a small businessman until we get you up and running. And we're going to encourage a lot more small businesses. The major manufacturing that, that we could have here, if it was viable, they'd be here. Because they look at numbers. All businesses look at the numbers. And the numbers don't lie. That's what happens here in the city of Pittsburgh. Like I said, have fire sale. Get rid of all these things off your books. Lower your taxes by doing that. There's billions of dollars that could be generated here for the city of Pittsburgh. Sell off all this vacant land that they have that they're just sitting on. For what reason? I don't know.
Okay.
Do you know why they have all this vacant land?
Let me get to a break. I think we've talked long enough. Let's have part 2 maybe tomorrow, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Sure.
Be good. All right, let me get a break in here. 866-391-1020. Margot Renzo, Local News 6, just about 15 minutes away. We could see some significant snowfall in this region and some really chilly temperatures that will settle in tomorrow. We'll have the latest throughout the day with AccuWeather, and if need be, the National Weather Service will jump in here as well. All right, we've got Kathy in Imperial, George in Clairton. Love to hear from you. 866-391-1020. Open talk until 7 a.m.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. News Radio, KDKA. Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Market with 8 locations to serve you. A Pittsburgh tradition. High school hoops last night. KDKA Radio. Lincoln Park defeated Montour 66-49. Game heard here on KDKA. Pitt volleyball NCAA regional final tonight 7:30 as they take on number 12 Purdue. Pitt will be at Villanova. Basketball 4:30. 93.7 The Fan. Elsewhere regional hoops. WVU Ohio State at 8. Penn State Michigan State at noon. Robert Morris Toledo at 1. Duquesne takes on Nevada at 10. 2025 Heisman Trophy will be announced tonight. And right now, the favorite is Indiana's Fernando Mendoza. Army-Navy today. And the Edmonton Oilers acquired goaltender Tristan Jarry yesterday from the Penguins. In exchange, the Penguins will get another goaltender, Stuart Skinner. Penn Sharks coming up today as well. Steelers Miami Monday night without T.J. Watt as he continues to recover from his partially collapsed lung. And more sports at 937thefan.com.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding. Congratulations, Joe. Triple Crown winner from Owens Corning.
Yes, Larry. We are proud to announce that we are recognized for service excellence, product excellence, and MVP based on marketing leadership and customer service.
Call Joe and his team. You'll get the best of the best. Get a free estimate for roof and siding replacements. Call the roofing replacement experts at JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. Congrats, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
At AHN, we see you juggling 100 things at once. That's why we made it easier to book with the doctors you need. With AHN online scheduling, you can book with your primary care provider or get time with a specialist. Visit ahn.org/schedule, answer a couple of simple questions, and search for providers, locations, and times that work best for you. Easy online scheduling. Because at AHN, we see you.
Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop. Christmas trees on sale, 6 foot to 8 foot Fraser firs and Cook firs for only $49.95. That's right, only $49.95 per tree. 380 Auction has all of your holiday items under one roof and has name brand furniture, tools, birdseed toys, food, and new items arriving daily. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. or call 724-339-3132. Log on to shop380.com and save.
Get year-end rebates on quality Graber blinds from Lachina Drapery and Blind Factory. Save $75 on 3 solar, roller, cellular, or natural Graber shades. Plus, save an extra $25 on each additional shade. Lachina, Pittsburgh's custom window treatment leader, is pleased to offer these Graber shades rebates. Act quickly as this offer is for a limited time. Call Lachina at 412-665-4900 for free shop-at-home service. Visit their 2 showrooms in Dormont and Wexford and at lachinadrapery.com.
The 50,000-watt voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, here we go. Right back to the busy phones for a Saturday morning. We'd love to hear from you. Number to dial is 866-391-1020. Here's Georgie in Clarion. Clareton. How you doing, George? How are you today? Good morning.
Host the other night. What's up, Rob? Ted from the Mount. He mentioned that Act 47 to you. I know you talked to so many people, I know, but about 5 weeks ago. And I'll tell you what, he's a very good prognosticator. I hope I said that right.
Yes, you
Reminds
did.
me of my old poem, Jimmy the Greek. A lot of things he says comes to fruition. And you've had some good callers today on all ends of the spectrum. I was waiting to hear what Kathy from Imperial had to say. But I don't see anything really coming to this. We're making a big to-do. We always have a big to-do out there. We're projecting like maybe 6 months ahead to not take care of really what's going on right now. And part of it's Venezuela, which come out of nowhere. That hasn't been in my vocabulary since, geez, I don't even know last time I used that word until lately. But, where do we make up all this stuff? And then we start talking about it like we all know about it. That's what kills me about this whole entity. I don't know what I want to do to try to get the truth. Should I buy a couple of different magazines, like maybe U.S. News on the conservative end, maybe the Black Courier on the other end, and try to put it together? It's a shame how we can't get a true story after all these years. And when you try to shoot for the truth, then we get it downplayed like, who cares? What difference does it make? We start talking about the tangibles and all the material crapola. It all really makes me sick. Because nobody's going for the truth. It's all just entertainment, I guess, and that's what all this, whatever we bring up, is disguised by the guile of entertainment. I think the American people and people in general don't want to be entertained. They want to know what's going on, why is it going on any topic, from Epstein to Clinton to all the bourgeoisie they were in the 80s and 90s, probably in New York, and everything they did. To what's going on in Venezuela. I hate to even say the word. All the skeletons. Yeah, we want to know because there is a reason that there's history. And that's a basis for the character of those that are in charge of certain entities, certain whatever they are. Okay? And in Pittsburgh, let's face it, all these big cities, I don't think any of them do well. Nobody wants to move to them. I look at Baltimore. That's what I look at here. Years ago, I used to look at other decaying cities that Clareton always had a steel mill. Really doesn't have a thriving steel mill, still has one. But so many fell by the wayside, and it took about 10, 20 years for everything to hit the fan. That was in the 80s. But that's where we are. These areas change, and people are just disgusted. I think they are, I don't know, they just want to know the truth. We don't hear in the news about Summer Lee. We don't hear about AOH or whatever her name is. Cortez, we don't hear anything. Just the same old. That should be something that should be discussed with this station, from the newsroom to the whole bit of topics that are brought up. I think I'm speaking for a lot of people. I'm kind of vague about it, but if anyone knows what I'm really getting at, just think of about a year's worth or maybe 5 years snapshot of what's been going on, even back to COVID. We couldn't get a straight answer on COVID. And it's always put by the wayside. Oh, that's behind us now. Oh, that's the C word. Oh, I'm tired of it, man. I'm tired of talking in tongues and listening to these tongues.
Well, especially when you have some very serious issues like a city like a city that could have a $40 million deficit. And with all due respect, the Epstein story is horrific, but I'm worried about my backyard and the people who live in Pittsburgh. That's what I'm worried about. And, there's been pushback on vaccines of late, even the hepatitis B shot. Listen, if we didn't have that COVID vaccine, we'd have lost more than 1 million people. I mean, so people need to focus on what we can change and what we can control. And I don't think half the stories we talk about are things we can control. And that's sad.
I know. I still wish there was more research on where did COVID start? How did it start? Why did it start? Okay, we don't even go there. 5 years ago right now was the warp speed, just about this week or two coming up, right before Christmas. And here we are now, and I don't know. It's just very vague. It's almost like public education used to get criticized. Let's say teachers will teach a mile wide and an inch thick or thin. In fact, the difference between a strong artery in the body and a very weak superficial capillary. You might break sneezing.
So let me ask you, what's the main street of Clairton look like at Christmas time?
Well, I don't know if I don't know if it's lit up with decorations. Since COVID, my butt's in around 7, 8 o'clock, usually when it's dark. And I hang and I get about 3 hours sleep to about 11:30. And that's about it.
Then you're up all night?
Off and on, yeah, listening to the radio.
You mean to tell wait. You mean to tell me, George, I've known you all these years. You go to bed around 8, wake up at 11:30, and then you don't go back to bed until the next night at 8:30?
I'm not doing jumping jacks, but I have the radio on. I'm listening off and on. I might get my dog out a little bit, back in, and waiting to see, what's pressing. Has anything changed? Is there any weather? I'm a big weatherman fan too. What's coming in? What should we be prepared for? Because I work. I'm still in the workforce.
Yeah. What do you do again? What do you do again?
I'm a driver. I drive.
Drive what?
Certain transportations.
Okay. All right.
And which means I have to be vetted. I have to be a straight up guy. Drug and alcohol all has to be in check. I'd like to see those who are in power. I don't care how many zeros. You used to use that term a long time ago. Zeros at the end of their checking account. I'd like to see them brought up to the same standard, because I don't think they are. I think we have a lot of trash and just evil, rotten people running so many entities around this world. And yeah, it's always been that way. But I'd like to see some of them to the same standard. Some of us blue-collar people are, who are mostly Trumpers, unfortunately. But the same thing. It's just not there. And I love what I do. I really do. Perfect, man. I like being on the move. I like seeing different locations. And I love to drive. I always did. Since 1973. Well, my dad even had me out earlier.
Do you drive truck, a car? What do you drive?
Smaller vehicles.
Now, see,
smaller vehicles.
Now, see,
transporting.
I'm going to start thinking you work for the CIA.
I'm too localized for that. I might know a few people that do, but they don't even bring that up. Also,
I could see it if you were undercover, some secret mission, and somebody would say in Russian, "You sound like George from Clairton."
I'll tell you, who sounds like me, and I sound like him, is TJ.
Listen, I love my callers. You're like family to me. It's just we've gone through a lot of stuff together. But isn't it amazing? And I've got Kathy and Cynthia. I'm going to open up with them next hour.
Good.
But listen, isn't it unbelievable to think that it's Christmas 2025?
It is, and we're still fighting the same things we were fighting in '85.
That's what I try to tell people.
We are. I'm trying to think '85. You know what was going on in '85? Contra. The Contra hearings. I don't know they didn't start yet, but they were getting there. Iran-Contra with Ollie North. That might start around '87. What else was big? Well, you had that scandal of that daycare that went on for about 3 years in New York, or somewhere up around there. It was a nephew and his mother and an ailing aunt. They had a daycare, and the kids were lying. First time we found out that 5- and 6-year-olds will lie. It's just, think about everything we talked and saw. Icon, what was he buying? One of the major airlines. He was an icon in his own time. Remember that? Mm-hmm. What was he buying? A Delta, maybe?
Yep.
TWA? Corporate mergers were the term. You were brand new. You were a fledgling in this business, right?
Exactly. I know. 40 years, man. Hard to believe. Now, we're going to take a short break. We'll come back. Kathy, Imperial, Cynthia in Florida, where I'm sure it's a whole lot warmer than it is right now in Pittsburgh, 29 degrees. But the big story, we could get a big storm. Margot's going to have the latest on that in that 6 a.m. news. We'll have AccuWeather for you throughout the day and the National Weather Service if need be. And the temperatures are really going to dip tomorrow morning. And we'll have that first alert forecast. Mary Hours will join us in the 5 a.m. hour on Sunday. So for everything you need to know in the way of that weather over the next 24 to 48 hours, we have got you covered. All right, don't forget, coming up next hour, more open talk. You want to jump in here? We're talking about the city and the pennies and how they can make some dollars turn into maybe $5 and $10 and $20 and get this city upright again. Maybe your thoughts on that. This financial crisis that even though a lot of people are worried, the Gainey administration yesterday on Grand Street said, look, all's good in the neighborhood, nothing to worry about. They still stand by their budget. 866-391-1020. Margot, next with that news at 6 a.m. with your Pratt Pack on KDKA 100.1 FM AM 1020.
It's a tradition that's over 70 years strong. KDKA and the Free Care Fund of Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh, UPMC. Help us Thursday at 2 during the Colin Dunlap Show by ensuring that no child is ever denied medical care because of ability to pay. It's brought to you by Tempstar Heating and Cooling, Papa J's in the Strip, Boulevard Glass and Metal, Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, and by 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
Don't act like that. Don't wear that. Don't think that. I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know that you can be vulnerable and powerful. That taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love and who loves you. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 31 and cloudy at Pittsburgh International at 6 o'clock. I'm Margot Rensel. Allegheny County is gearing up for a winter storm expected to bring 2 to 5 inches of snow starting late this morning and lasting through Sunday. Public Works Director Stephen Shanley tells KDKA Radio residents should stay off the roads during the heaviest snowfall. For those who must travel, Shanley urges caution.
We encourage them to slow down, allow additional time, try to avoid sudden stops, and leave extra space between them and the vehicle in front of them. Also, stay 6 car lengths behind our salt trucks so they can do their job and clear the roads efficiently.
Shanley says if you can find out who is responsible for plowing any road in the county by visiting AlleghenyCounty.us/whoplowsmyroad.com. Police have arrested 6 teenagers accused of sharing an intimate image of a minor on their phone. Police were notified after Childline contacted them about an incident on Kimberly Drive in Unity Township in Westmoreland County. Investigators found that the 6 14-year-olds spread an intimate image of a minor on their phones in August. They were arrested and charged, including the victim, who is a teenage girl from Latrobe. It is unclear how many charges each teen faces and what the charges are, according to KDKA TV. Ford is giving owners of its top-selling F-150 pickups a tool to fight against vehicle thefts. CBS's Michael Toscano explains.
Ford hopes an app will help owners of the popular F-150s to foil attempts to steal their ride. It's part of an overall technology package, and it's called Start Inhibit, essentially a kill switch that's always at hand in your smartphone. It allows owners to disable their F-150's engine from anywhere in the world. The pickup won't start even if key fobs are present. Ford is confident enough in the security package technology that it comes with a promise. They'll pay your insurance deductible up to $2,500 if it fails. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
A man was shot overnight near the intersection of Chauncey Street and Webster Avenue. Police were dispatched to the 600 block of Chauncey Street when 3 separate shot spotter alerts counted 17 rounds. An adult male victim sustained multiple gunshot wounds to his torso and his arms and was transported to the hospital. The man was taken into surgery on arrival, has yet to be identified, and the investigation is ongoing. In KDKA sports, the Sharks take on the Penguins at PPG Paints Arena. Puck drop set for 3 p.m. And Steelers linebacker TJ Watt will not be playing against the Dolphins on Monday night after suffering a partial lung collapse. KDKA Radio News Time is 6:03. It is cloudy and 30 degrees at Pittsburgh International. Our next update at 6:30. I'm Margot Renzel on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Hi, this is Jack Bogut. Remember Papa J's, that great Italian restaurant in Carnegie that burned down a few years ago? That left a big hole in the lives of a lot of us because Papa J's was a legendary gathering place for family and friends. And then it was gone. Well, the great news is that Papa J's is back, now located in the Strip District on Smallman Street in front of St. Stan's Catholic Church. Papa J's. Wonderful food still made from scratch, like fried zucchini with marinara, greens and beans, street pizza, handmade pasta with sauces that make you smile, chicken parm, veal scallopini, fresh fish, and now the Troiani family's homemade gelato. Yes, Papa J's is back on Smallman Street in the Strip in front of St. Stan's Catholic Church. Open Wednesday through Sunday for lunch and dinner. Papa J's is back.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
For today, clouds eventually yield some afternoon snow with a high of 33. Then that evening snow tapers to a lingering snow shower. Then it turns colder after 3 to 6 inches of snow with a low of 12, followed by some snow showers and flurries tomorrow with a high of just 18. Then still cloudy and cold for Monday, high 21. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli.
Pennsylvania is widely cited as the only state without recurring property reassessments. That leaves the task to counties, which produces infrequent and inconsistent reassessments. Some counties haven't had an assessment in decades, resulting in huge disparities between former and current market values. Can you say sticker shock? The last thing Pennsylvania homeowners paying high property and school taxes need is a new assessment and an even higher tax burden. The situation demonstrates how fiscally inept and inefficient state government can be. State lawmakers not only need to pass legislation requiring reassessments every 5 or 10 years, but also phase in any significant tax increases to give property owners a break. Doing that would be one way to atone for the gridlock in Harrisburg that delivered a state budget months after it was due.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
Rob Prax on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, here we go. Right back to work on the phones. Busy day today. It's Kathy in Imperial. Kathy, thanks so much for hanging in there with your Pratt Pack, and good morning.
Good morning, Rob. Yeah, that was a long wait, but it's okay. So here's what I have to say. I had an experience, and I had already been thinking about this anyway, but recently I've gotten to know a family and through Ancestry that I am most likely related to, and it's been interesting. They've been very warm and welcoming and want to meet me and all kinds of things like that. And, one of the first things you do in this day and age is you look up people's profile, their Facebook or whatever, and you kind of loosely get to know them a bit because, we all, it's not really reality, but, it's people present the way they want to present. But for the most part, average folks like these people are, they're just, posting birthday parties and what have you. And the one common thing with all these people who have been incredibly kind and nice is that they all absolutely hate Donald Trump. And it's in the whole family. There's all these posts about, he's all the things he's done wrong and how terrible he is and what have you. And I had already been thinking about, and I have nothing political on any of my platforms. But anyway, it really got me to thinking about, I'm already fascinated with societal trends and things that people do. I like to watch, like, the masses and the way people respond to things. It's just my mind. I guess I'm kind of analytical or whatever you want to call it. But it made me think, on both sides, as far as this whole thing has gotten, and I call it, like, post-pandemic mindset, because we all were, what's going to happen, and the whole country shut down, and everything just was flipped upside down, and it caused a sense of panic, and people grasping onto, what do I hold on to? And we were in the middle of a political thing going on. The election had been stolen, and all the things, all of these things were going on. But, to my point, what has happened is, and if everyone is listening to this, both sides have been convinced that the other one is not like them. And what I'm realizing is these people are kind people, and they just feel like they're doing the right thing. I'm a nice person, so I'm going to align myself with everything that hates Trump because he's bad, And then there's people on the far right who are saying the same thing. I'm a good person, so I'm going to align myself with everything on the far right because I care about people. And here's the thing, they're both right. And it made me go, wow, this whole thing has convinced nice people that they're against each other. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, what I feel like needs to happen, the next candidate for president, and I will always align myself with God, country, family, mom, dad, morals, raising children in a safe environment. That's my world. That's what I believe makes the world go round, and it's the best case scenario. But the next candidate, I would love to see everybody just kind of stop and go, what am I doing? We need what we need in office, whether it's in the city of Pittsburgh or the nation, is someone who is going to step away from both of those extremes and just get back to uniting all the good people and reinvent. It's going to have to be reinvented. Each party and what they are there for. They were there for a balance of power so that we could have talking points, so that we could have different opinions and try to come to the middle. I don't know, Rob. I know this is like very retrospective of me, but it was a very interesting, like I said, getting to know these people who are absolutely wonderful. And it's like, wow, how did we get here? How did the nation, how was this? And I know part of it is, on both sides, the Democrat and Republican, in the extreme senses, have used the state that we were in with the panic of the pandemic and what have you, to kind of let that work to their benefit. And I think America needs to wake up and step away from it. And
but how do we do? But Kathy, how do we do that? And it's sad. You're right. But how do we get people to start focusing on the big picture and leave all of this arguing and this angst behind them and just look into the future?
We need leaders. We need leaders.
But I'm afraid after President Trump, there aren't going to be no leaders. He may be the last hope.
okay, I always say this. I'm a very entrepreneurial-minded person. I'll come up with ideas for a product, or I've been like this my whole life, and I always say, if I thought of it, so did someone else. So since I'm saying this right now, right here now, I am not the only person that's thinking this, no doubt about it, or seeing it, okay? And I think there is hope for someone who would have what I just said, who is in a position to run for office, and that's what would fix it. I'm telling you, it would stop. And it's interesting that I'm preceding, and God bless you, Cynthia. But Cynthia gets caught up in a lot of the conspiracy theories, and I'm not trying to go be any kind of way, but it's true. I'm sure Cynthia's a really nice person, but a lot of this stuff really upsets her and keeps her up at night, I guess. But that has to stop. We have to. In some ways, I feel like we're being played, all the way around. And I have always been a Republican, and I'm very conservative and things like that, and I always will. But I'm not going to align myself with an extreme anything. And I think if people were to band together and come to the middle, it would force these extreme people that are representing the parties in extreme ways. We'd be like, sorry, it's not working anymore. We're not going to be against each other, okay? We want someone who is going to, lead in a way that has nothing to do with either one of these narratives, because that's what's going to make it stop. And I do think there's hope, Rob, because like I said, if I'm thinking it, I'm not special. I'm sure other people are I feel like it's something that's starting to happen. People are going, hold on a minute. We're not in a pandemic anymore. We're not freaked out anymore. We're not locked down anymore. Let's calm down and try to get back to some kind of balance here. And I'm telling you, if there was a candidate like that, Rob, they'd win hands down. And it wouldn't matter what party they're from. If they could get that message across to the people, and it would bring families back together who don't talk to each other anymore because of these. I mean, this has really caused. I mean, there's violence. People will physically hurt people that don't agree with them. I mean, we need an answer here. And having that experience with this family recently, I'm like, it's just crazy because, I am a Republican. I did vote for Trump, and I don't regret it and all that. It's like, will they pull the plug and not want to get to know me now? You know what I mean? Like, wow.
Well, that's everywhere. Listen. I recently did a show about holidays being different, and I couldn't believe the response I got, not just on the air, but off the air. There are some families that just aren't going to be together this year, and that's so sad.
It's got to stop.
It does.
It's got to stop.
It does. You've got to remember, It's the United States of America. Kath, talk to you soon. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. We'll take a break. We got Cynthia. We got Chuck. I'd love to hear from you, too. We're in the home stretch of open talk. And again, we're expecting some crazy weather. And we'll have AccuWeather updates throughout the day, National Weather Service if need be. And, of course, Margot's got the latest with the news top and bottom of the hour as well. It's your Pratt Pack KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Market with 8 locations to serve your Pittsburgh tradition. High school hoops last night, KDKA Radio. Lincoln Park defeated Montour 66-49. Game heard here on KDKA. Pitt Volleyball NCAA Regional Final tonight, 7:30, as they take on number 12 Purdue. Pitt will be at Villanova. Basketball 4:30, 93.7 The Fan. Elsewhere, regional hoops, WVU, Ohio State at 8, Penn State, Michigan State at noon, Robert Morris Toledo at 1, Duquesne takes on Nevada at 10. 2025 Heisman Trophy will be announced tonight, and right now the favorite is Indiana's Fernando Mendoza. Army-Navy today, and the Edmonton Oilers acquired goaltender Tristan Jarry yesterday from the Penguins. In exchange, the Penguins will get another goaltender, Stuart Skinner. Penn Sharks coming up today as well. Steelers Miami Monday night without T.J. Watt as he continues to recover from his partially collapsed lung. And more sports at 937thefan.com.
When Christmas comes a-rockin', Luminar Christmas Mistletoe Madness Tour 2025. Christmas Amplified. The ultimate holiday rock concert. Timeless Christmas classics mixed with all new favorites. Sure to warm the hearts and illuminate the senses. Luminar, the new high-energy rock tradition. December 16th, Carnegie Music Hall of Homestead. For tickets, VIP packages, and more, visit librarymusichall.com or luminarchristmas.com. Produced by Drusky Entertainment.
Last month, my business cash flow got tight. Sales were slow. Invoices were late. And payroll was coming fast. My business is everything, and people rely on me. I can't let them down. I applied online at lenseek.com and had business funding in 24 hours.
Business moves fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Whether it's lines of credit, term loans, working capital funding, or revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply now at LENDSEEK.com.
As we grow older, we all need a little more help. That's why the elder law firm of Julian Gray Associates has a full-time social worker on staff to help you with challenges that lie ahead. To arrange a no-obligation consultation, please visit grayelderlaw.com and grow old with us.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Tune in to KDKA Radio every Thursday at 2:37 p.m. for your weekly Medicare update with Lisa Lauro from Secure Money Health. Lisa will provide you information on everything related to Medicare and how to prepare for it. Brought to you by Secure Money Health.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, let's get to Cynthia, who is in a much warmer Florida, I'm sure. Cynthia, it's got to be better than it is here right now. How are you today?
Oh, it is better, but it's chilly. I'm sitting out in Lanai as usual.
Now, do you ever, let me ask you something.
Looking at me somewhere.
Do you ever come back here anymore for like the holiday? Do you ever come back this way at all?
No, because my mom's not there anymore.
Yeah, that's what I figured. That's what I figured.
Yeah.
Okay.
But listen, I want to recommend a book to George. It's called Lab 257, and these are the experiments they did on animals in Plum Island, New York. You read that book, a lot of the bird population was decimated because they were doing these lab experiments that got out into the community. And I was listening to Kathy talking, and she said it's conspiracy theory. It's not theory. People have done these things. Gain-of-function tests in a lab created COVID. Biological warfare experimentation is real. When we defeated the Japanese, we took all of their records of all the horrible experiments they were doing and brought them back into the United States. But I caught about a lie. I'll get to that later. But to Kathy's point about family, I don't want to cry about this, but I might. There's a woman. I have white ancestors. And she found us through DNA testing.
Right.
And she said she always wondered what happened to the children who were fathered by one of my slave owner, the ancestor of hers. Wonderful people. She and her husband, wonderful, wonderful people. She invited us to the one of their family reunions. And some of the people in the family did not want us black people coming to the family reunion, but she insisted. They were very warm to us. But she and I had a disagreement about COVID, and I think she was more right than I gave her credit for, even knowing what I know about biological experiments, how to handle it, and all that kind of thing. She died yesterday.
Oh.
And I thought for the last year or so I should reach out to her, and I didn't do it. But anyway.
It's tough. It's tough, Cynthia. I know.
I was shocked yesterday about something, and this is about what's happening with Charlie Kirk. His wife made a terrible mistake going on television, because I started looking into things regarding her. She lied. She said there were no text messages on Charlie's phone when Charlie was texting people about his fears, about what was going to happen to him, about the threats he was receiving financially and physically. She went on, what was this, this guy, I can't think of his name now. And she said there were no text messages. She lied. Why would she lie about? To cover up who harmed her husband. She lied. So, I said from the very beginning what had happened to him and who did it. So I don't know if she's been threatened or she had prior knowledge that this man was going to be killed. She's a liar. And a widow, I'm a widow. She lied. And that has shocked me. I never thought that this woman was involved in this, but I think she is now.
Wait. What do you mean involved in this?
I think she had prior knowledge that her husband, because he changed his opinion on supporting. I believe it now.
Well,
I didn't think about that before.
I know.
I believe it now.
Just relax. I don't think that's even, I don't know, possible. But anyway, Cynthia, listen, sorry for your loss. You have a great rest of your day. Always good hearing from you in Florida. All right, what do you say we try to get Chuck in here real quick? Chuck, go ahead. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Rob. How you doing today?
I am good. So another work day for you because of the holiday?
I'm sitting this one out today, Rob.
Nice. Good.
Yeah, I'm just mentally worn out. I just need an extra day to reset. I can't work 6 days every week. That's a little bit too much.
So you don't go back till Monday?
Yeah, Monday.
Good. So, yes, sir.
Oh, go ahead.
No. Go ahead. Talk to me.
I was saying about the city. You ever see that movie Escape from New York?
Yeah, with Kurt Russell.
That's what they should do with downtown. Just wall it off and put all the criminals down there. Because nobody wants to go down there.
Oh, man.
Did you see what they've done to the Strip down on 10th Avenue?
The bike lanes.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it, but people have brought it up. Look, I have them in my town, too. I know. I mean, because I worry about, that's one of my biggest fears, and because I was run over by a truck many, many years ago, and that's one of my biggest fears. So, yeah, I know. It is what it is, but they're everywhere, man. I'll be honest with you. I wouldn't have the courage to even, and there are people that are comfortable with it, and that's okay, but I would, meaning me, I would be a little uncomfortable riding a bike downtown.
But it's all the way from the 31st Street Bridge into town, one lane. You know how busy the Strip is? Now you made that all one lane for a couple bicycles? I mean, it's ridiculous. They got their priorities wrong. There's nothing that would make me want to go downtown for anything.
So it's one lane from where to where?
From the 31st Street Bridge all the way into downtown. Wow. Is one lane. Wow. And you know how busy the Strip is. You got Woolies and everybody else. So now, at this time of year, especially, everything's busy. You got all the parking. You got, if you have a big tractor trailer truck and you're trying to come out of one of them side streets, you got all them little stupid guide sticks, and they can't even make the bends because of it. I mean, I don't know who thinks of this stuff, but these people are out of their mind. That's why people don't want to go downtown.
Part of your route downtown or no?
Only if I do special deliveries. All my route is up in Lawrenceville.
Say that again, Chuck. What's your route again?
My route is in Lawrenceville. From
Butler Street and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, from the Teamster Hall up towards the 62nd Street Bridge and then going up to Stanton Heights.
You know, you can't be the only driver of any company that doesn't feel the way you do. That must make it really a crunch for you guys, huh?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of deliveries in the Strip. You know, a lot of these places don't. They're old. They don't have loading docks and whatnot. You have to park it on the street and hand deliver all this stuff. And you just look at what they did at Market Square. How are these people supposed to get deliveries? You know, I mean, town's a mess. Why would you want to have a business down there? That's why they're all moving to the Strip. Look at Baird. Well, they used to be Heifer and Tilson. I mean, they was downtown on 7th Avenue for decades. They moved into the Strip. Everybody's moving into the Strip. They don't want to be in the city. They're still in the city of Pittsburgh. They just don't want to be downtown.
Yeah, I love that building that they had downtown. That was awesome. You know, here's the thing. In my humble opinion, this is my opinion, I didn't realize it until you just said, so that's probably why a lot of these delivery trucks I see with the curb appeal, because they don't have loading docks some of these places. So that must make it even more difficult.
Oh, yeah, look at how much stuff all these places get down there.
Yeah.
You know, yeah. Now you're eliminating parking spaces and... You know, and just for people who want to go down there and shop.
Yeah, I know. It makes it even tougher. Makes it even tougher.
If you could find something locally, why would you go? What would make you go downtown, Rob? Honestly.
Well, I got to be honest with you. I think, and I got to get to a break here, but I honestly think more and more people are doing it online today. Hey, I appreciate you, Chuck. Enjoy your days off. We're doing party recipes tomorrow. Hope you'll phone in, okay?
I'll have something for you, Rob.
There he goes, the great Chuck. We appreciate him. We appreciate all of you. All right, weather could get a little sketchy. We could get some snow today, some frigid temperatures tomorrow. Margot, AccuWeather coming up, plus all of the other news of the day. And we've got a half hour left of Open Talk, and it's been really busy today, which I always appreciate. So I got some other topics to throw out at you. Anything on your mind, you can pick up the phone, and we can get it going and chop it up until 7 o'clock this morning. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. More of your calls and a whole lot more till 1 o'clock today with your Pratt Pack. It's a Saturday on KDKA. Margot's next with the news at 6:30.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's a Pittsburgh holiday tradition. The Feast of the Seven Fishes broadcast on KDKA. Rob Pratt broadcasts live from Coons Market on McKnight Road from 5:30 a.m. till 1 p.m. Christmas Eve with special guests, special memories, and more. Presented to you by Rome Monuments, Coons Quality Foods, and brought to you by Catholic Diocese of Pittsburgh, AAA Travel, Ricci's Sausage, Anthony Jr.'s Pizzeria and Restaurant in Coriopolis, Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, and Dululis Law on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 29 and cloudy with a winter weather advisory at Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Margot Rensel. Allegheny County is gearing up for a winter storm expected to bring 2 to 5 inches of snow starting late this morning and lasting through Sunday. Public Works Director Stephen Shanley tells KDKA Radio residents should stay off the roads during the heaviest snowfall. For those who must travel, Shanley urges caution.
We encourage them to slow down, allow additional time, try to avoid sudden stops, and leave extra space between them and the vehicle in front of them. Also, stay 6 car lengths behind our salt trucks so they can do their job and clear the roads efficiently.
Shanley says you can find out who is responsible for plowing any road in the county by visiting AlleghenyCounty.us/whoplowsmyroad.com. Police have arrested 6 teenagers accused of sharing an intimate image of a minor on their phone. Police were notified after Childline contacted them about an incident on Kimberly Drive in Unity Township in Westmoreland County. Investigators found that the 6 14-year-olds spread an intimate image of a minor on their phones in August. They were arrested and charged, including the victim, who is a teenage girl from Latrobe. KDKA TV reports it is unclear how many charges each teen faces and what the charges are. New Year's Eve is less than 3 weeks away, and the Steel City might be a good option to welcome the new year. A Wallet Hub poll ranked the top 100 cities to celebrate New Year's Eve, and Pittsburgh landed 13th on the list. Cities were ranked based on entertainment and food, costs, and safety and accessibility. Orlando took the number 1 spot to celebrate New Year's Eve, and Philadelphia was ranked 20th on the list. In KDKA sports, Sharks versus Pens at PPG Paints Arena. Puck drop set for 3 p.m. It's 29 and cloudy. Our next update at 7. I'm Margot Rensel on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
A KFC tale in the pursuit of flavor. The holidays were tricky for the Colonel. He loved people, but he also loved peace and quiet. So he cooked up KFC's $4.99 chicken pot pie. Warm, flaky, with savory sauce and vegetables. It's a tender chicken-filled excuse to get some time to yourself and step away from decking the halls. Whatever that means. The Colonel lived so we could chicken. KFC's Chicken Pot Pie. The best $4.99 you'll spend this season.
Prices and participation may vary while supplies last. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
Selling your home, it's one of the biggest financial decisions you'll ever make. You could go it alone, trying to navigate market trends, determine fair pricing, and tackle tricky negotiations on your own. You could second-guess every decision, wondering if you're doing it right. Then there's the showings, the offers, and the mountain of paperwork. Or you could work with the expertise of a realtor, here to guide and help protect as you make your next big move. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings some afternoon and evening snow. Until then, cloudy, high 33. Later tonight, expect just a lingering snow shower after 3 to 6 inches of snow, low 12, followed by a very cold day for tomorrow with snow showers and flurries not expected to accumulate, high 18. Then still cold and cloudy Monday, high 21. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You know, snow. And Seven Springs going to love that Hidden Valley. How about Lindsey Vaughn? She won a downhill race. She's 41 years of age. She hasn't won one in years. Winter Olympics fast approaching in Italy. But I couldn't be more happy for her. She had knee injuries and went through all sorts of stuff. And people were saying, why do you want to try a comeback at your age and this and that? Incredible. So congratulations to her. She's in a really good place right now heading into the Olympics. Hope it works out for her. Let's go to Mike in Mount Lebanon. Hey, Mike.
Rob, I hope you're doing well.
I'm doing great.
Okay, that's great. 2 comments, Rob. First comment, I love Kathy from Imperial, but she's living in a dream world, Rob. These two parties, Democrats and Republicans, hate one another, okay? And that's the way it's going to be. There's too much money, too much power involved. When a person like Nancy Pelosi on a $100,000 a year salary leaves office worth $250 million, there's something wrong with this picture, Rob. And Rob, talk show hosts like you aren't going to change it. I love what you're trying to do, but it's never going to work. Going back to 2016, when Trump was elected, the Democrats immediately launched an attack, okay? Attacked him from all ages, okay? And that's the way it's going to be, Rob. Second comment regarding the city of Pittsburgh, God bless Corey O'Connor. He's walking into a real mess, this tax situation. Already they're digging into dirt about the police chief he hired. So it's an ongoing process, Rob. these two parties hate one another. And God bless you, Rob, for what you do, brother. Have a great day.
All right, thank you very much. Let's go to Judy in Wilkins Township. Andy is going to drop by here, I think, in a couple of minutes. Andy Amrine, talk about the snow and what you need to do and what you need to pick up at True Value. So we're going to talk to Andy, who's already at his store at about 45 past the hour. That's about 7 minutes away. All right, here's Judy in Wilkins Township. Hey, Jude.
Hi, Rob. I have a little story to tell you. You might find it interesting. In 1984, I don't know, maybe it was 1985, I'm not sure, my husband and I were visiting this young couple down in Monaca. I believe at the time they just had a baby. And anyways, the girl, Cheryl, you might recognize the name, she's married to a fellow named Terry. My husband worked with them in Gimbels, in Beaver. And Cheryl said, I'm going to put KDKA on. My young brother just got a job there.
Is this a good story?
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
Okay, because I don't want to have to talk to my big sister. She may come after me.
No.
All right, go ahead.
I just spoke to them. We used to exchange Christmas cards.
Okay.
Things happen. I'm going to be 85 next month.
Oh, well, happy birthday.
My husband and I are married 65 years.
God bless you.
So I start listening to you, and I have been listening to you every weekend, except maybe when we went on vacation to the beach, pretty much faithfully every weekend for a long time. And I enjoy your show, and I just have been amazed at how much you've grown and matured. Cause I'm a little bit older than you. I have children almost your age.
Listen, it has been a journey, but I just got to share one thing with you. So you met Cheryl, what year did you say it was?
I was at she worked with my husband at Gimbels and Beaver, her and Terry.
Yep. Well, here's the thing.
And I think it was 1984, 85.
Well, that's about when I started, but I just wanted to share this with you. I remember when she got a job at Gimbels, and she ended up working in the record department. And I thought that was the coolest thing going. You know, I miss those brands so much, and I miss that mall back in the heyday. But I look back now, so many people that I knew worked at that mall.
Well, my husband started out in Pittsburgh, and then we moved up here to the east, and he also worked at Eastland. And then when things were changing, then he was working at two stores, at Beaver and at Eastland. So, and then as you know what happened, my husband closed the doors with him. He came, he graduated from high school and went right to Gimbels and started selling in the flooring department.
Did he retire from Gimbels, or did they close?
Yeah, but he didn't retire. He was only in his 40s. And we had 4 children.
Well, what did he do after that?
Well, he went first he tried insurance, but then he went into selling he went to work for really what was a distributorship that sold flooring and different things to stores like Busy Beaver and small stores. And then, he did that till he retired last year. He's going to be 87 in March, so he's struggling with his health issues, and I'm struggling. I'm losing my eyesight, so I can't drive anymore.
Oh, geez.
So I listen to KDKA constantly, and I just feel like all the people that call you, Cynthia, Anthony, Craig, I just feel like I know they're my family, all these people, because when you get to be this age and you can't go to many places and you can't see very well, you just love the voices you hear. And, I've just seen so many things evolve throughout my life. You don't get to be 85, almost 85, and not experience a lot of things in life. And I have a little thing that I say to people. I don't get into all this politics stuff. I listen to it, but I'm the oldest of 8 children. And there's 4 of us that are Democrats and 4 are Republicans. But we all decided we are not going to, get into that, because who's ever in there now, they're going to be gone, and it's not worth it to lose relationships with your family. So I just tell myself, take what you like from people and leave the rest, whatever you don't like, because everybody has goodness in them. And I just think the people that call you, I love Ted in Mount Washington. I grew up there at St. Mary of the Mount School. And he's just so intelligent, that fellow. I just love to listen to him. And he has just so many good callers, and they're a blessing to me. So, anyways, I thought I'm going to call you and tell you this story, how long. I'm probably one of your longest listeners and oldest, too. So, but you've been a delight, Rob, and just keep plugging away. You're on the right track. So, anyway.
Well, the thing of it is, what choice do we have, right?
Yes, but God is good, and everything will work out, really. I believe that, and I know you believe that, and I know you have a deep faith, and I just admire you for how you just hold your ground, and you're just so kind to everybody, and
I try to be.
Yes, you are, and everybody is just people. We're all God's flowers, and that's the way I try to look at it. Everybody has a beautiful side to them, and sometimes we all get a little nasty. But
Well, listen. At this point in my life, I try to avoid all of that. I just go.
Yes,
I go around it.
Yes. Do you want to be happy or do you want to be right? That's what I say to myself. Judy, do you want to be happy or do you want to be right? What point is it?
Yeah,
so
you're right. Hey, listen. Have a Merry Christmas and just keep doing what you're doing, and feel free to call here anytime.
Yeah, and tell Cheryl and
I will, Terry. I will. And
Ray and Judy said hi from Wilkins.
I'll do it.
So they'll remember. So
Absolutely.
God bless you, Rob.
God bless you, Judy. Good stuff. Yeah, man. I 5 incredible sisters. Man, we had so much fun growing up. I miss it. I really do. But it is what it is. No turning back, right? All right, listen, let me get a break in here. And if he can pry himself from the cash register, because I think he's the only one at the store this early. He's at EV True Value out in Bethel Park. I want to get Andy in here real quick just to kind of give you some rules of the road and some things you need to maybe consider, like snow shovels and ice melts and calcium chloride, rock salt, ice scrapers, all that stuff to get you through the snow in case we get it. You've been hearing Margot talk about it. I've been talking about it. We could get as much as 5, 6, maybe even more inches of snow, and the temperatures are really going to dip over the next 24 hours. So with what we've had started since Thanksgiving, for all of you who said we don't have those type of winters anymore, maybe you need to rethink that, right? All right, if you are out there and you want to jump in here at all, we got one more segment of Open Talk. Nan will be here next hour. Carla Donnelly is going to be here, attorney at law, talking family law. And then Marlene Druskin will be here, Dorothy's Candies, 8 o'clock Secure Money Advisors, Brian Carranza and me. And then coming up at 9 o'clock, MediConnect, the Inside Connection. 10 o'clock, the guys from True Value. 11 o'clock, Christine Zapp, AAA Essentials Talking Travel. And then we wrap up our day today with Law for the Elderly, wills, power of attorney, estate planning, and more. Zachariah Brown will be here. Brackovich, that great law firm. So stay with us. Your Pratt Pack today, KDKA.
The KDKA Mobile News Fleet is driven by Jim Shorkey Kia, North Huntington and Wexford. JimShorkeyKia.com.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Market with 8 locations to serve your Pittsburgh tradition. High school hoops last night, KDKA Radio. Lincoln Park defeated Montour 66-49. Game heard here on KDKA. Pitt Volleyball NCAA Regional Final tonight, 7:30, as they take on number 12 Purdue. Pitt will be at Villanova. Basketball 4:30, 93.7 The Fan. Elsewhere, regional hoops, WVU, Ohio State at 8, Penn State, Michigan State at noon, Robert Morris Toledo at 1. Duquesne takes on Nevada at 10. 2025 Heisman Trophy will be announced tonight. And right now, the favorite is Indiana's Fernando Mendoza. Army-Navy today. And the Edmonton Oilers acquired goaltender Tristan Jarry yesterday from the Penguins. In exchange, the Penguins will get another goaltender, Stuart Skinner. Penn Sharks coming up today as well. Steelers Miami Monday night without T.J. Watt as he continues to recover from his partially collapsed lung. And more sports at 937thefan.com.
Have you been told there's nothing that can be done for your neuropathy? Tri-State Neuropathy Centers is pleased to tell you that is not true. As one of the largest and most successful neuropathy treatment practices in the country, Tri-State Neuropathy Centers has grown to 9 regional centers and helped over 14,000 patients, like Janie from West Homestead. Janie's neuropathy pain limited her activities to where she couldn't stand long enough to cook a meal. She feared she might need a wheelchair. Then Janie found Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Their effective FDA-approved treatment program greatly improved Janie's neuropathy, and she considers her decision to use Tri-State Neuropathy Centers as a wise investment in her health and future. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers help Janie, along with thousands of others. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy.
I'm with Joe Potocnik, JP Roofing and Siding. Congratulations, Joe. Triple Crown winner from Owens Corning.
Yes, Larry. We are proud to announce that we are recognized for service excellence, product excellence, and MVP based on marketing leadership and customer service.
Call Joe and his team. You'll get the best of the best. Get a free estimate for roof and siding replacements. Call the roofing replacement experts at JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. Congrats, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
Spend Christmas with actress and singer Alicia Witt. Coming to Jurgles December 15th. The classically trained and award-winning pianist performs songs from her full-length Christmas album, I Think I'm Spending Christmas With You. Broadway World says this is a voice to treasure. Don't miss Alicia Witt at Jurgles December 15th. Advance tickets on sale now at Jurgles.com. Another Dresky Entertainment event.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Why would you ask a financial advisor permission to spend your own retirement money? There's something wrong with this system. Tune in for a different kind of retirement show with Greg Ayler. Now at a new time, Saturdays at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hear about it. Then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, so you're thinking snow shovels or pushers, as they are called in some circles, ice melt, rock salt, calcium chloride, ice scrapers for clearing the windshield, winter windshield washer fluid, very important, hand warmers, heat holders, great stuff, batteries, flashlights, kerosene, firewood, pet-friendly de-icers, generators, and more. And to fill in the blanks, here he is already at work at EV True Value in Bethel Park. You need to stop into your local True Value and the ones that support our show at 10 because they're ready and they are stocked to the rafters to be able to take care of all of your needs. So we're going to go from accumulation today, Andy, to sub-zero temperatures tomorrow. So truly a mixed bag of tricks. Go ahead. Good morning.
Good morning, Rod. Good morning. Yeah, you did a pretty good list there, but the store's already been busy this morning. First customer started coming in, a little after 5 o'clock. We're on your clock. We start early, but what it's been is, like you said, a lot of salt, from the rock salt to the potassium to the magnesium to the calcium, depending on which one you want. Magnesium is your most all-around pet-friendly, concrete-friendly, pet or plant-friendly type product. But a lot of snow shovels, a lot of gloves, a lot of electric space heaters for supplemental heat. But please be careful. Always plug those directly into your wall outlets. To the snow brushes for the cars, to our famous heat holder gloves, but it's all been very, very, very busy. Yesterday was jam-packed, and I'm sure today's even going to be busier as everyone gets out and gets their supplies before the snow starts, and then we'll be busy all night and early tomorrow morning again. But it's, this is what we do, your True Value stores. We plan on the bad weather, and we have the products you need at the time that you want it. So we do our best, and we are expecting a very busy day today, just like yesterday was. But, at least we got some pre-notice, enough advance notice that this storm is coming. So if somebody's not aware that it's coming, I don't know where they've been, but, it's been in the works for a week now. So I guess today's the day. It's here.
All right, so do me a favor. So take us through the accumulation and then the sub-zero temperatures. What do we apply, where, and when?
Yeah. Well, that's the other end of it. Come Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Sunday night even, that's where it's going to get into the single digits. And then everyone worries about the freezing pipes. So the big thing is your outdoor hose bibs. They're one of the first things to freeze, so make sure your garden hose are disconnected from those hose bibs, and make sure the hose bib, if there's an internal valve, that's shut off, so the hose bib is drained. If there's not, then put one of those, I call it a hose bib top hat. It's just an insulating foam hat that goes over top of those hose bibs to keep them from freezing. The next biggest potential is your kitchen sink, because that's on an outside wall, and it only takes a pinhole gap in that outside wall going on to that faucet supply lines underneath the sink that'll freeze that line. It's like a little laser beam that air comes through and it hits that pipe. And the best way to prevent that is, one, open up the kitchen cabinets and remove all the junk so the air gets from the kitchen, the warm air, in and around those pipes itself. Two, you could put some insulation around those pipes itself, whether you want to get the fiberglass or get the foam pipe insulation to put it on, or if you can't get out to get the proper insulation, even if you're wrapping a towel around it, the trick is to cover all of it. Don't miss any of it. Don't miss any of the gaps, because that's where the cold air will come in.
All right, Andy, I got to get to the news, so kind of about 30 seconds, if you can wrap it up, please.
No, it's just be prepared, Rob. You know the storm's coming. Be prepared, and watch out for those frozen pipes and the slippery sidewalks, and enjoy the beautiful snow.
All right, there he goes. Andy Amrine, always a pleasure. The best in the business, of course, True Value. They'll be here coming up in the 10 o'clock hour. And again, Margot will keep you abreast throughout the day with AccuWeather and the National Weather Service as need be. Yes, some snow today, some cold weather tomorrow, but it's the weekend. Throw another log on the fire, kick back, and keep listening to us, okay? We'll keep you informed. KDK 100.1 FM, AM 1020. Good morning. It's your Pratt Pack.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Construction on PennStart, a testing track for autonomous vehicle companies and emergency responders. Commencing. President of RIDC, we have Mr. Don Smith.
And it's a partnership to really bring this testing environment that'll help keep the jobs from companies like Aurora and Stack and Motional here in the region.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/life.
Have a house you're ready to sell? Ryan Shalaba here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. With over a decade in business and 175 plus 5-star reviews, we've helped people in all different situations get the most money out of their house when they need it. We'll save you time, money, and stress, and we'll even help you move. Call 412-500-9057 and get you a cash offer in as little as 24 hours. That's 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersofpittsburgh.com today.
You shouldn't go anywhere without Sniper. Larry Richard with Andy Amrine from EV True Value Hardware.
Sniper, your hospital-grade disinfectant, kills all those germs, bacteria, viruses, mold, everything, Larry. Sniper, your hospital-grade disinfectant. You need it for your home, your office, your car, everywhere. Let's get those germs killed now.
Simply spray and walk away. Available at participating True Value Hardware stores or online at disinfectwithsniper.com.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Give the taste of Pittsburgh this holiday with A La Familia's 5 and 3-piece gift boxes featuring signature sauces like marinara, vodka, Diavolo, and bolognese, plus chili oil or red wine vinaigrette. All under $60 with free shipping nationwide. Order at alafamiliafinefoods.com. Happy holidays! Enjoy the City of Pittsburgh's annual Gingerbread House competition presented by Clearview. View hundreds of edible masterpieces on display in the City County Building's Grand Lobby through January 2nd. Details at getinvolved.pittsburghpa.gov. Looking for the perfect holiday gift? Look no further than Rivers Casino. Purchase a $100 non-gaming gift card and receive a $20 non-gaming bonus gift card now through December 24th. Visit riverscasino.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 31 degrees and cloudy at Pittsburgh International at 7 o'clock. I'm Margot Rensall. Police have arrested 6 teenagers accused of sharing an intimate image of a minor on their phone. Police were notified after Childline contacted them about an incident on Kimberly Drive in Unity Township in Westmoreland County. Investigators found that the 6 14-year-olds spread an intimate image of a minor on their phones in August. They were arrested and charged, including the victim, who is a teenage girl from Latrobe. KDKA-TV reports that it is unclear how many charges each teen faces and what the charges are. Ford is giving its owners of its top-selling F-150 pickups a tool to fight against vehicle thefts. CBS's Michael Toscano explains.
Ford hopes an app will help owners of the popular F-150s to foil attempts to steal their ride. It's part of an overall technology package, and it's called Start Inhibit, essentially a kill switch that's always at hand in your smartphone. It allows owners to disable their F-150's engine from anywhere in the world. The pickup won't start even if key fobs are present. Ford is confident enough in the security package technology that it comes with a promise. They'll pay your insurance deductible up to $2,500 if it fails. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
A man was shot overnight near the intersection of Chauncey Street and Webster Avenue in Middle Hill. Police were dispatched to the 600 block of Chauncey Street when 3 separate shot spotter alerts counted 17 rounds. An adult male victim sustained multiple gunshot wounds to his torso and arm and was transported to the hospital. The man was taken into surgery on arrival, has yet to be identified, and the investigation is ongoing. One Pittsburgh bar is asking for the financial help from the community. Con Alma, a jazz bar and restaurant located downtown, launched a GoFundMe with the goal of raising $150,000. In the description, they say, "We're turning to you, our community, for help. The funds we raise will go directly towards settling debts, securing payroll, and covering the countless expenses that keep Con Alma running." The GoFundMe has raised $21,700 so far. In KDKA Sports, Sharks versus Penguins at PPG Paints Arena. Puck drop is set for 3 o'clock. It's 31 degrees and cloudy with snow beginning around 1 p.m. Our next update at 7:30. I'm Margot Renzel on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
You want to be the big hero this holiday season? Give a gift they'll never forget. Instead of just more stuff, give them an incredible experience. Imagine their faces when they learn they're spending a week lounging in a private lazy river in the Outer Banks, splashing in the indoor pool of a massive Deep Creek lake home, or waking up to the waves from an oceanfront condo in Myrtle Beach. The best gifts are memories. Visit SWACvacations.com today to book your dream summer 2026 getaway. SWAC, SWACK vacations.com.
Holiday shopping is in full swing. Don't forget the most important thing on your list, individual and family coverage from UPMC Health Plan. Open enrollment runs through January 15th, so put a plan in your cart before it's too late. Their convenient plans give you access to an extended network and great coverage. UPMC First Care offers a $0 copay for a variety of visits. They'll even give you access to a healthcare concierge who's like a personal shopper. To get started, visit upmchealthplan.com/marketplace.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
For today, clouds eventually yield some afternoon snow with a high of 33. Then that evening snow tapers to a lingering snow shower. Then it turns colder after 3 to 6 inches of snow with a low of 12, followed by some snow showers and flurries tomorrow with a high of just 18. Then still cloudy and cold for Monday, high 21. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Nan Cohen Total Talk. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
So if you're going through a divorce and you want to make it easy, give some Dorothy's candies. That makes sense, doesn't it, Nick?
Well, I had to do that. That was the whole preface of this, is to make it a little sweeter. But actually, I thought, this is the last divorce show I'm going to do. So I've got Carla Donnelly with me on live. You're actually standing and you can move with me today and groove. Oh, I hope I brush my teeth. That's a good one, Robbie.
You did brush your teeth.
Of course I did. I'm up. Wasn't late.
You were not late.
I was not late. Look, that's because of over there. Yeah.
She's the best.
Okay. with that being said, I want to talk about positivity in divorce. Carla Donnelly, you're with the law firm of
Petrogallo.
We're not going to say all the rest of it because I actually have it prepared, but I can stop right there.
It's Petrogallo, Gordon, Alfano, Bosick, and Responte.
But we just stop it at Petrogallo.
Yeah.
I was prepared, but you got me on that one. Okay, so let's talk about positivity in divorce. She's shaking her head. Tough this time of year?
Tough this time of year. As people head into the holidays, a lot of stress. Sometimes I have like 2 or 3 PFAs a year. I've had 2 or 3 PFAs this month. So
I've actually had some experiences this month that have shaken my world. But I think I'm finding my way. Positivity definitely has to be the word. The hours we work this month, do people understand?
It's 24/7, I feel like. I wake up in the morning, to full inbox, go to sleep. I clear it all out, wake up the next morning, full inbox.
Back again.
All weekend. It's a stressful time of year. But at the same time, I think there's been some positivity. I think I've had some cases settle. Some people sort of lay down the fight a little bit and decide to be reasonable and decide to put it behind them and just move on and start 2026 without a fight.
I think that's what we have to do. Is we really gotta, for the top of the year, we gotta tell people you're just not gonna win in this. You're just, there's no winning.
If you're fighting, you're losing.
But they don't see it. It's, and I think we should probably break that down. We'll get John Duffy in here. We'll have him bring that side of it. We'll bring Judge Kim Eaton in. She can handle that side of it. I've got the attorneys. I'll even bring in the forensic accountants. I'll bring in whoever I have to, the PIs, you name it. I'll bring them in because the fight that you're fighting for this small win ends up costing you a loss, and they don't get it. They just don't. But I have to say, I didn't follow my schedule this week hardly at all. I mean, I get a schedule, like I know where I have to be and what I have to do, but my whole schedule got completely derailed this week for some reason with, I want to say, a lot of nonsense. Is that a fair word?
Well, I think my schedule this week got derailed by a lot of stuff that unfortunately wasn't nonsense. But yesterday I worked from home, and every time I went to get up to get some water or something to eat or go to the bathroom, my phone rang, and hours went by. My daughter finally came home from school, and I'm like, "Could you get me some water?"
That's that. But when I say nonsense, the nonsense of everybody knows the holidays are coming. If you've planned to travel, what do you mean you didn't notify the other side? That's nonsense to me. If you have, would you like that done to you? And that's what I mean is nonsense. How did you just forget? How did you just not notify them what your kids are going to be going out of the country? That to me is nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of carelessness, and again, the stress of this time of year. People they're just thinking of themselves and not just thinking of the other person, their children. How to make it less stressful for everybody involved, not just themselves. So it's December's always tough. It's never. I never have a chill December.
A chill. And then what's January going to look like?
Well, January, the phone starts to ring with the new cases. All the people who are stressed but waiting to get through the holidays for the kids.
The one last holiday.
Yeah, or they go home and they have a stressful Christmas. Everybody's fighting, and then people go home and they spend time with their families and their siblings, and they're like, "You look really unhappy." And then they start confiding in their family members about how unhappy they are in the marriage, and they're like, January 2nd, you're calling the divorce lawyer.
So if I have to go further in that, and I want to push forward positivity to end the year, right? What are the things that we can do? I would like to tell couples, listen, it's going to be rough. It's going to be rough trying to break this all up and separate things out. But here's what you got to do. How do you think we can, because we're on the side of giving news all the time and passing this stuff on, and we organize things for them. How do you think we could start it off better for them?
I think asking them to focus on everything from the perspective of their children and how to make this holiday season protected for the children, even if it's not for themselves, even if it's not the way exactly they have in their mind they want the holiday to go. Do you really want your kids to get up at 8 o'clock in the morning and go to the other parent? Or, can they sleep in? Or can they spend a few hours before they come over to your house? Can, we not interrupt the Christmas Eve dinner to make your kids leave because, you want the equal number of hours, and maybe we can tack those hours onto the back end on the 26th. And just thinking about it from that perspective, I think can really help people just come up with something where they're not fighting and grabbing the kids and making it seem like they're sort of a product, that they're a person.
Well, I got this slammed down on me this week, and somebody said to me, everybody preaches in what's in the best interest of the children, which is right. We say that how many times? And it's ironic. And if it was in the best interest of the children, you wouldn't be where you are right now.
Well, I mean, it's sort of the same thing as equitable distribution. The standard is what's fair. Well, what's fair in one person's mind is not fair in the other person's mind. What's in the best interest of your kids from one parent's perspective is not the same. Every parent believes the best interest of their kids in a contentious divorce is to be with them.
Right. But when we were intact and in the family, it was everything together. But now you want to take one person out by however you have to do that. And I find it amazing that you were in positions where we ask people to put that aside. Put that aside. I always say it's when you're emotional, you're not going to make good decisions. And I think that, people that want to check off the box and say, well, I have a therapist and I'm working on it, make sure you're really doing that. Make sure you're making that commitment to yourself to do that, because just throwing those words, he doesn't understand what's in the best interest of these children. I hope you both realize it, because I'm going to tell you, this isn't my first rodeo. These children know everything. You're not hiding anything.
Right.
And that's the other part that gets kind of complicated, because when you're an intact family, you're trying to make it work. When you're not an intact family, sometimes it really falls through the cracks. And the only person, those kids that you think you're trying to do these things for, in the best interest, is the worst interest.
Right. What's in the best interest is for you not to be fighting.
Well, listen, not that I've had personal experience, but from what I hear, that it's not really the exes. They don't mind. They even would like you to come over and spend the holiday, but it's the new significant other, the new husband, the new wife. They kind of don't want you around. So that's kind of where it kind of gets inflamed a little bit. You know what I mean, Carla?
It absolutely changes the dynamic. You have a couple that's reasonably getting along, and then you inject a third person in there, and either the third person causes the problem, or the other person's just, they don't want that third person to be part of it, and that's usually what upsets the apple cart. And so, when people are settling their divorce, their custody case, and they're like, oh, we'll just always spend Christmas morning together. Oh, we'll just always do that. I said, that's going to work until it doesn't.
Good stuff. All right, we're going to take a break. Still to come today?
Let's do that. We got another whole segment with Carla, because we're going to get through to this positivity thing. I'm on it today. And Marlene, she's over there waiting on the sidelines to talk about Dorothy's Candies.
All right, all good. Stay with us, Nanco and Total Talk, your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Market with 8 locations to serve you. A Pittsburgh tradition. High school hoops last night, KDKA Radio. Lincoln Park defeated Montour 66-49. Game heard here on KDKA. Pitt volleyball NCAA regional final tonight, 7:30, as they take on number 12 Purdue. Pitt will be at Villanova basketball 4:30, 93.7 The Fan. Elsewhere, regional hoops, WVU, Ohio State at 8, Penn State, Michigan State at noon, Robert Morris Toledo at 1. Duquesne takes on Nevada at 10. 2025 Heisman Trophy will be announced tonight. And right now, the favorite is Indiana's Fernando Mendoza. Army-Navy today. And the Edmonton Oilers acquired goaltender Tristan Jarry yesterday from the Penguins. In exchange, the Penguins will get another goaltender, Stuart Skinner. Penn Sharks coming up today as well. Steelers Miami Monday night without T.J. Watt as he continues to recover from his partially collapsed lung. And more sports at 937thefan.com.
At PJ Fitzpatrick, you don't have to pick between affordability and quality. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Plus, they provide peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor for your new windows. You can have it all. Visit TrustPJ.com for a free design consultation. That's TrustPJ.com.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making the recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Looking for the perfect holiday gift? Give your loved ones peace of mind on the road with a AAA gift membership for only $35. Stop by your local AAA branch or visit them online at AAA.com/gift. Limited time offer, restrictions apply.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, so Hanukkah starts tomorrow to all of my friends, and I have many of the Jewish community in and around Pittsburgh and throughout the world. A blessed Hanukkah season. And again, your job, and Carla too, before we meet again, maybe even on Tuesday for your friend show, you got to watch this movie, The Angel Levin, Zero Mostel, Harry Belafonte. Off the charts.
I promised you I'd watch it. It'll be watched by the time I see it Tuesday.
All right.
For sure. And, you know, I have to laugh because if one more person calls and just sends me a message that my mailbox is full, I get it. You get it? Like, I've never had a December like this with this much impact. I had Marlene and I will tell you what went on this week with the famous, infamous, we love him, Rick Seaback. I've got the divorce going on one end. I don't know. I wake up sometimes and I just say, split me in half and let me roll, because I don't know. It's a season of seasons. We've got your show coming up, your famous Seven Fishes. That's exciting, too.
Hopefully you'll make it this year.
I'm going to do my best.
Noon.
I'm going to do my best. All right, with all that being said, let's get back to positivity. I'm Nan Cohen. I am the divorce reality expert. Yeah, I can pat myself on the back for that.
You are.
Sometimes. And I've got Carla Donnelly. She's with the law firm Petrogallo. We do work together on cases. We work not together on cases. We work with independent people. We sometimes circle everything back together. But the goal ultimately for everybody in this city, and we are truly blessed with a lot of really great people, we do this all for you navigating a divorce, for you. This is your first time. This might be your third time. In some cases, it might be a fourth time.
I haven't had a fourth.
I've had a fourth. So with that being said, I know you're sitting there listening. You're saying, okay, come on, stop it, Nan. It's nothing positive. Listen, sometimes, divorce is inevitable. We get the option. We try to save those marriages. We want to make you can do it. We want to keep that glue together. but it's inevitable that divorce has to happen, and you got to have people that support you. And the teams in town here, they can do their job, but you got to reach out. You got to ask for help. We know how to help you navigate it, and I want to take the turn. Everybody starts off the first of the year, right? Everybody's going to take, this is going to be a new year. Come on, let's bring some positivity into something that we've got to make commitments to it. We've got to do it for yourself. You've got to do it for those children. Let's get the positivity rolling. So I'm all about listening to you because I'm going to do whatever you deliver, basically, on that side of it. So I want you to pump it up. Carla, go.
Well, I mean, one thing that's been positive for me personally in my practice is that I have a new associate, young associate, Eleanor Miller, and she has hit the ground running, phenomenal, and it has really enhanced our ability to really make the clients feel like they're getting the personal attention that they need. And she has such a way about her where if I'm on a call after call and another client emails and they're like, I have a problem, I'll say, Eleanor, give them a call, and then we can kind of tag team it. She obviously doesn't have the experience that I have, but she can listen and she can figure out what's going on, and then it just adds a whole other layer. And plus she's less expensive. We bill by the hour, let's face it, and she's less expensive. So it's been a great add to be working with her, and I think it's the past 2 months. I really don't know what would have done without her, with all these emergencies that have come up the past couple of weeks. So
I have my friend's show coming up on Tuesday. I hope you'll be here in the studio.
I'm going to try to be here. Yeah.
Yep. We're going to fill it. We're going to have all that fun again. But I was thinking about friends and talking about this. This is really kind of I'm going to slide this in here. But there's an associate with Carla. Her name is Carrie Capella. And Carla didn't realize this, but Carrie and I've known her since elementary school. And to think that we both kind of landed in this crazy atmosphere of divorce is just really astounding. So I wanted to give her a little mention out there because I'm in the mood for friends this year. So that's a long time knowing somebody and a long time putting up through divorce.
Right.
So I wanted to get that out there. All right, moving along. Positivity. What can we do? I need you to sit back. I really think this first part of the positivity starts with you, the clients. You've got to listen. We've got a ton of information to get out there for you. We want to make this process as simplistic and unemotional as we can. We can't take away the emotions, and we can work on those things, and we can help you with people that can help you get those things together.
Yeah, I think you need to trust. I mean, to trust your lawyers. I mean, if you don't trust your lawyer, then that's not the right lawyer for you. We've been through this. This may be your first divorce. It's my thousandth divorce. And so sometimes, you have to trust us and lean on us to give you advice and just move on. Take the advice and don't torture yourself. And if you don't feel that way about your attorney, then maybe talk to another attorney to find somebody you do trust.
Can I follow the trust up with another word? Respect. I think there has to be a common line of respect. We don't always have good news. We just don't.
We don't.
And it's not that we don't want to give you good news. We don't want to give you the bad news. We want to just keep it as best that we can. But you got to show respect and trust in this arena. And you do have to find the person and the people. And it doesn't always require, a whole team that fills the room and you don't know where you're at. That's not what we're saying. But I think, when somebody can't call you back, somebody doesn't respond to an email, somebody that you just, I dread calling. I've heard this before. Those aren't the people for you.
I agree. And the other positive I'll bring up is, had some good interactions with attorneys on the other side. If we can get along, that really helps the case. Mm-hmm. If we're fighting and we're butting our egos together, that's not helping the client. So, I've had some good experiences lately with opposing attorneys, and I had one opposing attorney who needed another attorney to come in to represent a third party in the case, and they called me, and now we're working together on the same side.
And I hear this all the time. I can't believe that other attorney sent this letter. Well, why not? Look what you got up against on the other side. Attorneys do listen to their clients, and attorneys they're not putting emotional pieces in. It's just dealing with what they have to with sometimes they just have to ask a question.
We're just doing our job.
That's it. Simplicity. All right. I've got to tell you, you can reach me at divorcerealityexpert.com. Get on there, send me your emails. The phone number's on there. It's a little bit booked right now, but hey, give it a whirl. I never want to have anybody go into bed with their head pounding and their chest beating too hard. So we're here. We're going to start the top of the year off with, we're really going to move into, let's change this, get this nastiness out of this arena. Carla, your final thoughts and how they can reach you.
I would say just try to be kind and generous this holiday season, and hopefully that is returned to you. And if not, pick up the phone and give us a call. Carla Donnelly, I'm at the Petrogallo Law Firm, 412-263-2962. But just Google Carla Donnelly Petrogallo and you'll find me.
Oh, isn't that officially? Just Google me. I always say, they can Google you too, Rob.
Well, I don't know if that's a wise idea.
Yeah, we got lots of Google stuff going on.
What year are we talking about?
That's exactly right. But they can find us. And I have to tell you, if you reach out to me, I can always get you in touch with Carla. It's the easiest thing we can do for
and
each
vice
other.
versa.
100%, absolutely. I want to say, if this is your first year going through divorce and this is the holiday season, I'm not going to take away that it's tough. If you're not going to have your children, it's that even or odd year, or you don't have them, or you had them last year, we know. And I think it's much better to pick up the phone and deal with it than live miserably. We can make adjustments to things, and we can get you to a place where it can be better. But it all starts with you out there. We don't know what's going on until you reach out. Let us know what we can do, because there is help around.
Well, and being kind and generous also means being kind and generous to yourself.
To you, happy Hanukkah, Carla. Thank you so much. And to you, Nan, get the candy and stick around.
We're going to do that. You going to stay with us, Carla?
Absolutely.
All right, let's do it.
We'll be back.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
See website for details. Bills Happen is not a lender and does not make credit decisions. Hey, bills happen! So when you need extra cash fast, go to billshappen.com. Have you been turned down? Are your credit cards maxed out? Do you have bad credit? Go to billshappen.com. You could find a lender and get up to $5,000 cash as early as tomorrow. Billshappen.com is safe, secure, and all online. Just remember, when you need cash, go to billshappen.com. Billshappen.com for the cash you need now. Billshappen.com.
It's Christmas, and don't forget the sausage. Richie's Italian Sausage has been a Pittsburgh holiday tradition for 80 years. From the Ritchie family, Merry Christmas. May your holiday be filled with God's blessings. Richie's Italian Sausage, it's what Pittsburgh eats since 1945.
It's the KDKA Radio High School Basketball Game of the Week, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Every Friday at 6, we bring you the best players, the best sounds of the game, and the best matchups in the WPIAL. This week, Moon visits Chartiers Valley, presented by Invisalign. Allegheny Health Network Sports Medicine, official sports medicine of high school basketball, and brought to you by tobacco-free Adagio Health. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 31 degrees and cloudy at Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Margot Rensel. Upcoming snowfall is expected to start around 1 o'clock today and is predicted to bring around 3 to 6 inches till 1 a.m. After snowfall, a cold air mass will move into the area, bringing temperatures to the teens and lows in the single digits. Andy Emrine of EV True Value says this will be the time to worry about frozen pipes.
So the big thing is your outdoor hose bibs. They're one of the first things to freeze, so make sure your garden hose are disconnected from those hose bibs and make sure the hose bib, if there's an internal valve, that's shut off.
And inside, Andy warns that your kitchen sink needs attention too.
Open up the kitchen cabinets and remove all the junk so the air gets from the kitchen, the warm air, in and around those pipes itself. 2, you could put some insulation around those pipes itself.
Signs of a frozen pipe include low water flow, frost, or banging noises. Police have arrested 6 teenagers accused of sharing an intimate image of a minor on their phone. Police were contacted after Childline contacted them about an incident on Kimberly Drive in Unity Township in Westmoreland County. Investigators found that the 6 14-year-olds spread an intimate image of a minor on their phones in August. They were arrested and charged, including the victim, who is a teenage girl from Latrobe. It is unclear how many charges each teen faces and what the charges are, according to KDKA-TV. One Pittsburgh bar is asking for financial help from the community. Con Alma, a jazz bar and restaurant located downtown, launched a GoFundMe with the goal of raising $150,000. In the description, they say, quote, "We're turning to you, our community, for help. The funds we raise will go directly towards settling debts, securing payroll, and covering the countless expenses that keep Con Alma running." The GoFundMe has raised $21,700 so far. New Year's Eve is less than 3 weeks away, and the Steel City might be a good option to welcome the new year. A Wallet Hub poll ranked the top 100 cities to celebrate New Year's Eve, and Pittsburgh landed 13th on the list. Cities were ranked based on entertainment and food, costs, and safety and accessibility. Orlando took the number 1 spot to celebrate New Year's Eve, and Philadelphia was ranked 20th on the list. In sports, Sharks versus Pens at PPG Paints Arena. Puck drop set for 3 o'clock. KDK Radio News Time is 7:33. The AccuWeather forecast is next. It's 31 degrees and cloudy. Our next update at 8. I'm Margot Rensel on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Delicious December savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dantisi?
Right, Rob. Save with your Coons Reward Card. Sugardale semi-bonus whole hams, $1.29 a pound. California Sunkissed Navel Oranges, 6 for $2. And selected varieties of Tide Simply Laundry Detergent, 31 to 32-ounce bottles, $1.99 each. Additional savings in our meat department. Amish Country Farm brand Spiral Cut Ham, $2.99 a pound. Selected varieties of Sugardale Bacon, 1-pound package, $3.99 each. In our produce department, Golden Ripe Pineapples, $2.99 each. And Baby Bella Mushrooms, 10-ounce package, 2 for $6. In our deli department, Cooper's Yellow or White Sharp American Cheese, $5.99 a pound. And this week, selected varieties of Wishbone Salad Dressing, 15-ounce bottles, 2 for $5.
So get in on the delicious December savings happening right now at Coons Market. How do you find the one nearest you? Click on coonsmarket.com. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated. And I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help. The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings some afternoon and evening snow. Until then, cloudy, high 33. Later tonight, expect just a lingering snow shower after 3 to 6 inches of snow, low 12, followed by a very cold day for tomorrow with snow showers and flurries not expected to accumulate, high 18. Then still cold and cloudy Monday, high 21. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Nanco and Total Talk.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You know, there are things in this business that make you realize that you've made it. And I've been doing it for 40 years. I've had them on my show many times, but I've never had the ability to say, oh, yeah, by the way, tune into QED tonight because I'll be on a Rick Seebeck production. But lo and behold, I guess you got to bribe him with candy because Rick Seebeck, Nan, and Marlene, I mean, how does this happen?
We're really fortunate. We're just really
You
fortunate.
are.
Yeah.
It was great.
We definitely had an experience, and I got to tell you, I don't know that he is. You just got to love Rick.
He's wonderful. He's easy.
You gotta understand.
Yeah.
When he talks, and there's times we've been out to dinner, nobody at the table will say a word because he's talking.
That's right.
And I can't explain it, but he has this tremendous talent, and the people he surrounds himself with, it's amazing. It's amazing. And I said to myself, Donna, we were on our way here this morning, and she said, I fell asleep. Oh, she's over there. She fell asleep during the show. But that's okay. She said, it'll be on rerun. Okay, but here's the first thing out of my mouth was, I cannot believe that he included Mel.
Yes.
I mean, that is so Rick. I mean,
Mel loved him.
Mel loved him.
Right.
And I have to say that when I first met Mel, I still have him. He have the whole stack of VHS tapes with all of Rick's shows, and we've watched periodically over the years the Kennywood one. He loved the Kennywood one. He loved the hot dog one. And when Mel got friendly with Rick, and I cannot tell you what to have.
They have a lot of similar traits, you know that. The way they dress, their attitude, their humbleness.
It's just amazing. But the whole show was how he could incorporate and learning about all the different chocolate stores.
Absolutely.
The companies that are around, and he put everybody in there in such a positive light because you do what you do because you're not the mass producers. You're not the mass companies out there. And what he does.
Magical.
Yeah.
He's such a natural presence. He makes you comfortable immediately. When you're with him.
He does.
Yeah, you feel great with
him. Listen, and he's nationally known, too, and what people don't understand, I mean, everybody loves Ken Burns and all the things he's done, but before there was Ken Burns, Rick Seebeck is the reason public broadcasting is still thriving, and he put PBS on the map.
I got to tell you, he is who he is. And
keeps it going.
Yeah, I mean, just to be around him, and I always say, that my two favorites, who would you most likely want to go to dinner with? Somebody from Pittsburgh. Here's the truth. And I'm truly blessed because it's Rick Seebeck and Andy Masick. They fill your lives.
Exactly.
They know everything on the pulse and the history of the city and the stories they tell and the knowledge between the two of them. And I think my lucky stars. This business got me into meeting fabulous people. And I always say I like to turn into a sponge and to be in a room. You've been there. Yeah. Donna's been there when Rick talks, just in conversation and say, hey, let me tell you this story. You could hear a pin drop, and the delivery of the story, and the facts about the story. It's just.
And let's face it, he's a great filmmaker too.
Oh, the show that we were on. It's just the first thing I said after that was how it just so smoothly rolled along, and it held your interest.
Oh yeah.
For all of the other companies, our company, it was fantastic.
So
he's a great guy.
I've lost 2 other women to another man. That's okay.
I got to tell you, I have it on DVR, so Donna's going to get to watch the show again. But I do have to say that the show was tremendous, as is all of his are. And,
yeah, exactly.
Rick, we love you.
But, he does a lot of stuff that is Pittsburgh and has history, and nobody has more history than Dorothy's.
Right, but he'll hit the road, and he'll go do it outside of out of Pittsburgh. Because
people love him. He's endearing.
Oh, yeah.
Just search him, and all of his documentaries, all of his shows come up. It's fantastic.
I know people on Christmas and, certain like Hanukkah and Kwanzaa, their celebration, they just watch his stuff. They basically binge watch his stuff.
I'm telling you, I've got the VHS tapes that I'm, because that's who he is. And Mel was just so proud. And I thought, for him. And he did that on his own. So, yeah, he's just such a cool cat. Okay, let's move on, because as he always says, that's his favorite place to go is Dorothy's Candies. And Dorothy's Candies is popping.
He's been back twice since the show.
He has been. He has been.
Such a great
guy. He
guy.
comes in periodically.
He does pop in.
And he always knows that when he's going to see me, or when I come here to the studio, or wherever we're at, I always have Dorothy's. So, and Dorothy's is everywhere. And I have to say, it's just not a Rick Seaback treatment. I love giving Dorothy's Candies. I love making your holidays. And yes, this is my time to shine, because you know what? If it's special and we can do it, Dorothy's is going to do it for you.
And we do our best to do that for everybody.
Let's tell everybody what the hours are, because people are all constantly inquiring, and I will give you the website.
Right now, until Christmas, we are open 7 days a week. We open at 10 a.m., and we're closing at 6. So come on in, come on down, and you'll find some special treats.
And I got to tell you, the influx of this season, people are, they're saying this is going to be the biggest year for travel. There's a whole heck of a lot of people staying here, and I couldn't believe. I saw the apple orders. I see the turkey leg orders. People are loving your products. These trays, the things that make the holiday special for you, Dorothy's is so happy to provide.
And you can also go online. I've noticed there's a lot more people going online, as well as all of the ones we have calling in. So more people have been introduced to Dorothy's, and those who have us as a tradition keep on going. So get online if you have time too. Dorothy'sCandies.com. There's lots of things on there, or just give us a call. If we're not answering at that moment, we do call you back to get your order.
And I have to say, a little bit of Dorothy's goes a long way, because you guys, if they've had it from Pittsburgh and they've moved, you're shipping coast to coast.
Yes,
absolutely. And they're still, the elves are busy back there in that shipping department. I saw him the other day. I couldn't believe when the truck pulled up, and he just looked in the back and he said, "There's going to be a lot of happy people," and he was so thrilled. You're the truck driver.
That's right. We have to notify the post office during these special seasons, because they have to bring a bigger vehicle, because we have so many. I mean, it can load that whole back room in there. We take pictures of us poking our face through a hole with all the boxes around us.
Yeah,
so it's great.
So Rob, we had a request by you when we came in today.
I got to take care of that postal worker.
And so he says to us, he's really sweet. He's like, he was really quiet about it. Do you have some stuff you can leave with me today? We always leave stuff.
I know. Well, I never take any, because I like to share with them, these great coworkers of mine.
Yeah, well, I always make the place happy here.
Yeah. So make sure you take care of Margot and Alonzo, which I know you will.
We always do.
Take a look at what we have.
I know. It's great.
And you know what? Making the holidays is about, honest to God, we want people to come in here. We're going to share them at the top of the year. We're going to bring them in, talk about why they love Dorothy's. How many people have since asked to be on our silly videos?
Oh my gosh. So many. They're waiting.
Yeah, but you've had Rick Seaback do a segment on you. You basically should retire. It's over.
Well, we must admit, yes, he did call us and asked us to be on his program.
Thank you, Rick Seaback.
Yes,
we appreciate you. All right, quick break. I want him to do my eulogy.
Oh.
Him and Andy. They get first 15 minutes. Well, let's make it an hour. 30 minutes each.
He's always smiling, though. It would be filled with some laughter.
Oh, my
that's
goodness.
Probably the best way.
Listen, I saw Andy Masick on the History Channel. I was high-fiving myself. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back, wrap up the hour with Nan Cohen. Next hour, Michael Diulis is here, Secure Money Advisors on the Money.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Market with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. High school hoops last night, KDKA Radio. Lincoln Park defeated Montour 66-49. Game heard here on KDKA. Pitt Volleyball NCAA Regional Final tonight, 7:30, as they take on number 12 Purdue. Pitt will be at Villanova. Basketball 4:30, 93.7 The Fan. Elsewhere, regional hoops, WVU, Ohio State at 8, Penn State, Michigan State at noon, Robert Morris Toledo at 1. Duquesne takes on Nevada at 10. 2025 Heisman Trophy will be announced tonight. And right now, the favorite is Indiana's Fernando Mendoza. Army-Navy today. And the Edmonton Oilers acquired goaltender Tristan Jarry yesterday from the Penguins. In exchange, the Penguins will get another goaltender, Stuart Skinner. Penn Sharks coming up today as well. Steelers Miami Monday night without T.J. Watt as he continues to recover from his partially collapsed lung. And more sports at 937thefan.com.
Have you been told there is nothing that can be done for your neuropathy? Tri-State Neuropathy Centers is pleased to tell you that's not true. As one of the largest and most successful neuropathy treatment practices in the country, Tri-State Neuropathy Centers has grown to 9 regional centers and helped over 14,000 patients, like Debbie from Venus. Debbie's neuropathy was stealing her mobility to the point she started looking for a wheelchair. Then Debbie found Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Their effective FDA-approved treatment program changed her life. Her neuropathy symptoms are all gone, and she can walk her dogs and exercise again. Listen to more of her story at marydancedin.com. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers help Debbie, along with thousands of others. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy.
Americans spend $66 billion on weight loss products and services each year. And you know what? Right here in our hometown, Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff has helped thousands of people do just that. Lose weight, keep it off. In fact, he's been helping people take back control of their lives for more than 20 years here in Pittsburgh at the PA Hypnosis Center. You have an opportunity to do the same. Are you battling anxiety? So many people are. He can help you with that. If you want to quit smoking, Dan Vitchoff is the call you should make at the PA Hypnosis Center today. Schedule your free consultation at 724-934-8446, 724-934-8446. Dan can help you reach your goal with a 98% success guarantee. 724-934-8446. Call now.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-830-4914. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-830-4914. That's 800-830-4914. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-830-4914 or biglou.com. That's 800-830-4914 or biglou.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, a couple of minutes left in this edition of Nan Cohen's Total Talk, but Tuesday night it's her friend show, so they'll be packed like sardines in this room.
We will. It's the annual show. You know, we've done this for years, and it's just a show about nothing and a show about everything. And we change out who's coming in, who's not coming in. You've seen him once, you may not see him again. You might see him in 2 years, whatever, however it works. But there's always the consistent people, too, that just couldn't be there. That you can count on them. They're going to be here. They hold the fort down for me. And on another note, we forgot to mention Michael Bartley.
Yes.
He is the potato chip king. He loves the chocolate-covered potato chips, and we will have some in the house on Tuesday evening. I did ask him to stop by. I don't know. I'll have to check with him. But we're going to have the house packed, right?
Right.
You going to be here?
Yeah, I'm going to be here.
Because she's serving Dorothy. So the sponsors for the show.
I'm here to serve Dorothy.
Usually when it's a friend show, it's a Mercedes dealership, a dentist, a jeweler.
Okay, tell them all about it, Rob. That's it. That's just it.
Your mom didn't raise no fool.
So with that being said, we've got H. Baskin Clothier when's in the Galleria. She's going to be here. She's sponsoring a show as well as Dorothy's Candies. We're going to be all excited to have everybody here. The latkes, the chocolate, it's going to be flowing here in the studio.
So Manischewitz Strites will have some
Yeah, you
matzo
bring
balls?
the Manischewitz. That's what you're in charge of.
What a celebration that's going to be.
Let's mix it all up.
I like that wine.
Yeah,
That would be great.
hey, traditionally, so do we, right, Carla? Yeah. There you go.
Like church wine.
It's not like church wine.
Yeah, it's sweet.
She's right.
It's sweet.
No.
Grape. Yeah, it is.
It's Jewish wine.
No,
It's synagogue wine.
we invite everybody in.
It's synagogue wine.
I could do 5 minutes right now that people would really enjoy, but you have to finish your show.
All right, so let me just bring it all back.
And tell everybody all of the good delights that we have going on down there. We're going to open at 10 o'clock this morning. Come on down. We're open tomorrow, too. We've got lots of wonderful treats for Christmas and Hanukkah.
So I got to tell you, the peppermint bark, one of my fan favorites from Dorothy's right now. It's available.
Yes.
And it's only seasonal, so you're not going to see it after this month. I got some strings down there to pull, but not for that one because it will be gone.
That's right.
Turkey legs
And
will
the
be
cranberry.
taking a break after the Christmas season. They go away again. So we've got other things to put back in their places, but those certain items will be gone.
Yes.
Cranberry bark, also another one. Dawn and I are making a delivery of cranberry bark. I know, because you know why you don't have it over there? She's showing me the hands. Because I ate it.
I tell you, I don't like cranberries on their own, but when I taste it in the bark, whether it is Swiss or chocolate, it is awesome. It gives it our chocolate gives it such a wonderful taste.
I got to tell you, there's a commercial running here at the station, and every time I hear it, and I say to myself, how do I get all that in a commercial? All I can tell you is, how do I get all that in my mouth? You know, because it's so delicious.
It really is.
And talking about all the different assortments. Listen, if you've never had a Dorothy's Candies chocolate cordial, you don't know what you're missing. So we want to say, and this is actually the last show you're going to be on until after the first of the year before we tee up for Valentine's Day.
And that's
because,
come
you know,
fast.
truly, people need to realize that a small business, you guys are kicking it there. You don't realize how much these people, and again, referring to Rick's show, all of those candy companies that he featured, these people, this stuff is handmade. These people they're working around the clock to get this stuff out for you. And I say, you know, patronize, take care of these businesses because we want to keep the history going with them.
Absolutely.
And so 78 years, we're still doing the same thing. So Dorothy's.com is always on, and I'm not eating chocolate today, but I got to tell you, it's only about this. One bite, and you'll know. And Rick did make me do that for him, so there you go. Rick was invited too, by the way, to stop in on Tuesday.
Well, that's like big time red carpet.
Oh, now you'll come, right? Yeah, now you'll come.
No, I'm here.
Yeah,
Where am I
you're
going?
all. The first one I said, Robbie, if you're
Somebody
not
has to say, "Here's Nan, and thank you for joining us."
Oh, stop. I love you. I'm
love you.
that you'll be part of the show on Tuesday.
Yep, absolutely.
Can't look forward to having everybody here, the crew here today. It's all about all of you. Keep us all going. So thank you, Mar, for
thank
putting up
you,
with me. And thank you to everybody out there for supporting everything that we do. And believe me, when I can switch a show from divorce to chocolates, I got to thank that guy over there, because you learn from the very best, and he is Rob Pratt, and I love you to death.
We love you. Love all of you. All right, stay with us. News coming up, and then Michael Diulis is here, Secure Money Advisors, on the money. Moments away as we continue on KDK. Snow headed our way. Margot's got the rundown next.
The proceeding was paid for by Namco and Total Talk. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
It's a tradition that's over 70 years strong. KDKA and the Free Care Fund of Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh, UPMC. Help us Thursday at 2 during the Colin Dunlap Show by ensuring that no child is ever denied medical care because of ability to pay. It's brought to you by Tempstar Heating and Cooling, Papa J's in the Strip, Boulevard Glass and Metal, Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, and by 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Jack Bogut. Remember Papa J's, that great Italian restaurant in Carnegie that burned down a few years ago? That left a big hole in the lives of a lot of us because Papa J's was a legendary gathering place for family and friends. And then it was gone. Well, the great news is that Papa J's is back, now located in the Strip District on Smallman Street in front of St. Stan's Catholic Church. Papa J's. Wonderful food still made from scratch, like fried zucchini with marinara, greens and beans, street pizza, handmade pasta with sauces that make you smile, chicken parm, veal scallopini, fresh fish, and now the Troiani family's homemade gelato. Yes, Papa J's is back on Smallman Street in the Strip in front of St. Stan's Catholic Church. Open Wednesday through Sunday for lunch and dinner. Papa J's is back.
Online shopping can be risky when it comes to your fitness equipment. Can you really judge the quality of exercise equipment by a picture? Larry Richard here for G&G Fitness Equipment. Take advantage of the experts at our local G&G stores. Bring your running shoes to try out the treadmills, ellipticals, bikes, rowers, you name it, and G&G will be there to support you every step of the way. Visit one of G&G Fitness Equipment's 3 locations, or go online at ggfitness.com.
Hey, it's Sam. And I'm Calvin with Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks. When we started out, we were building decks out of the back of our pickup trucks, and Grandma's garage was HQ.
We didn't have much, but we had family and a promise to do things the family way.
We saw way too many contractors cutting corners and treating their clients terribly, so we built Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks on honesty, craftsmanship, and always doing right by the client.
We've grown a lot since Grandma's garage, but those values haven't changed. Call the Cousins.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-830-4914. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-830-4914. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-830-4914. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-830-4914. That's 800-830-4914.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. Has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 32 degrees and cloudy at Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Margot Renzel. Upcoming snowfall is expected to start around 1 p.m. today and predicted to bring around 3 to 6 inches till 1 a.m. After snowfall, a cold air mass will move into the area, bringing temperatures to the teens and lows in single digits. Andy Emrine of EV True Value says this will be the time to worry about frozen pipes.
So the big thing is your outdoor hose bibs. They're one of the first things to freeze, so make sure your garden hose are disconnected from those hose bibs and make sure the hose bib, if there's an internal valve, that's shut off.
And inside, Andy warns that your kitchen sink needs attention too.
Open up the kitchen cabinets and remove all the junk so the air gets from the kitchen, the warm air, in and around those pipes itself. 2, you could put some insulation around those pipes itself.
Signs of a frozen pipe include low water flow, frost, or banging noises. A man was shot overnight near the intersection of Chauncey Street and Webster Avenue in Middle Hill. Police were dispatched to the 600 block of Chauncey Street when 3 separate ShotSpotter alerts counted 17 rounds. An adult male victim sustained multiple gunshot wounds to his torso and arm and was transported to the hospital. The man was taken into surgery on arrival, has yet to be identified, and the investigation is ongoing. New Year's Eve is less than 3 weeks away, and the Steel City might be a good option to welcome a new year. A Wallet Hub poll ranked the top 100 cities to celebrate New Year's Eve, and Pittsburgh landed 13th on the list. Cities were ranked based on entertainment and food, costs, and safety and accessibility. Orlando took the number 1 spot to celebrate New Year's Eve, and Philadelphia was ranked 20th on the list. Ford is giving owners of its top-selling F-150 pickups a tool to fight against vehicle thefts. CBS's Michael Toscano explains.
Ford hopes an app will help owners of the popular F-150s to foil attempts to steal their ride. It's part of an overall technology package, and it's called Start Inhibit, essentially a kill switch that's always at hand in your smartphone. It allows owners to disable their F-150's engine from anywhere in the world. The pickup won't start even if key fobs are present. Ford is confident enough in the security package technology that it comes with a promise. They'll pay your insurance deductible up to $2,500 if it fails. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
One Pittsburgh bar is asking for the financial help from community members. Con Alma, a jazz bar and restaurant located downtown, launched a GoFundMe with the goal of raising $150,000. In the description, they say, "We're turning to you, our community, for help. The funds we raise will go directly towards settling debts, securing payroll, and covering the countless expenses that keep Con Alma running." The GoFundMe has raised $21,700 so far. In KDKA Sports, Sharks in Pittsburgh to take on the Penguins in PPG Paints Arena. Puck drop at 3 p.m. KDKA Radio News Time is 8:03. Our AccuWeather forecast is next. I'm Margot Rensel on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Oakmont Bakery. Cookie trays piled high. The Christmas Yule log, the famous Oakmonter, the chocolate fudge torte, the burnt almond torte, fresh fruit tarts, rich and creamy cheesecakes. Oakmont Bakery is now taking orders for Christmas until December 16th. Visit online at oakmontbakery.com or stop in to check out this charming holiday wonderland. Merry Christmas. And remember, at Oakmont Bakery, we believe in delicious memories.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
For today, clouds eventually yield some afternoon snow with a high of 33. Then that evening snow tapers to a lingering snow shower. Then it turns colder after 3 to 6 inches of snow with a low of 12, followed by some snow showers and flurries tomorrow with a high of just 18. Then still cloudy and cold for Monday, high 21. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Secure Money Advisors. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we are getting underway with another edition of Secure Money Advisors on the Money. As I told you, Brian is off today, but we've got Michael Dioulis and Ben Lewis with us. And I want to remind you that Luke and Mike are standing by to take all of your calls throughout the hour. Here's that number to dial, 412-286-1470, 412-286-1470. And to get the book, Right Track Your Retirement, great Christmas gift to yourself or someone else. Hanukkah starts tomorrow. Get this thing as quickly as you can by going to righttrackpittsburgh.com. They'll send it to you absolutely free, and pick up the shipping too. That book, of course, penned by our own Brian Caranta. And again, another number to throw out there if you want to use this throughout the week as well, 800-656-8616. And if you call Luke and Mike today and you set up an appointment, remember that first in-office review is absolutely free. So up first, Fed rate cut. That's been a big story of late. Jerome Powell and company. Income and annuities. That's where we will begin today with these two gentlemen, Michael Dioulis and Ben Lewis. This is Secure Money Advisors on the Money. Good morning, Michael.
Good morning, Rob. Good morning, Ben.
Good morning.
Yeah, so, guys, we really appreciate you tuning in. And, the Fed rate cut's been big news. There was a few earlier this fall, September, October. We had our third of the year. And, what does that mean? So, Ben, let's talk about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a lot of people need to understand with the Fed rate cut is, number one, we have a lot of people will come in and say, well, I'm not getting a mortgage anytime soon. What the heck do I care about interest rates?
Exactly.
Right? But it has everything to do with the retire rate.
It does. Safe money is heavily reliant on where interest rates are. So something that people need to understand is, if you're a borrower, you're buying a new home, a new car, something like that, low interest rates are phenomenal for you. If you remember, Rob, everyone was refinancing their houses back in 2020 because they dropped rates down. People could get 30-year mortgages at 2 to 3%, which is amazing, right? But interest rates went up because of inflation, but there was a silver lining to that. Safe money got very attractive. CDs were paying 4, 5, I saw as high as 6%. Guaranteed income from annuities were in the payout rates of 7 to 8%. And then rates have started to fall. Inflation is supposedly handled, right? I don't think anyone feels that way, but regardless, the rates are going down, and what that does is it directly impacts your opportunity for safe money, right? Yeah. So, we have folks that have been coming in last year that were getting guaranteed rates of 6%. Rob, that's guaranteed 6% 10-year rate of return. I mean, some people don't even get that in the stock market, right? And now we've seen that start to fall, and another rate cut has happened just a couple days ago. So, Ben, how many people have we had come in saying, should I wait? No.
I was just going to bring it up, Michael, because I wanted to talk about how dangerous that question can be, and dangerous in our world, but for the individual, how costly can that be? I mean, I was just reading an article the other day, Michael, that fixed interest rate annuities over just a 6-month period are looking at maybe coming down an entire percentage. So if today you were going to get 5.4% guaranteed interest, just 6 months from now, 4.4% interest. And how many people do we hear say, oh, well, I'm not retiring for 2 years, so we got time. We got a ton of time. We'll get this figured out at some point. How dangerous and how costly is that question?
I mean, it's huge. People don't understand that retirement planning isn't something you do just a couple months before you retire. It's something you need to be focusing on 5 years before you retire and making sure you're doing everything right. Because the stock markets nowadays, they move so dramatically. And if you just stay in that accumulation phase, keep everything in that stock market bucket and that 401k, and maybe things continue to work out well, you could be fine. But what if they don't? There's talks of this AI bubble. Is it real? Is it not? We don't know. But what if it does come true and the market does drop 20, 30, 40%? and you kept everything in that risk bucket because you didn't want to plan soon enough, look, if there's any time to plan your retirement and set up safety, it's now. While interest rates are high, they're not going back up anytime soon.
Yeah.
They've cut 3 times. They're talking about maybe 4 more cuts in this next year. And if you want guaranteed income, you want safety in retirement, it's really important to think about it now.
Yeah, it's a really good point, Michael. And I just had somebody say to me the other day, he said, I actually think that this market's going to continue to go up for a while, but at the same time, I don't gamble anymore because most of my bets lose.
Yeah.
Right? And so what I took from that is, and what we talk about all the time is me, you, Brian, Neil, Mike, Luke, Warren Buffett, maybe,
yeah.
but can't time the market, don't know what's coming in the market. And to your point, could be a success, could be a failure. But Michael, here's a question I want to ask and talk about a little bit. How do you touched on it a little bit, but let's dive into it. How does the annuity work into that, and where does that come into play from an income standpoint with these changing interest rates?
Yeah, let me give you an example. A lot of people want to set up, CDs, for example. They have some money sitting in the bank, and they want some safety in CDs. And you could find some pretty good short-term CDs right now in the low to mid 4% range. And when I say short-term, I'm talking 3 to 6 months. Right. But when we're looking at setting up annuities for people, CDs are great for short-term safe money, but we're not trying to win this year.
Right.
When people retire, we're trying to win for a lifetime. We're trying to win for 25, 30 years. So why not lock in a guaranteed lifetime income payment for the rest of your life when interest rates are as high as they've been in 20 years? To us, it seems like common sense, but you need to see behind the lines to understand what we see here. And that's the problem is, the common investor can't see what we see in the professional scene.
Yeah, it's a good point. And that's why people hire us, right? Is so that they don't have to worry about money anymore. They don't have to worry about money for the rest of this year or 9 months and then worry about money again. So they don't have to worry about money in their retirement. And, you talk about the CDs being short term, sometimes even the longer term. Some of these fixed annuities, we do still run into, whether it's a 5-year term, a 7-year term. At the end of that term, you are at the mercy of what the interest rate environment looks like at the time that term is up. That's why so many people are realizing and turning to the income annuity, the guaranteed lifetime income annuity, because we're locking in a lifetime income payout when those payout rates are high.
Yes. And, folks, they don't work for everybody. I had somebody come in, they were 75 years old, and they said, look, the men in my family don't make it past 80, but that income annuity sounds good.
Sure.
Well, look, if you have likely 5 years left, you're not going to get the power of an income annuity. But I have somebody that I bought one for. She's 53 years old. She's going to turn it on when she's 60. She's going to have a 15% payout of her original principal.
Yeah.
So she put in about $500,000. At 60 years old, she's going to have $75,000 per year, guaranteed lifetime income, and the women in her family make it to 100.
Wow.
So 40 years of $75,000 a year from one deposit of $500,000. Does that sound worth it?
Unbelievably.
That's why I picked you.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
That's a slam dunk. All right, listen, I want to remind everyone, you want to get that book, Right Track Your Retirement, righttrackpittsburgh.com. They'll send it to you, pick up the shipping free. But tell them, Mike, about Luke and Mike standing by, and if you have any question you need answered, they can call 412-286-1470.
Yeah, so we have some of our new advisors standing by that are taking live calls from this show. Give them a call in. If you're looking to schedule, they'll help you get scheduled. If you have some questions, they'll help you navigate that too. So give that number a call that Rob just gave you there. That's 412-286-1470. And if you haven't ordered our book yet, you're missing out. Go to righttrackpittsburgh.com. We outline our philosophies in layman's terms. There's some good stories in there. It's very easy to read, and it'll help you make sure you're on the right track.
All right, coming up in our next segment with Ben and Michael, market volatility and the 2-bucket approach that I get rave leave reviews about all the time after they talk about it. So again, stay with us. Much more to come. It is Secure Money Advisors on the Money. Brian is off today. Ben and Mike are here. And again, that number to get a hold of Luke and Mike right now, 412-286-1470, 412-286-1470. We'll be back.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
No place better than the farm for all of your Christmas needs. Janowski's open every day, 8 a.m. until 6 at the farm market. Christmas decorations, stocking stuffers, candy, chocolates, gifts, and a whole lot more. Now, in that wine room, 10% off your purchase of 2 bottles or more of wine. New markdowns on wine accessories. You're going to love that. At the Garden Center, pre-cut Christmas trees, wreaths, fresh garland, and more. And at the greenhouse, beautiful poinsettias. That's open from 9 until 5. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Janowski's in Clinton.
Hi, I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, America's largest family law firm. During this time of year, difficult relationships sometimes become impossible. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding. Congratulations, Joe. Triple Crown winner from Owens Corning.
Yes, Larry. We are proud to announce that we are recognized for service excellence, product excellence, and MVP based on marketing leadership and customer service.
Call Joe and his team. You'll get the best of the best. Get a free estimate for roof and siding replacements. Call the roofing replacement experts at JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. Congrats, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
Beckett's amazing. He's a miracle child. In the mornings, he'll wake up and he'll roll the shades up and, Dad, it's time to get up. It's a bright, beautiful day.
He started getting dizzy. At the first of the year, he started going, I have to sit down, I'm dizzy, Mommy. A month after his 3rd birthday, he got diagnosed with ATRT brain cancer. All you can think of is, the kid's not gonna live. The fact that St. Jude doesn't bill is a godsend. And the fact that we don't have to ask for help here makes things a lot easier to go through what we have to go through with Beckett. The fact that they are researching and they are saving these children, it's so important. We wouldn't be where we are without St. Jude, and in turn, we wouldn't be where we are without those people that have donated. They're the reason why my son's still alive.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
What does a teddy bear dream of? A teddy bear dreams of a best friend that tucks them in at night and wakes them up in the morning, who they share laughs and very secret secrets with. A best friend who they grow up with. What teddy bears don't dream of is being left alone, outside in the rain, in a shrine for school shooting victims who could have been their best friends.
School shootings are preventable. Learn the warning signs at sandyhookpromise.org.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, here we go. Segment 2, Secure Money Advisors on the Money. Michael Dialis, Ben Lewis, market volatility and the 2-bucket approach. Michael.
Yeah, so, market volatility has been pretty big story this year. I mean, there was back in April, I think they were calling it Liberation Day, where market dropped nearly 12% over just a few days. It recovered and recovered strong. And then, during this government shutdown, there's a lot of anxiety around that, and we saw that reflected in the market, and it dropped about 5% over a week to 2 weeks, and it's then recovered from there. But, will it stay up? And that's the question that people struggle with. Right. And, it's sad to say, but we see people come in every day that they have enough money to retire, but they're terrified to pull the trigger because they have everything in the market, and they're at risk, and they don't know, can they afford to retire? And the question is, yes, today you can. Yeah. But tomorrow or next week or next year, I don't know. Yeah. Because when you keep everything at risk, you have no idea what that market's going to do to your money. Now, while I say that, we are not anti-stock market folks. Right. Okay? Yeah. There are anti-stock market people out there. There are people that say you need to protect everything you have, don't have a penny at risk. And, for some people, maybe that works. There's also people that are out there that are anti-safe money, that are anti-annuity, protection. We are neither. We are anti not having a plan.
Yeah.
This is what the two-bucket approach is all about.
Right.
Is having a balance between safety and protection, not, safety and having a conservative portfolio. Safety meaning true protection, meaning you cannot lose, meaning you have guarantees.
Yeah.
And on the risk side of things in the market, having that ability to have long-term growth.
Yeah.
That's what the two-bucket approach is all about.
Yep.
Having one bucket focused on getting the income you need for the rest of your life, and the other bucket focused on growing.
Yeah. And Michael, I want to go back to what you said, because this one really strikes a chord for me when you said there's people that have enough money to retire but don't know that they can because there's no clarity. Because for me, and if you've listened before, you might have heard my story, but I came to the firm after you, but in a similar way to you, that my dad became a client of Brian's.
Yeah.
And I saw the impact that it made on his life and his clarity going forward. And we see this all too often, that we can run the numbers as much as we want. So there's the math behind the two-bucket approach. There's the math behind, yes, the income annuity gives you this leverage, and if you have longevity, the payouts will never keep up, and it's great. But I want to talk about the difference between the math side of your retirement plan and then the emotional and the peace of mind side of your retirement plan. Because I can think off the top of my head, a couple came in a couple weeks ago, they had $3 million, more than enough for them to retire. They were terrified, and not even terrified, but were sure of themselves that they didn't have enough to retire because of what we're talking about here. Because he was going to retire last year, little dip. He went to he went to a number that he wasn't comfortable with. He went below his threshold, and so we keep delaying and we keep delaying. And so there's the financial side of things, but then there's also the peace of mind, and these guarantees and having that safe bucket can be so important.
Yes, it is. And, folks, we hear all the time from people like yourselves that listen to our radio shows, watch our TV shows, come to our educational events. They come in, they sit down with us. We're a fiduciary firm. Every advisor that you could meet with is a licensed fiduciary. And they sit down, and we show them where they are and where they could be. And the number one comment we hear every time is, why has nobody shown it to me like this before?
Right.
Why have I never seen it so clearly before?
Right.
People are used to getting that 30-page packet of, pie charts and bar graphs and Monte Carlo scenarios that means absolutely nothing to nobody, but confuse you and make you think, well, I guess I'm glad someone else is doing this because I have no idea what I'm looking at. What we do is try to get you on the same page as us. Try to have you understand where your money is, what it needs to do for you, and how to create income from it. And, the old school approach, the 60-40 split, people assume diversification protects them. As long as I have some money in stocks and bonds, I'll be okay.
Yep.
Look back to 2008. How many people that were diversified still got hit over the head with a hammer?
Yeah.
I have a client, her dad retired in 2007. He didn't stay retired.
Ah, jeez.
He had to go back to work 3 years later as he watched his money take this big dip. He took a couple more years of income, and he realized, I have less than half of what I started with, and I'm 3 years into retirement. So he had to go back to work, not making what he was making before, a significant pay cut. It was hard for him to get a job because he was a bit older, and it was difficult in his 60s to find new employment.
Yeah.
And it just completely wrecked his retirement because he relied on the traditional advice of, don't worry about it, you're going to be okay.
Yeah.
Hang in there for the long haul. It's going to come back. That is not true when you need that money to work for you.
Yeah.
If you're 20, 30, 40, sure, you can hang in there for the long haul because you have time until you need that money. If you're in your 50s approaching retirement, maybe you can.
Yeah.
If you're right in the red zone, 5 years or less from retirement, let me tell you this. A significant market crash can ruin your chances of retirement. And you need the safety there to protect you. And that's what the 2-bucket approach is all about. The purpose of your money determining the placement. Making sure you have the safety set up on the safe side. So on that risk side, when that market crash comes, not if it comes, when it comes, you have the ability to absorb that hit because you have the safety set up.
Yeah. Yeah, and I want to go back to that. So that has to do with sequence risk too, right? Because the example you gave of the gentleman that retired in 2007, someone who maybe has the same exact plan and the same exact investments that retired at a different time might have been successful. If they had 6 or 7 years of growth before their losses, maybe they were successful. And that's the danger in this, is because a lot of people will say, oh, well, you know, a friend of mine retired 6 years ago and it worked for them and it's working for them. So I'll follow that same strategy.
Yeah.
And even with all that being the same, it can be a huge success or a huge failure.
We have a phenomenal example of this in our book of a brother and sister who have the exact same amount of money when they start. They have the exact same withdrawal strategy, the exact same investments, 2 different years where they retire. One of them doubles their money, the other one runs out. Order the book.
Yeah. Order the book, Right Track Your Retirement, righttrackpittsburgh.com. And if you have a question for Luke or Mike, or you want to set up an appointment, anything, they're there standing by right now to answer your phone calls directly on this Saturday morning at 412-286-1470, 412-286-1470. And again, the other number, the toll-free number, if you want to use this throughout the week, 800-656-8616. But very important, every Saturday now, we've got Luke and Mike standing by live when we do the show, 412-286-1470, 412-286-1470. We could get some significant snowfall today. Margot's on the case with that. Andy Amrine dropped by earlier today on my show to talk about some of the things that you need to go through the snow. And, of course, they'll be back in the 10 o'clock hour today, the guys from True Value. So that's the big story today. But when we get back, more on what they're talking about today in our next segment, taxes, urgency, and year-end planning with Michael Diolis and Ben Lewis in today for Brian Carantis, Secure Money Advisors on the money with your Pratt Pack for a Saturday at KDKA. Good morning.
Come with me to get my Invisalign. They walked me through everything I needed to know. How long it'll take, how it works, and what to expect. Then it was time for the real part. They put on the attachments, they blend in with my teeth, they help the aligners grip your teeth and move them the right way. It felt a little weird at first, but honestly, not bad at all. They popped in my first set of aligners, showed me how to take them out, and that was it. I'm officially part of the Invisalign Club. I even wore them at a football game, super comfortable and easy to talk with. For someone who's always filming on the sidelines or covering sports nonstop, this fits my lifestyle perfectly.
I'm with Rocco Florio of AirPro Heating and Cooling, a trusted HVAC company that carries quality Bryant products and serves the entire Pittsburgh area. Rocco, what's up on prices for furnaces and air conditioning equipment?
Larry, it's best for people to purchase now, as equipment prices are going up in the coming months. AirPro takes pride in our prices. We are lower than the competition and provide financing options and long warranties.
Call AirPro Heating and Cooling today at 800-749-0642. Bryant, whatever it takes.
Okay, listen. The Bocce House of Pittsburgh, it is officially open. Find the Bocce House RIDC Park on Alpha Drive. Memberships, a luxury cigar lounge, league play for all skill levels. Do this. Grab some friends, enjoy delicious food, pour yourself a drink at the self-pour bar system. The fun is in your hands. The Bocce House of Pittsburgh in Fox Chapel, where great food, great drinks, and even better company meet on that bocce court. Visit theboccehouse.com for details.
Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop for name brand furniture. Stop in and compare their quality and pricing. 380 Auction has name brand furniture for less. Before you buy, shop 380 and save on your next furniture purchase. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. or call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132. Or log on to shop380.com and save.
14 years in prison for killing a young woman. A 15-year sentence for a crash that caused 3 deaths. 12 and a half years for killing a child and critically injuring her mother. All true stories, all caused by marijuana-impaired drivers. No matter what you tell yourself, if you feel different, you drive different. So, if you're high, just don't drive. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
It's a tradition that's over 70 years strong. KDKA and the Free Care Fund of Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh, UPMC. Help us Thursday at 2 during the Colin Dunlap Show by ensuring that no child is ever denied medical care because of ability to pay. It's brought to you by Tempstar Heating and Cooling, Papa J's in the Strip, Boulevard Glass and Metal, Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, and by 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 33 degrees and cloudy with a winter weather advisory at Pittsburgh International at 8:30. I'm Margot Rensel. Upcoming snowfall is expected to start around 1 p.m. today and is predicted to bring 3 to 6 inches till 1 a.m. tomorrow. After snowfall, temperatures drop to the teens and lows will be in the single digits. Andy Emrine of EV True Value says this will be the time to worry about frozen pipes.
So the big thing is your outdoor hose bibs. They're one of the first things to freeze, so make sure your garden hose are disconnected from those hose bibs and make sure the hose bib, if there's an internal valve, that's shut off.
And inside, Andy warns that your kitchen sink needs attention too.
Open up the kitchen cabinets and remove all the junk so the air gets from the kitchen, the warm air, in and around those pipes itself. 2, you could put some insulation around those pipes itself.
Signs of a frozen pipe include low water flow, frost, or banging noises. Police have arrested 6 teenagers accused of sharing an intimate image of a minor on their phone. Police were notified after Childline contacted them about an incident on Kimberly Drive in Unity Township in Westmoreland County. Investigators found that the 6 14-year-olds spread an intimate image of a minor on their phones in August. They were arrested and charged, including the victim, who is a teenage girl from Latrobe. It is unclear how many charges each teen faces and what the charges are, according to KDKA-TV. A Pennsylvania couple is facing felony drug charges after police found them with 2 pounds of cocaine and a child during a traffic stop. 54-year-old Quita Martins and 32-year-old Toya Kennedy of Altoona were charged after bringing a kilogram of cocaine to Blair County for street sales. Kennedy also faces child endangerment charges for bringing her child with her for a drug run. State police worked with the Attorney General's office to pull over the vehicle on Interstate 99, and the Attorney General's office said the drugs have a street value estimated at over $90,000. A new poll ranked Pittsburgh the 13th best city to celebrate New Year's Eve. A Wallet Hub poll ranked the top 100 cities to celebrate New Year's Eve based on entertainment and food, costs, and safety and accessibility. Orlando took the number 1 spot to celebrate New Year's Eve, and Philadelphia was ranked 20th on the list. In KDKA Sports, Sharks versus Penguins at PPG Paints Arena, puck drop set for 3 p.m. KDKA Radio News Time is 8:33. The AccuWeather forecast is next.
Joy is one of the best feelings there is. Joy is a hot meal on a cold winter day. Joy is finding comfort in a place to call home when you have nowhere to go. Joy is the sound of presents unwrapping on Christmas morning. Every dollar that you give to the Salvation Army today brings joy to someone in need. Help provide food, shelter, utilities, and more. Text the word kettle to 31333 or visit salvationarmywpa.org to give joy today.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Don't act like that. Don't
Don't wear that. Don't think that. I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know that you can be vulnerable and powerful. That taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love and who loves you. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings some afternoon and evening snow. Until then, cloudy, high 33. Later tonight, expect just a lingering snow shower after 3 to 6 inches of snow, low 12, followed by a very cold day for tomorrow with snow showers and flurries not expected to accumulate, high 18, then still cold and cloudy Monday, high 21. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Secure Money Advisors.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, Brian is off today, but the dynamic duo here, that next generation, you got Michael Diolis and Ben Lewis. And right now, the third segment today, taxes, urgency, and year-end planning. Don't forget Luke and Mike right now, throughout the rest of the hour, standing by. If you want to make an appointment or anything on your mind you need to ask them, you can do so. 412-286-1470. And to get Brian's very popular book, Right Track Your Retirement, absolutely free, and they pick up the shipping. Go to righttrackpittsburgh.com. Michael.
Yeah, so let's talk about taxes, Ben, because this time of year is where procrastination can get very expensive.
Yeah, it's the truth, and it's different this year too, right? With the big beautiful bill, changes in standard deduction for some folks. So what are some of the ways that we're looking at the year-end planning and some of the moves that were maybe if they don't even make sense to take, we're at least entertaining and we're walking through and making sure that we're aware of?
Absolutely. So everyone out there, especially the listeners of our shows, have heard of Roth conversions.
Right.
You know, the idea behind a Roth conversion is taking monies from your pre-tax IRA, 401k, and moving them over to a Roth IRA, which then can grow completely tax-free for you moving forward, so that you have a bucket of money that if you need to dip into later in life, you don't have to worry about how much money you're going to owe in taxes. How is this going to impact, the rest of my money? How much more of my Social Security is going to be taxable because it's completely tax-free? And now is the time to do it. This big, beautiful bill put into effect for those certain individuals and certain income brackets and certain ages. It gave them an extra $6,000 a person in standard deduction. So I have a guy that we're doing an extra $12,000 a year in Roth conversion for him this year.
It's huge.
And guess what? He's not paying any additional taxes on it because of that additional standard deduction that he has in place. So that's $12,000. He's able to move from pre-tax to tax-free without the government getting a penny of it because of this additional standard deduction.
Yeah.
And folks, this isn't something that you can fix in April, right? This needs done by year end.
Yeah.
Something like Roth conversions need to be completed by December 31st. And let me tell you, our offices get busy. We have some availability open throughout the end of the year, but the financial institutions get busy as well, the Charles Schwabs, the Fidelities, the Vanguards.
Yeah.
So it is crucial that you are doing this now, if not with us, with your current advisor, if they offer that kind of advice.
Sure, and a lot don't.
They don't. Some of them say, we're not allowed to offer any kind of tax planning strategies, nothing like that. We do. So, folks, if you need to do some tax planning now, or you're curious if that might be you, that you're eligible for some additional tax planning on the government's dime, call the number, 412-286-1470. Luke and Mike are there to answer the phones and get you scheduled ASAP. We have some times next week, the week after, to get you in before the Christmas comes.
Yeah, I love it. And to talk a little bit about the Roth conversion, I want to touch on the importance of time in the Roth conversion strategy. Because how often do we come in, or do we have people come in that say, I'm a year away from RMDs, I've never really had a tax strategy, let's tax plan.
So often.
Right? And what people don't realize is that a tax plan and a tax strategy in your retirement is not just let's get it set up and boom, my tax planning is complete and effective. No, tax planning is a year by year, and it's a continued process that requires time. I'll give you an example. Was just looking at this with a client, and we were deciding, does it make sense to do one this year, or should we just wait until next year? And what we had looked at was, by the time 75 rolls around for him, he wasn't going to convert $100,000 this year. But when we ran the numbers, waiting to do that conversion just 1 year could be the difference of about $100,000 in the Roth account down the road, because of the time that takes for the tax plan to really start to generate. And are we going to be able, for some people, to totally avoid paying any taxes at RMD time or whatever the case may be? No, but if we're not entertaining and enacting a way to start to mitigate this, that RMD bomb, and for a lot of people, that's the priority. For a lot of people, the priority is to leave more tax-free money to their kids, because how often do we hear, oh, my kids are doing way better financially than I ever did? And so the tax bomb coming for them. So there's different ways that this can be important, but it requires that time.
It does. Tax planning is not something you fix in a year. It needs to be slow and methodical. And I have some folks that what we're doing for them is Roth conversions within their income annuities. Okay? So we're doing Roth conversions over a 5-year period so that by the time they retire, all of their money will be Roth. Okay, they won't have any pre-tax money. So they'll have income for life coming from their Roth income annuities, completely tax-free. So if they make it to 100 years old, every dollar that's coming out of that Roth annuity is tax-free. But let me tell you what else that does. Social Security's taxes are dependent on your income. Your income can come from, IRA distributions, pensions, Social Security. They look at all of that income together. Now, because their income from their annuity is going to be tax-free, that reduces their overall taxable income in the IRS's eyes, which then allows their Social Security to be tax-free. So they will now have about $50,000 a year coming from their Social Security, $50,000 a year coming from their income annuities, and not pay a penny in taxes on it.
And hang on, Michael, I want to go back because my head might explode here. Are you saying that they were able to lock in a great payout rate when interest rates are high, but they're able to do that within the income annuity?
Absolutely.
To make that income tax-free in the future?
Yes, so they they secured the money while interest rates were high with pre-tax money, and we're doing the Roth conversions inside of the annuity. So that way, like I said, they'll have tax-free income for the rest of their lives, and their other monies that are in the growth bucket are also Roth now, so those are going to grow tax-free. If they need additional money, they don't have to worry about taxes. When they leave money to their family, they don't have to worry about any taxes their kids are going to pay on it. Really, the goal, and I think everyone can agree on this, is to not pay any more in taxes than you need to. And that's what having an advisor like us, and there's others out there that focus on all 5 key areas of retirement planning is crucial. It's not just about making sure you have a diversified portfolio. It's making sure you have an income stream that'll get you what you need for the rest of your life. It's making sure that you have a strategy that reduces what you'll pay in taxes over your lifetime. It's about making sure the investments line up with the priorities you have in retirement, making sure you have a strategy for the health care, before the health insurance and after potentially the long-term care. And lastly, making sure you have a plan of how to leave monies to your family as efficiently as possible.
Yeah, and let's talk about that a little bit, some other year-end planning stuff before we go to our next break. You said something to me the other day that I loved how you worded it, is for the retiree, at the end of the year, everybody always talks about rebalancing, right? Do we need to rebalance our portfolio? Do we need to rebalance our portfolio? But what you said was, as a retiree, there's a difference between rebalancing and reprioritizing. And that's so important when we get to that stage, because the difference of 1 year when you're going from 40 to 41, not that big. Your priorities have not changed. Your time horizon to retirement has gone from 24 years to 23 years. So not a huge change. But that change between 62 and 63, or 63 to 64, or 65 being Medicare age, those changes just in a year timeline can be so important. So I loved how you said that.
They're
Rebalancing.
massive.
Yeah.
So, folks, if you haven't had a chance to order the book, and if you haven't had a chance to do any tax planning with your advisor, I highly recommend you give Luke and Mike a call. They will find a time to squeeze you in. There is limited space available, so call 412-286-1470 to schedule your complimentary Right Track financial review.
All right, don't forget it. Luke and Mike right now standing by throughout the rest of the hour. If you need anything, 412-286-1470, 412-286-1470. And again, Right Track Your Retirement, written by Brian Carranza. They'll send it to you. Pick up the shipping free, righttrackpittsburgh.com. Back with more with Ben and Mike in just a couple of moments on KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
Hi, this is Jack Bogut. Remember Papa J's, that great Italian restaurant in Carnegie that burned down a few years ago? That left a big hole in the lives of a lot of us because Papa J's was a legendary gathering place for family and friends. And then it was gone. Well, the great news is that Papa J's is back, now located in the Strip District on Smallman Street in front of St. Stan's Catholic Church. Papa J's. Wonderful food still made from scratch, like fried zucchini with marinara, greens and beans, street pizza, handmade pasta with sauces that make you smile, chicken parm, veal scallopini, fresh fish, and now the Troiani family's homemade gelato. Yes, Papa J's is back on Smallman Street in the Strip in front of St. Stan's Catholic Church. Open Wednesday through Sunday for lunch and dinner. Papa J's is back.
Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy sessions, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 through 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find St. Anthony school programs within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, they have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at StAnthonyKids.org.
Beckett's amazing. He's a miracle child. In the mornings, he'll wake up and he'll roll the shades up and, Dada, it's time to get up. It's a bright, beautiful day.
He started getting dizzy. At the first of the year, he started going, I have to sit down, I'm dizzy, Mommy. A month after his 3rd birthday, he got diagnosed with ATRT brain cancer. All you can think of is, the kid's not gonna live. The fact that St. Jude doesn't bill is a godsend. And the fact that we don't have to ask for help here makes things a lot easier to go through what we have to go through with Beckett. The fact that they are researching and they are saving these children, it's so important. We wouldn't be where we are without St. Jude, and in turn, we wouldn't be where we are without those people that have donated. They're the reason why my son's still alive.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a Canine Companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we got some questions from our great audience. We're going to do that now with Michael Diolis, who you heard moments ago, along with Ben, as we're getting fired up for the final segment today. Brian is off. I do want to remind you that Luke and Mike are there until the top of the hour. 412-286-1470, 412-286-1470. Right Track Your Retirement, great stocking stuffer, good for yourself. Gift yourself this. Brian wrote it. It'll help you navigate everything you need to know when it comes to Right Track Your Retirement, getting you back on track. RightPittsburgh.com. They'll send it to you and pick up the shipping free. Now, let's get to those questions, gentlemen.
Yeah, so we have a lot of people that call into our show, that come into our office, and we hear the same questions over and over again. And if any of these questions sound like you, give our number a call. These are the problems that we solve. So, one, can I retire, Ben, if most of my money is in a 401k?
Yeah, it's interesting because that's a lot of what we see. Right? Mm-hmm. And Brian talks about it kind of in the book as this grand experiment that they took away the pensions and they've replaced it with this 401k. And so a lot of people that we see, 99% of their savings are in a 401k program, a 403 program. The answer to that is yes. You can retire if all your money is in a 401k program, but two things are so important with that. And number one is a distribution plan, right? We look at our 5 key areas of a retirement plan: income, taxes, investments, healthcare, and legacy. Income's at the top of that list for a reason, because we need a distribution plan that takes into account that there's going to be tax on that money coming out.
Right.
And that leads me to the second thing, where a tax strategy for somebody who already has 100% of their money in Roth isn't needed. Right? But when so many people we see have all of their money pre-tax, that's when a tax strategy becomes so important, and it has to be coupled with that distribution strategy to make sure that we have that predictable income. Okay? Now, I want to ask you, Michael, because we talk about on the show a lot annuities, and if you Google annuity, you might as well Google stock, because there's a million different things that'll come up. And we talk about a lot of good. Are there bad annuities out there?
Yeah, you better believe it. Right. We see them every single day in our office, where someone will come in and say, "Hey, I think I'm good. I read your book. I watch your show all the time. Here's what my plan looks like. I have 2 buckets. I have an annuity safe bucket, and I have my market risk bucket. But the annuity that they have is not safe because it's a variable annuity. Folks, we never, and I mean never, use variable annuities in our office. So do yourselves a favor. Go out there and Google what bad annuities are out there and what are some of the bad things about annuities. Right. Here's what you're going to hear. High fees.
Yep.
That is a variable annuity. I just did a call with a woman, Ben. She's been in this variable annuity for 15 years now.
Oh, gosh.
Okay. She started with $100,000 in there. There is now $130,000 in there. The market's been great over the past 15 years. Variable annuities, folks, for those of you who don't know, are in the stock market.
Yeah.
Her yearly fees were 4.5% per year.
Gosh.
Inside of the annuity. So she's had, just to stay above water, she needs to earn 4.5% per year. To earn any money, she needs to go above and beyond that. So this is why we don't use variable annuities. There's extremely high fees in them, and they're in the market. They're not safe. The whole purpose of us using the annuity in that safe bucket is to protect the money. So yes, there are bad annuities out there. We never use variable annuities. And also, another thing you'll find if you look up why annuities are bad is you lose control of your money. Yeah. That happens inside of an immediate annuity,
right?
Which we do not use either, because that's the stories you'll hear of. Mom and dad bought an immediate annuity and then they died a few years later and the insurance company kept all the money.
Yeah.
Of course they did, because they bought the wrong type of annuity. Yeah. And some of these weren't available back then. There's been a huge swing in the different annuities that are offered now. So yes, you have to be careful. Work with a fiduciary. Not somebody that's, insurance annuity only. Work with someone that can see the whole landscape of what's available. And one that works with multiple carriers as well. Yeah. Not one that just pushes the exact same product to every single person they see. I'm not naming any names out there.
Sure. Yeah, and that's a good point. I mean, if I'm a fiduciary, but I can only use, and I work for XYZ company, but I know that ABC company down the street's got a better income, better fixed interest rate, whatever your purpose of your annuity is. Am I truly working in a fiduciary capacity?
No.
Heck no.
You're not. I mean, to the best of your ability,
sure,
you are.
Sure.
But what we're able to do, folks, is we have a software that shops the market of what is the best available product. We type in your information, your names, your ages, your birthdays, what you're looking to accomplish. And what our software does is it finds what product is best for you, with what different companies that are available, and that's what we do at Secure Money Advisors. So, folks, if, like I said before, if any of these questions are sounding familiar, you are not alone. Brian's book, Right Track Your Retirement, answers many of these questions and lays out a clear planning framework, and you can request it at righttrackpittsburgh.com. And if you want to walk through your own situation with a fiduciary advisor, one-on-one, completely complimentary, the only other word is free. I hate that word free. I feel it devalues what you get out of the meeting, is to schedule this Right Track financial review. There's no cost, no obligation. Promise you will not be sold a thing in this meeting. You will sit down with one of us as a fiduciary advisor and make sure there's no red flags that are going to ruin your retirement.
Listen, guys, great job today. And the next generation is in good hands.
Thanks, Rob.
Oh, you bet. All right, stay with us. News at 9, then we'll come back much more today. We're here till 1 o'clock. It's your Pat Pack. KDKA 100.1 FM AM 1020. Big story. Margot's been all over it. Andy Amron dropped by here earlier today. Could have some significant snowfall later on today. Should start around 1 o'clock. And then the temperatures will start to dip and become very frigid over the next 24 hours. So stay with KDKA AccuWeather, of course, throughout the day and the weekend. KDKA 100.1 FM AM 1020. Good morning.
The proceeding was paid for by Secure Money Advisors. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program. Investment advisory services are offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is intended for informational and educational purposes only. The views, statements, and opinions expressed herein are those of the individual speakers and not necessarily those of Foundations or its affiliates. The information contained herein does not constitute an offer to sell any securities or represent an express or implied opinion or endorsement of any specific opportunity, offering, or issuer. Any discussion on performance or returns is not indicative of future results. Foundations does not provide legal or tax advice.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Construction on Penn Start, a testing track for autonomous vehicle companies and emergency responders. Commencing. President of RIDC, we have Mr. Don Smith.
And it's a partnership to really bring this testing environment that'll help keep the jobs from companies like Aurora and Stack and Motional here in the region.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Already dreaming of your big summer 2026 family trip? The best homes are booking up right now. Oceanfront beach houses in the Outer Banks, sprawling lake houses in Deep Creek, and family fun condos in Myrtle Beach. When you book your dream home directly with SWAC Vacations, you not only get your first choice of dates, you save up to 15% compared to the big travel sites. Lock in your perfect summer getaway. Lock in your savings now. Get the house you want, the price you deserve. SWACK, SWACvacations.com.
Oakmont Bakery. Cookie trays piled high. The Christmas Yule log. The famous oak butter. The chocolate fudge torte. The burnt almond torte. Fresh fruit tarts. Rich and creamy cheesecakes. Oakmont Bakery is now taking orders for Christmas until December 16th. Visit online at oakmontbakery.com or stop in to check out this charming holiday wonderland. Merry Christmas. And remember, at Oakmont Bakery, we believe in delicious memories.
Beckett's amazing. He's a miracle child. In the mornings, he'll wake up and he'll roll the shades up and, Dada, it's time to get up. It's a bright, beautiful day.
He started getting dizzy. At the first of the year, he started going, I have to sit down, I'm dizzy, Mommy. A month after his 3rd birthday, he got diagnosed with ATRT brain cancer. All you can think of is, the kid's not gonna live. The fact that St. Jude doesn't bill is a godsend. And the fact that we don't have to ask for help here makes things a lot easier to go through what we have to go through with Beckett. The fact that they are researching and they are saving these children, it's so important. We wouldn't be where we are without St. Jude, and in turn, we wouldn't be where we are without those people that have donated. They're the reason why my son's still alive.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. Yeah, I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help. The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
Mommy, how come I can't sit in the front seat?
Because I love you and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 33 degrees with light snow at Pittsburgh International at 9 o'clock. I'm Margot Rensel. A Pennsylvania couple is facing felony drug charges after police found them with 2 pounds of cocaine and a child during a traffic stop. 54-year-old Quita Martins and 32-year-old Toya Kennedy of Altoona were charged after bringing a kilogram of cocaine to Blair County for street sales. Kennedy also faces child endangerment charges for bringing her child with her for a drug run. The Attorney General's office said the drugs have a street value estimated at over $90,000. Allegheny County is gearing up for a winter storm expected to bring 3 to 6 inches of snow starting late this morning and lasting through Sunday. Public Works Director Stephen Shanley tells KDKA Radio residents should stay off the roads during the heaviest snowfall. For those who must travel, Shanley urges caution.
We encourage them to slow down, allow additional time, try to avoid sudden stops, and leave extra space between them and the vehicle in front of them. Also, stay 6 car lengths behind our salt trucks so they can do their job and clear the roads efficiently.
Shanley says you can find out who is responsible for plowing any road in the county by visiting AlleghenyCounty.us/whoplowsmyroad.com. A man was shot overnight near the intersection of Chauncey Street and Webster Avenue. Police were dispatched to the 600 block of Chauncey Street when 3 separate shot spotter alerts counted 17 rounds. An adult male victim sustained multiple gunshot wounds to his torso and arm and was transported to the hospital. The man was taken into surgery on arrival, has yet to be identified, and the investigation is ongoing. One Pittsburgh bar is asking for the financial help from community members. Con Alma, a jazz bar and restaurant located downtown, launched a GoFundMe with a goal of raising $150,000. In the description, they say, quote, "We're turning to you, our community, for help. The funds we raise will go directly towards settling debts, securing payroll, and covering the countless expenses that keep Con Alma running," end quote. The GoFundMe has raised $21,700 so far. In KDKA Sports, Steelers star TJ Watt will not be playing against the Dolphins on Monday night because of a partially collapsed lung. Today, the Sharks are in Pittsburgh to take on the Penguins. Puck drop set for 3 o'clock at PPG Paints Arena. KDK Radio News Time is 9:03. Time to visit blocs.org today. Change a student's life and get 90% back on your PA taxes. It's 33 degrees with light snow. Our next update at 9:30. I'm Margot Rensel on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Hi, I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, America's largest family law firm. During this time of year, difficult relationships sometimes become impossible. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
For today, clouds eventually yield some afternoon snow with a high of 33. Then that evening snow tapers to a lingering snow shower. Then it turns colder after 3 to 6 inches of snow with a low of 12, followed by some snow showers and flurries tomorrow with a high of just 18. Then still cloudy and cold for Monday, high 21. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, listen, we're going to get to this guy in just a moment, Sean Horn. But before we talk Medicare, I want everybody to know enrollment period is come and gone, but a new year is fast approaching, that other enrollment period. But if you have any questions, it's kind of like leftover turkey, right, after the holiday. And boy, it was a long holiday, started in October, ended December 7th. But if you have any question about your Medicare coverage, I want you to know that we're going to dedicate the entire hour to your phone call. So you're going to drive the show, 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. First time we've had a chance since your mom passed, and I was so fortunate to have a chance to spend some time with your family. I know how much you loved her. She had been ill of late. And as we like to say, and I saw it with my own mom some 20 years ago, in a better place. And obviously to your dad and your family members and to your beautiful wife who I met and your children, I just want to let you know a special place in my heart for each and every one of you.
We appreciate that. And we also very much appreciate you stopping by the funeral home. My family very much appreciated your presence, as well as, you know, everything that was going on. It was just a whirlwind. Even though we were planning on this for quite a few months, unfortunately, still when it happened just 2 days before Thanksgiving, it was a lot to take on all at once, as you could probably imagine. But the long and the short of it is, my mom thankfully is in a much better place now. She's no longer in pain, no longer suffering. It was very peaceful. We were all there when and you know, the big takeaway for me that I can bring to the audience today, that I would really bestow upon our listeners would be, please use your health care. You know, take action in, you know, advocating for yourself. If you need advocation, there are many channels out there that you can have a voice for you, but really get involved and use your health care. I know a lot of people don't want to go because they don't want to find out what's going on underneath the hood. Fear the unknown,
not just health-wise, but the bill that comes in the mail.
For sure, and totally understandable, right? Like, I don't begrudge anybody for, and I also know, like, in my own world, like, every time I go to the doctor now, they're ordering a new test for me. They're also giving me a new prescription, it feels like, almost every time. And I'm like, you know what? I'm taking enough medication. I don't want to do anymore. So I get that mindset as well. But I will tell you, as we get into our golden years of retirement and the baby boomers in particular, you worked your entire life to have these benefits afforded to you. Now that you have them in the form of Medicare, please take action and use them. If something feels off, it is better to be preventative than reactive, because oftentimes when we're looking at the reactive measure, it's a lot more involved at that point, unfortunately.
Well, let me just say, Medicare gives people the opportunity to have peace of mind. That's what MediConnect does every enrollment period. They just did it again, thousands upon thousands of people choosing them to help them tailor make a health care plan for them. So that's why you have that Medicare. Utilize it for the preventative aspect of it. If you notice something's off, get there, get to your PCP, do what you need to do so long-term you can enjoy the retirement that you've worked so hard for. Now, on another note, something happened yesterday in the world of hockey that I think is going to give the Pittsburgh Penguins a fighting chance. I'm going to miss Jari, but I never thought he was the guy. And I've said this before. This Stuart Skinner, 30 years of age, coming to this hockey team. If we can get a full-time goaltender who actually gives us a puncher's chance, we still have enough star power in the lineup. And I got to tell you, I think the Penguins did something very smart with this trade.
I mean, they sent Tristan Jarry was down in AHL twice last year. They actually had him on waivers and nobody claimed him. So to get any type of value in return, Kyle Dubas did a masterful job here.
He did.
But I will also say, pay attention to what they have coming, because there's a lot in the minor league system in the way of goaltenders. I've been hot on one of them, Sergei Murashov. I think he's the future.
They've been talking a lot about him.
But there's also another kid, Joel Blomqvist, who is very, very good as well. So, I mean, they're loaded from that perspective. They just need a little bit more seasoning before they make it to the big leagues. But the Penguins right now have like $50 million in cap room going into the offseason. So pay attention. There's going to be some more moves to be made here, I think. And I do believe that Kyle Dubas and our wonderful new coach, Dan Muse, I think they're going to turn this around pretty quickly here. So just stay tuned. I think brighter days are ahead. So very excited about it.
I got to ask you, what do you think about Quinn Hughes being traded to the Wild?
I mean, they're loading up. They're going for it. Good for them. I mean, we used to have those days. Remember when Ray Shura was the GM here? We were
wheeling and dealing Ray.
Every trade deadline was so fun. But
he traded a beer vendor.
I'm sure he did.
I loved him though.
He was great. He brought us a couple cups, so you can't get too mad at that. But I
love hockey.
But yeah, I think we're going to be pretty well positioned, and I think that with the way the Sid is playing, we're starting to get a little bit healthier now.
Yeah, what's up with him? He's playing like the kid again.
He is. I mean, he found a fountain of youth. Hopefully he could share that recipe.
That would, if we were like 38, 39, 40, that's that. But well, you're not that far removed from it. But man, like they're talking about Phillip Rivers being 44. Listen to me. When I was 44, I was faster than a locomotive. I could leap tall buildings. That's young. Watch him go out and throw 3 touchdowns against Seattle.
Hey, listen, I'm 45 and I hurt getting out of bed this morning, so it could go either way here, Rob.
All right, here's what we want you to do. If you have any Medicare questions, you got to get on the phones. You got to talk to us, because we want to give you an opportunity to just give you that added comfort now that it's come and gone, or maybe you might want to reconsider some things the first of the year, and then definitely get a hold of these folks at MediConnect, 818-888-6334. Now listen, before we go into our break, we have a trivia question.
We do, yeah. We've been kind of remiss. We had a pretty busy enrollment period, which I'm going to talk about in the next segment a little bit, but want to get back to our routine, and I know people did miss, and this is going to be a topic for one of the aspects of this day in history that I'll also touch on in the next segment, but our question today is, what was the product that James Dean was selling in his career TV debut in his commercial way back on this day, 1950?
See, I do not have a copy of the script, but I actually know that answer, but we'll see if anybody else knows it. 412, of course, is the number 9. What is it? 412-922-1020. Okay, there it is. And your number is 888-818-6334. Lots of numbers today. So, in your humble opinion, was it everything and then some this enrollment period, or was it even larger than your expectations?
I don't think we could have ever expected what actually occurred. And again, I'll talk about that a little bit more in the next segment. But the numbers are truly makes your eyes pop out of your skull. I can never believe that we accomplished as much as we did in 7 weeks. So we're going to talk about that a lot more. And a major thank you to our audience, because I think the people listening in now were a large reason why we were so active. And of course, we love being that resource of knowledge and information so that you can make clear decisions on your Medicare health insurance.
Did it seem like people were more inquisitive this year, asking deep questions than maybe in prior years?
Very much so. And I think a lot of it came because of the way that medications are being covered now. We talk about that. I mean, it's been a topic for the last 2-3 years here, Rob. So I think a lot of that had to do with it. But then we also saw some market corrections happen from the insurance carriers that also had the way that the benefits were working out. It was just chaos this year.
All right, 412-922-1020 if you think you know the answer to this trivia question.
What was the product that James Dean was hawking in his career TV debut in his initial commercial back in 1950?
And if you get the correct answer, you'll get a $15 Get-Go gas card. But again, any Medicare questions, we want to drive the phones till 10 o'clock today, give you that added bonus after the enrollment period has come to an end. And that next enrollment period will be here before you know it, just around the bend. We'll explain that as we move through the hour. And our number here is 866-391-1020. And we've got seminars returning as well. We're going to give you all that information before the hour is up. It's the Inside Connection with Sean Horn and your Pratt Pack on KDKA.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Delicious December savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. Save with your Coons Reward Card. Sugardale semi-bonus whole hams, $1.29 a pound. California Sunkissed Nave Orange is 6 for $2. And selected varieties of Tide Simply Laundry Detergent, 31 to 32 ounce bottles, $1.99 each. Additional savings in our meat department. Amish Country Farm brand spiral cut ham, $2.99 a pound. Selected varieties of Sugardale bacon, 1 pound package, $3.99 each. In our produce department, golden ripe pineapples, $2.99 each. And baby Bella mushrooms, 10 ounce package, 2 for $6. In our deli department, Cooper's yellow or white sharp American cheese, $5.99 a pound. And this week, selected varieties of wishbone salad dressing, 15 ounce bottles, 2 for $5.
So get in on the delicious December savings happening right now at Coons Market. How do you find the one nearest you? Click on CoonsMarket.com. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin, Chief Investment Officer of Botkin Family Wealth Management, where I work with my dad Les and my sister Sarah. I have such great memories of the holidays growing up. My mom always made everything festive and special. As a little boy, I so wanted to give her gifts, but of course I had no money to buy anything. So I would go into my mom's closet, take some of her clothes off the hangers, put them into boxes and wrap them as best I could. We all laugh about it now. It's one of my mom's favorite stories to tell. She'd open up a package that I had carefully wrapped and find her very own pair of pants. She'd hug me and exclaim, "Oh, Lester, I absolutely love these." Of course she did. She'd been wearing them for the last 5 years. But my heart would be filled with the joy of giving, even though I was giving her back what was already hers. This holiday season, we wish you the joy of being with the people you love and the happiness that comes with giving. Visit us at BotkinFamilyWealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, Sean Horn is here. Their number 888-818-6334. And congratulations to Joanne from McDonald, because she is the winner of our $15 Get-Go gas card. Why? Because she answered the following question correctly.
What was the product that James Dean was selling in his career TV debut in his commercial back in 1950?
Answer is?
Pepsi.
And you know what else today is? and I just looked up on the TV monitor, as I'm always monitoring CBS, my favorite. He made his movie debut today in 1955.
Get out of here.
No, he literally was just on the screen moments ago.
It's a big day in his life, huh?
Well, not as big as my first day here at KDK in 1984, but I mean, that's pretty big.
True, but listen, there's some crazy things that happened on this day in history. We'll go, December 13th being today. Listen to some of this stuff. So if we go all the way back to 1774, today was the day that Paul Revere warned Portsmouth about the arrival of the British forces. Go to 1950, again, James Dean launched his TV commercial career. 1975 was the first time Saturday Night Live ever used a time delay. And the reason why is because that week their show host was Richard Pryor. So probably a pretty good reason to use a delay there.
Right. People in Pittsburgh never saw it.
I did not know that.
Because in the beginning, Chiller Theater with Bill Cardill was on then WIIC, which is now PXI.
Okay.
And they didn't air it, Saturday Night Live.
I mean,
he was so popular, so it took about a year or so, then they started to air it.
I mean, if you had the choice between Chilly Billy Cardilli and...
Come on, man.
Right. I think they made the right decision there.
I had to see Bela Lugosi for like that 100th time. I loved it. Listen, that was a great show.
But also, some things happened today. Is Taylor Swift's birthday. She is 36 years old.
Isn't that amazing?
Listen to this one. Manon Rhéaume, who's a name that probably nobody knows, she became the first woman to play a National Hockey League game as goalie.
That's pretty cool.
This day in 1992, Al Gore finally conceded the 2000 election this day. I still remember all the talk about a hanging Chad. I don't know what that is, but that happened on this day in 2000. In 2003, Saddam Hussein was captured by American forces. And longtime Penguins rival Alex Ovechkin scored his 800th career goal on this day in 2022. Which, think about that. He is now over 1,000 goals. And it's within 3 years of him hitting 800. So he has been on an absolute heater his entire career.
They asked him about that missing front tooth. It's one of his signatures. He said he's going to wait till he goes on Medicare because they're going to have better benefits. But, he even makes that look cool, doesn't he? You like that, huh?
I love how you tied that together.
Well, I'm always thinking
You're a
Medicare.
pro.
Listen, I'll tell you something else about Medicare.
Uh-huh.
So I recently had cataract surgery. Sightline, good people, talked about them. Seamless, Dr. Troya, good people, Dr. Phillip, Dr. Carver, all good. But people on Medicare, I have traditional, and I still got great results from my insurance carrier. But people on Medicare, this thing is like covered fully. You understand? So if you're dealing with some eye issues and you've got cataracts, get it done because it's not going to cost. And I'm telling you, when I tell you as I'm sitting here right now, I'm in really good shape. I knew my eyes were, getting older. Game changer.
Yeah.
I mean, driving at night, forget about it. Navigating steps, forget about it. Perfect. I mean, incredible. So anybody out there, you got Medicare and they're saying you need to get your cataracts removed, go get it done.
How long did you deal with the cataract issue? Like, how many years would you say?
Well, I go all my doctors. I have regular checkups. So I go see, my optometrist, and he's like, it's just kind of starting right now, but we got to wait till they get ripe. So the insurance company, right? So I went here probably 6 months ago for my regular exam, and he went, it's time.
Okay.
So we kind of started this back in October, so it's now the middle of December. Still on the drops, and that's almost done. But I would probably say over 10 years.
Oh.
But the last 2 or 3, it was a real challenge. A real challenge. In fact, it got to the point where there were times that I knew I had to be somewhere, and I just made sure that I kind of arranged it so I could be there when it wasn't totally dark. Because driving in the dark was bad. Now I have 20/20 vision.
That's incredible.
And again, this comes down to if you have Medicare, utilize that card. Go make them earn their supper. Go to those appointments. Get checkups. And if they say, look, you got to get your cataracts removed, go get them done. Medicare is going to pick up the tab, and it's going to give you a whole new lease on life to where you're going to want to take better care of yourself.
And you make such a good point. And again, this is why it really hits home for me watching my mom, unfortunately, not use her health care like we're advocating, because she avoided the doctors because she did not want to know what was wrong. That's probably the feeling for a lot of people who may be listening right now. They have this ache, they have this pain, this symptom where they're just like, I can deal with it. I don't want to go open up a whole can of worms. It's not to the point where I need to be hospitalized yet, which I get it. I totally understand why. But I'll say, the unfortunate situation is I still feel to this day that my mom had a window of opportunity to get herself out of her condition and really return to normal health. But
do you think she could have, Sean?
I do. I really do. In the summertime, she was on a trend where I think she really could have worked her way out of this if she took action like she needed to.
If you don't mind me asking, and we're family, and so is my radio honest, what did she die from?
So it ended up, it was a myriad of issues. It was really a perfect storm. So back in February, as you know, she had the lung infection.
Right.
She got hospitalized for like 11 days with that. Thankfully recovered-ish from that and was sent home. Shortly thereafter, she had a complex diverticulitis that ruptured and caused what's called a fistula, which is basically a tear in the digestive tract. So because of that, she had a miserable time taking in any type of nutrition. So anytime she ate or drank, it felt like razor blades going through her system.
So that's the weight loss.
So there was the weight loss, right? And then she got to a point, and I'll say this, I don't mind putting this out there. My mom, when she passed, as you know, she was 55 pounds. So she went through a long, she lost a lot of weight in a short amount of time, and she was never big to begin with. So eventually what kind of took hold was congestive heart failure because she lost so much weight. So the congestive heart failure is effectively, when
so a combination, like the perfect storm.
It was really a perfect storm, unfortunately. But in the summertime, she had an opportunity where she could have got a feeding tube, and then she could have worked her way up to gaining the weight needed to potentially have the surgery to fix the fistula. But the feeding tube was something that was too traumatic for her to really want to partake. And really the heartbreaking part of this all, Rob, is that, when I finally talked to her about hospice, which, by the way, Bethany Hospice, they're actually located right over the hill from where we're currently sitting.
Good people.
Phenomenal. Bethany is truly remarkable in how they operate. But we had her on hospice, and she made it a week. So truly, that by the time that was introduced, she was ready. And because she was in so much pain for so long that it was just too much for her to endure. So this is why, again, I'm not trying to scare anybody, or I'm just coming with some realities of what I unfortunately had to deal with and watching my mom go through all of this, and we miss her dearly, and that will continue. Again, if there's a way out of a current health situation, do everything you can to, look into those workarounds, because, I hate to say it, I think she should still be here, but I also understand with the pain and misery that she was in, she was not living. She was merely existing. So if you're on that bandwidth where you feel like you're just existing and there's still so much more life to live, I'm really imploring everybody who is listening now, please take action to use your health care, because oftentimes this whole thing with my mom could have been mitigated a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
But it was just getting her to the doctor, and she just got sick of being probed, and I get it. I do. But it didn't even have to get there. So please, everybody, regardless of what your health care is, just make sure that you're doing everything you can, stay in tip-top shape. This is a beautiful life. I know things are challenging at times for some people, but, this is a gift we're given today.
All right, we're going to come back, get into more of what we're here for, the Medicare coverage. But as we talk, it always comes back to health care, your health care. You get that Medicare card, utilize it, be proactive. We want you to be happy and healthy and get the most out of your retirement. After all, you deserve it. All right, stay with us. Margot, a couple of minutes away. Margot Rensel at the anchor desk today. Latest on this impending snow. Could get some significant snow by the end of today. Should start around 1 o'clock, and then the temperatures are going to dip. So it is definitely going to get a little dicey out there. But stay with us. AccuWeather has you covered, and if need be, the National Weather Service. But Margot definitely has all the information. 2 minutes away at 9:30 here on KDKA with your Pratt Pack.
Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop. Christmas trees on sale, 6-foot to 8-foot Fraser firs and Cook firs for only $49.95. That's right, only $49.95 per tree. 380 Auction has all of your holiday items under one roof and has name brand furniture, tools, birdseed toys, food, and new items arriving daily. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. or call 724-339-3132. Log on to shop380.com and save.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. Or is it? For many, the holidays are a time of stress, irritability, anxiousness, and just waiting for them to be over. This is Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. I have a brand new supplement called Zenziety that you spray into your mouth when those times come, and it really takes the edge off and brings you to a state of calm. Zenziety. You can order online, dbcweightloss.com, or call 1-800-900-THIN.
It's the third annual Edgar Snyder & Associates Holiday Hoops Classic on Monday, December 22nd at PPG Paints Arena. It's a full day of exciting high school basketball. 4 games, starting with an 11 o'clock matchup pitting Carrick against Alderdice, and ending with a clash between Mars and Peters Township. It's brought to you by tobacco-free Adagio Health. High school basketball lives on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
33 degrees and light snow at Pittsburgh International at 9:30. I'm Margot Rensel. A man is in critical condition after being shot in Middle Hill early this morning. Officers were dispatched to the 600 block of Chauncey Street when 3 separate shot spotter alerts counted 17 rounds. Police found the adult male victim with multiple gunshot wounds to his torso and arm. The man was transported to the hospital by EMS where he was taken into surgery on arrival. The investigation is ongoing. Upcoming snowfall is expected to start around 1 o'clock today, bringing a predicted 3 to 6 inches. Tomorrow, temperatures drop to the teens and lows will be in the single digits. Andy Emrine of EV True Value says this will be the time to worry about frozen pipes.
So the big thing is your outdoor hose bibs. They're one of the first things to freeze, so make sure your garden hose are disconnected from those hose bibs and make sure the hose bib, if there's an internal valve, that's shut off.
And inside, Andy warns that your kitchen sink needs attention too.
Open up the kitchen cabinets and remove all the junk so the air gets from the kitchen, the warm air, in and around those pipes itself. 2, you could put some insulation around those pipes itself.
Signs that you do have a frozen pipe include low water flow, frost, or banging noises. Police have arrested 6 teenagers accused of sharing an intimate image of a minor on their phone in August. Police were notified after Childline contacted them about an incident on Kimberly Drive in Unity Township. They were arrested and charged, including the victim, who is a teenage girl from Latrobe. It is unclear how many charges each teen faces and what the charges are. In KDKA Sports, the Sharks versus the Penguins at PPG Paints Arena. Puck drop set for 3 p.m. It's 34 degrees and cloudy at Pittsburgh International. I'm Margot Rensel. Our next update at 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
For a taste you've never experienced before, call Jones Turkey Farm today. At Jones Turkey Farm, birds are all natural, free roaming, with no additives. To find out more, call Jones Turkey Farm at 724-352-2450 or visit jonesturkeyfarm.com.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customer.
Why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. Can-app only.
The KDKA AccuWeather Forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings some afternoon and evening snow. Until then, cloudy, high 33. Later tonight, expect just a lingering snow shower after 3 to 6 inches of snow, low 12, followed by a very cold day for tomorrow with snow showers and flurries not expected to accumulate, high 18, then still cold and cloudy Monday, high 21. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, Sean Horn is here. Don't forget 888-818-6334. You can set up an appointment. Anything you need to know. We always have live advisors standing by until noon. And we also would like to hear from you. Any Medicare question you have, 866-391-1020. They ask me all the time about the seminars. And yeah, I'm going to tell you right now, they will be back.
In January, actually, January 13th, we are going to be at the Cranberry Library, one of our favorite places to go. January 20th, we're going to be at the Monroeville Holiday Inn. And January 27th, we're going to be at the Upper St. Clair Community and Rec Center. I will be hosting that presentation. So if you're somebody who's going to be new to Medicare within the next year, year and a half, and you're starting to kind of get your planning together on what your costs are going to look like, what you need your coverage to do for you, believe me, one thing I did want to talk about, the fact that getting on a Medicare, it is almost individualized to the person from a circumstance perspective. Back when I first started doing this almost 20 years ago, you turn 65 years old, you get on a Medicare, that was it. Now there's all these nuanced rules and this new legislation and things that are happening where, if you're somebody who's got a group plan with 20 or less employees, you have to get on Medicare, but this group doesn't. It is so... The roadmap you need on an individual basis to make sure that you don't come across any late enrollment penalties, which unfortunately stay with you forever. This is why you need this education. So once again, January 13th, we're going to be at the Cranberry Library. January 20th, the Monroeville Holiday Inn and Suites. January 27th, Upper St. Clair Community and Rec Center, all 6 o'clock start times as usual. There are no charges or fees to attend. Just call us and reserve your seat so that you can get the education and information you deserve to have a seamless transition onto Medicare.
All right, explain what the next enrollment period will be.
Yeah, so January 1st through March 31st is the Medicare Advantage open enrollment period. So with the Medicare Advantage open enrollment period, if you are a current Medicare Advantage subscriber, you have the opportunity to make one more plan change if you desire in the first quarter of 2026. So why that might be relevant for you and why this might be something that you want to pay special attention is because we have a suspicion that when people go to use their benefits at the pharmacy, when they go to pick up their medications, I feel strongly that many people are going to have and experience sticker shock.
Again.
And the biggest reason why that is, to alert all of you, is because many plans in our market are instituting a Part D deductible. And the Part D for prescription drugs deductible is as much as $615 out of pocket before your coverage kicks in. And why this is so important for a lot of our listeners right now is because I took a call yesterday. I was working from home. One of our strategic partnerships, they had a patient call us, and I answered the phone where this woman has a very well-known company in our market. That's her current insurance provider, and she has a plan where, she's prescribed Ozempic. And the current plan she's on, she's going to have to pay roughly $1,900 out of pocket for that one medication next year. But there's another plan with the exact same insurance company. Where she could mitigate her cost all the way down to about $700 out of pocket for Ozempic for the entire year.
How's that work?
Because different coverages have different formularies, and the formulary is the way that the prescription drug program is designed to work. So the plan that she's on currently does not have a very strong formulary. The plan that I was recommending to her has a much stronger prescription drug coverage breakdown. So she's going to entertain that and possibly make a change in the open enrollment period. So you have the opportunity in front of you coming from January 1st through March 31st, if you're on a Medicare Advantage plan, we kind of call it your mulligan period. Let's say that you made a mistake during the annual enrollment period. You didn't make a change and you're experiencing much higher costs, or you did change something and you don't like it. You will then have the opportunity, if you're on a Medicare Advantage plan, to make one more change before you're locked in for the remainder of the year. We anticipate that we're going to be very busy during the open enrollment period as well. And just to kind of give you a breakdown of what we just went through, Rob, we got all of our data together. So from October 1st through December 7th, we're looking at roughly 9 weeks right there, right? Our entire organization received more than 53,000 phone calls.
Unbelievable.
53,000, many of which being our listeners who are tuning in right now. We brought on more than 9,000 new clients from October 15th through December 7th. 9,000. We had a goal of 6,000. And we did this with 25 advisors manning the phones pretty much around the clock. So as you can imagine, we're taking a little bit of a breather right now to kind of recharge our batteries and rest our voices, and that's why I'm a little hoarse today. But, you know, we helped a lot of people in a very short amount of time, and we're privileged and blessed to have that opportunity. But a lot of it a lot of it came because of all of the market disruptions that are happening in Medicare. It's almost like the Medicare market is as volatile as the stock market, where it's up and down, up and down. And because it's not headline news, oftentimes it's not the sexy headline, people aren't really paying attention to what's happening in Medicare on a day-to-day basis. We are, because we need to pay attention to how this is going to affect our clients and our consumers. So we're in the thick of it right now, where it looks like there's a market adjustment where everyone is trying to come back to ground zero. We're trying to get to a profitable position for these insurance companies. But I'll tell you, still to this day, there are many ways to thrive with your health care without having to fork out a fortune of your retirement money. You just have to know how to navigate the systems. And what I don't like in what's going on in the Medicare market currently, it feels like the government wants consumers calling them directly to handle their questions. And the problem with that, believe me, we don't feel threatened by it, but the problem with it is there's such a logjam to get that information. I mean, when people call into Social Security now to get information, there's usually like a 4 to 6 week lag before you hear from somebody. Now we're going to tell all the Medicare consumers to call 800 Medicare and hope that we get a quick answer to what my drug costs are going to be. Believe me, it's a maddening situation for us as well, but I will stand confident on the fact that Medicare stands ready to guide and assist and serve this community.
I want to make sure everybody's on the same page. So if you just signed up in the annual enrollment period and you're realizing now that maybe you didn't do the right thing for your prescription drug coverage or whatever, so you mean to tell me just weeks removed from the annual, if we're in the open, they can rewrite the book?
They can. And I will also say that where I'm a little worried, and I watched this happen in real time because I spent a lot of time with my parents over the last few months. My parents' phones was ringing off the hook from people trying to give them Medicare guidance. And believe me, they're clients of MediConnect. Like, they're not going anywhere. They're in good hands. But all of the people who are seeing their phone ring off the hook, which is illegal, by the way, these companies cannot outreach to you. They cannot cold call you. But not enough people know the circumstances and the laws surrounding Medicare, unfortunately. So they pick up the phone and they make a change unbeknownst to them. I'm asking you and begging you, please know who you're doing business with before signing up to any new insurance program. Because believe me, they are very slick in how they get you to engage. Hey, did you know that you're missing out on Medicare benefits? And of course you're like, wait, what does that mean? So you tune in a little bit more to hear the phone call. And before you know it, you're enrolled onto another plan and you didn't even want to make that change. They don't look up your doctors. They don't look up your medication. please know who you're doing business with when it comes to your Medicare insurance.
Well, and that's the reason why I highly recommend you all, because you have a brick and mortar establishment and you all kind of grew up around here. You know people in the community that I know people in that community. And you don't want to mess with this by having a cold call decide or really push the right button, or in this case, the wrong button, to make you believe that they're going to do a better job for you when you don't even know who these people are, where they're calling from.
I don't want to sound like an alarmist, but it is very easy to make a mistake in your Medicare that can cost you thousands. And then when you make that mistake in your Medicare coverage, where are you going to pull that from? Well, you have to pull from your retirement accounts most of the time, because we're all living on fixed incomes and things are a little bit more expensive. We want you to preserve your life savings, which you've worked your entire life to accumulate. And again, there are Medicare options available that can work almost custom fit to your particular needs if you know where to look.
Absolutely. 888-818-6334, 888-818-6334. Here's where they will be in January. These seminars, you can book, but you have to do it. Reserve your space, even though there is no charge. Call 888-818-6334, 888-818-6334, or go to MediConnectInsurance.com and click on the seminars tab.
January 13th, we're going to be at the Cranberry Library. January 20th, we're going to be at the Monroeville Holiday Inn and Suites. January 27th, Upper St. Clair Community and Rec Center. Once again, no charge to attend, no cost for any of our services ever, but please reserve so we know how much information to bring so that you all could take some information home with you. 888-818-6334, or go to MediConnectInsurance.com. Click on the seminars tab, register yourself, and we'll be happy to provide you information and education that you deserve.
And if you have any questions about your Medicare coverage, call us right now. One more segment to go with Sean Horn, 866-391-1020.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hi, this is Jack Bogut. Remember Papa J's, that great Italian restaurant in Carnegie that burned down a few years ago? That left a big hole in the lives of a lot of us because Papa J's was a legendary gathering place for family and friends. And then it was gone. Well, the great news is that Papa J's is back, now located in the Strip District on Smallman Street in front of St. Stan's Catholic Church. Papa J's. Wonderful food still made from scratch, like fried zucchini with marinara, greens and beans, street pizza, handmade pasta with sauces that make you smile, chicken parm, veal scallopini, fresh fish, and now the Troiani family's homemade gelato. Yes, Papa J's is back on Smallman Street in the Strip in front of St. Stan's Catholic Church. Open Wednesday through Sunday for lunch and dinner. Papa J's is back.
Did you know you can spend your PA taxes to fund a scholarship for a child in need and get a 90% tax credit refund? Through Blocks, that's BLOCS, you can direct your state tax liability, fund a scholarship, direct it to the tuition-based school of your choice, and receive a 90% refund on the donated amount. It's a simple process, and you can fund a scholarship that will change a child's life. Tax credit slots are filling up fast, and you must make your commitment by December 23rd. Head to BLOCS.org now.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
888-818-6334, but we have some calls. Let's go to Tony on the north side. Hey, Tone.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. I was wondering if whatever insurance plans you have under Medicare and the supplement plan, that is there like a summary book that one of them insurance companies sends you that like what coverage services are, but in particular like chiropractic and physical therapy booklets of what the limitations are, if there is any?
So you're asking, Tony, if, good morning to you, you're asking if, like, how to get the information on how to compare plans on the benefits that are available to you. So years ago, they used to provide a grid, basically, where all of the different companies would basically list out all of the way that services were covered. And unfortunately, they got away from that more than a handful of years ago. So each company will send you individualized information based off of their plans, but it makes it very difficult to compare what UPMC has versus Aetna versus Highmark, United Healthcare. So if you're the type of person who still would like to get a breakdown of how plans compare, that is what we're here to do for you. So if you need to get a better understanding of chiropractic services or whatever it may be, call into 888-818-6334, make an appointment with us. We could provide you a breakdown of what all of the plan details look like, and then from there you can make a decision on if your plan is still the best one to service you for 2026 or if you need to make an adjustment. So that would be the best way I can handle it. I know exactly what you're talking about from an information perspective, but unfortunately, nobody gives those out anymore. They don't mail them to the consumer. We don't even get them as agents. Basically, we have to build them, and we have the technology available where we can, do a comparison for you really easily. So again, the number 888-818-6334. We have the A team standing by now to take your call and to schedule your appointment.
All right, Tom, thank you for the call. Let's go to Tom in Oakmont. Tom, you're on the air with Sean Horn, MediConnect, the Inside Connection.
Yeah, hey, I had a quick question for you. I'm 64 years old. I'll be 65 in April. I was thinking of retiring in April at 65. Now, the company policy I have, my insurance is going to cover me for an extra 2 years, so I'm covered under my company insurance until I'm 67. Do I still have to sign up for Medicare now?
Yes. And the reason why, to make that as simple as I can for you, Tom, the reason why you're going to have to sign up for Medicare A and B, even though you want to continue your employer's benefits, you will have afforded to you through your employment retiree benefits, which are fantastic. Good for you. Not a lot of people have those anymore. But the problem is with Medicare, Medicare does not see retiree benefits as what's called creditable. And the only way that you can forego penalties when you have group coverage available to you is if the benefits are creditable. So the easiest way I can break that down for you, Tom, is to forego penalties, you have to be actively employed and covered by the group insurance plan. You got one of those boxes checked where you're covered by the group insurance, but you'll no longer be fully employed. So the risk of drawing a penalty does loom if you forego parts A and B starting in April. So you're definitely going to sign up. Otherwise, in 2 years' time, you will start to have to pay a penalty when you enroll then.
Okay, now where do I go to sign up?
So you'll go through socialsecurity.gov, which is S is in Sam, A.gov. If you already have an online account, that's perfect. If not, you'll have to register. And then through Social Security, you will sign up for Medicare A and B. You can also go in person to your local office, although typically you can go in, they'll tell you to come back, and then they'll do an appointment with you at that time. So one of those two ways would be the most advantageous way for you to do it. You can also call in, but there is an extreme lag when you call into Social Security to have that appointment set up. I understand. Yeah, I don't want you to worry, are they going to call me and risk that penalty? So I would either go online or go in person to your local office.
One more question. What is my deadline to call them?
So you have 3 months before, the month of, and the 3 months after. So if your birthday, you said, is in April?
Yeah.
So you have January, February, March, April, May, June, July.
And as if I get a hold of them in that amount of time, they can't penalize me.
That is correct.
Okay. I'm sure this is a pretty common question. I work construction. There's a lot of people who are interested,
Yep.
And I appreciate your help, and I'll try to pass some of this along, and hopefully you can pass it along over the airways.
Absolutely. And Tom, I will also say we do a lot of presentations for groups. So you working in construction, if you come into a situation where you have a group of people who fall into the same type of category as you and they need to know how to navigate that, I do a lot of that myself, where I do a lot of in-person presentations for groups of that nature so that you can navigate this without having to worry about penalties as well. So you could call into MediConnect and pass the information on to me, and I can connect with you to set up some times and days where we can get this information into the community as well.
Okay, that's a great idea.
Yep. So if you want to call in, that's 888-818-818. Yep. 888-6334. You got it. 6334. You got it.
888-818-6334.
That is right, my friend.
I thank you for your time.
Absolutely. Thank you for yours.
Okay. You have a good day.
You too.
All right. You got the final 2 minutes, all yours.
So what do I want to talk about? So here's the thing. I don't think the Steelers are going to win on Monday. And I'm wearing their hoodie right now as well as a Pittsburgh hat. So it pains me to say that. But I think even with the weather, I think the running game is going to be a problem. TJ Watt being out
it's going to be tough.
Is an issue as well.
Although if Herbig can kind of play the way he did to begin the year, and we got Highsmith, I think we'll be okay. And the offensive line, believe it or not, even with Broderick Jones out, they've been pretty good.
They have been good, but I think that this offense is so stale at the same time.
But the only thing that's going to save us, too, is a dink and dunk guy. He don't stretch the field. But this is what the Steelers do. Since I was a kid, since you were a kid, they play great against the great teams, and the teams they should steamroll, they always stumble.
And here we are. So, this is a team that came out of nowhere. I mean, they were dead to rights 5 weeks ago, Miami. Like, they had no shot at the playoffs, and now they're in contention while we're kind of floundering. So, I don't know. It's very inconsistent. I know that we have weather on our side. It's not a good cold ball football team from Miami, but I don't know. I don't like the odds, unfortunately. I would bet against us, but I hope I'm wrong. But even with that, I think playoffs are a long shot. I think from a division perspective, I think that Baltimore is going to come back around at the end of the year, probably steal the division from Pittsburgh here in Pittsburgh.
Is Mike Tomlin the coach next year?
He will be, but he shouldn't be. And I'll say that very confidently. He will be because Rooney is scared to make a move. I think that his message has become very stale in that locker room. If I were him, I'd go coach in Tampa Bay. I would go coach in Atlanta. I'd go coach in Michigan at the university.
If the draft were held in Pittsburgh tomorrow, the Giants have the second pick overall. I'd trade him to the Giants because they don't want a quarterback. They got Jackson Dart. We move up. Maybe Arch Manning jumps out. Somebody hiccups and says, I didn't even know he was in the draft. And then we take him at number 2.
Rob Pratt for Steelers general manager, my friends. I am in.
All right. Sounds good. Hey, happy holidays.
Same to you.
If you need me, you know where I'm at.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Good people at MediConnect. Love what they do. All right. Margot, she's been busy today. All sorts of storm duty because the possibility of some significant snow and frigid temperatures. Andy was with me earlier today. He'll be here on the other side along with the guys from True Value giving you everything you need to know to keep going in the snow. And stay with us because we got a long way to go. We're here till 1 o'clock today. Your Pratt Pack on KDKA.
The preceding was paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Oakmont Bakery. Cookie trays piled high. The Christmas Yule log. The famous Oak Mater. The chocolate fudge torte. The burnt almond torte. Fresh fruit tarts. Rich and creamy cheesecakes. Oakmont Bakery is now taking orders for Christmas until December 16th. Visit online at oakmontbakery.com or stop in to check out this charming holiday wonderland. Merry Christmas. And remember, at Oakmont Bakery, we believe in delicious memories.
Unwrap your savings during the Jim Shorkey Kia Wexford Holiday Exchange Season. Lease a new 2025 Kia Telluride for $279 a month for 24 months or finance for 0.9% APR for 60 months. Or lease a new 2026 Kia Sportage for $199 a month for 24 months. Upgrade today during the Seasons of New Traditions sales event. Your deal, your way. What a great day at Jim Shorkey Kia Wexford. Call 609-735-6849 for offer details.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-608-0955. 800-608-0955. 800-608-0955.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Ring in the holiday season with Pittsburgh CLO's A Musical Christmas Carol. Experience dazzling special effects and joyous music that will make your spirits soar. This timeless Charles Dickens tale follows Scrooge, Bob Cratchit, and Tiny Tim on a journey of redemption and the magic of the holiday season. Starring Charity Award winner Dennis O'Hare as Scrooge. December 13th through the 23rd at the Byam Theater. Get your tickets today at pittsburghclo.org.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 34 degrees and cloudy at Pittsburgh International at 10 o'clock. I'm Margot Rensel. Allegheny County is gearing up for a winter storm expected to bring 3 to 6 inches of snow starting around 1 p.m. and lasting through Sunday. Public Works Director Stephen Shanley tells KDKA Radio residents should stay off the roads during the heaviest snowfall. For those who must travel, Shanley urges caution.
We encourage them to slow down, allow additional time, try to avoid sudden stops, and leave extra space between them and the vehicle in front of them. Also, stay 6 car lengths behind our salt trucks so they can do their job and clear the roads efficiently.
Shanley says you can find out who is responsible for plowing any road in the county by visiting alleghenycounty.us/whoplowsmyroad.com. A man is in critical condition after being shot in Middle Hill early this morning. Officers were dispatched to the 600 block of Chauncey Street when 3 separate ShotSpotter alerts counted 17 rounds. Police found the adult male victim with multiple gunshot wounds to his torso and arm. The man was transported to the hospital by EMS, where he was taken into surgery on arrival. The investigation is ongoing. A Pennsylvania couple is facing felony drug charges after police found them with 2 pounds of cocaine and a child during a traffic stop. 54-year-old Quita Martins and 32-year-old Toya Kennedy of Altoona were charged after bringing a kilogram of cocaine to Blair County for street sales. Kennedy also faces child endangerment charges for bringing her child with her for a drug run. The Attorney General's office said the drugs have a street value estimated at over $90,000. A new poll ranked Pittsburgh the 13th best city to celebrate New Year's Eve. A Wallet Hub poll ranked the top 100 cities to celebrate New Year's Eve based on entertainment and food, costs, and safety and accessibility. Orlando took the number 1 spot to celebrate New Year's Eve, and Philadelphia was ranked 20th on the list. In KDKA Sports, the Sharks go head-to-head with the Penguins at PPG Paints Arena. Puck drop is set for 3 p.m. KDK Radio News Time is 10:03. It's 34 degrees and cloudy. Our next update at 10:30. I'm Margot Rensel on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey folks, Marty here, Voss TV and Appliance. You'll find the best prices and selection name brand TVs and appliances. Third generation family business that's built on relationships, not commissions. From sales, installation at Voss, Rick, Matt, the entire Voss team are experts who know appliances and TVs inside and out. They won't leave you hanging after the sale. Visit Voss, South Hill Showroom, 412-650-VOSS, 412-650-VOSS. The best prices guaranteed.
Oh man, I'm not insured. Wait, I'll get insurance and report the claim later.
Lying to an insurance company about your auto accident is insurance fraud, a felony, and you will get caught. Over the last 5 years, Pennsylvania's insurance fraud investigators made 2,200 arrests, collecting more than $15 million in restitution, fines, and court costs. Suspicious claims get investigated and prosecuted. Visit helpstopfraud.org.
Sponsored by the Pennsylvania Insurance Fraud Prevention Authority.
You've just crossed over into the antique zone.
At Ian Miller Antique Mall, save 20% starting Black Friday through December 31st. Join them for their Christmas open house Saturday, December 6th from 10:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. Enjoy cookies, coffee, free raffles, and store-wide savings of 20% off and less marked firm. Santa Claus will be visiting from noon to 3 p.m. Don't miss it. Ian Miller Antique Mall in Verona. Like them on Facebook or call 412-828-3288.
It's a tradition that's over 70 years strong. KDKA and the Free Care Fund of Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh, UPMC. Help us Thursday at 2 during the Colin Dunlap Show by ensuring that no child is ever denied medical care because of ability to pay. It's brought to you by Tempstar Heating and Cooling, Papa J's in the Strip, Boulevard Glass and Metal, Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, and by 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
For today, clouds eventually yield some afternoon snow with a high of 33. Then that evening snow tapers to a lingering snow shower. Then it turns colder after 3 to 6 inches of snow with a low of 12, followed by some snow showers and flurries tomorrow with a high of just 18. Then still cloudy and cold for Monday, high 21. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's time for the KDKA Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value. KDKA's Home Improvement Hour is an informational program sponsored by True Value. The information featured is intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about home improvement. Individual home improvement should be referred to your personal contractor. This is 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The gang's all here today. Mr. Pfeiffer, Mr. Broniszewski, and the man with the plan who joined me very early this morning, which seems like minutes ago. It's been a very busy day today. He's Andy Amrine. So we've been hearing as much as 6. Now there are others saying could be as much as 9 inches.
Yeah.
But what's going to happen? We're going to have a blanket or two of snow, and then the cold weather is going to roll in. So all the things that you and I talked about this morning and more. Anybody has any cold-related questions or any home improvement questions in general, all you need to do is dial 866-381-1020. Andy.
Yeah, good morning, Rob. Yeah, good morning, Pittsburgh. Rob, the worse the weather, the busier our hardware stores are. It's just the nature of the beast. We take care of the needs of our customers in good times or bad. Not that this is bad times, but this is a storm. And this one coming is the real deal. And as I've been tracking it all morning, and I subscribe to 4 different weather forecasting services because in my industry, I need to know what's going on. And one of them is a special app that is used for most of your snowplow companies and drivers and everything use. And we were just updated at 9:30 that we in the Pittsburgh area we're 6 to 9 inches now, and so that's a major storm. And it's starting mid-afternoon to 3 o'clock, and by 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock Sunday morning, it's going to be over. But it's going to be a lot of snow. And then as soon as that snow is over, just like you were saying, then the cold coming in off the lakes, the wind chill Saturday or Sunday morning, Sunday afternoon into Monday, we're going to get into the single digits and feel like temperatures below zero. So this is going to be a really busy weekend for myself, my team, and the other True Value hardware stores. And we're all stocked to the rafters, so to speak, with salt, with calcium, with potassium blends, with magnesium, with regular rock salt. Temperature right now is still as such that the rock salt is going to work for you. It's not super cold, so the rock salt is, but understanding that the rock salt kills plants, kills concrete, is terrible on Trex decking, womanized decking, is terrible for plants, terrible for animals. But it is the least expensive of the products. Where you get into your pet-friendly products, the magnesium-based products, those are the ones that are not only pet-friendly, but they're also concrete-friendly. They're also plant-friendly. And think of it, Eddie, you're here with us today, and you love the gardens and the plants and so forth. And think of it how every spring when we're on air, we get people that say, okay, there's 12 inches of dirt on the side of my driveway that I can't get anything to grow. And Mike, you and I, we laugh about it, that it's all the runoff from the salt. So then we're selling people gypsum and different products to get the salt back out of the soil. But if they would quit using salt and just use the magnesium products, then they're not going to have to replant all that grass come spring again. We're fine either way. So if you want to buy the rock salt and then buy the gypsum and the other products in spring, we actually will make more than if you would just buy the magnesium now and not kill the grass from the runoff of the driveway. So it's a switch off as to what you're going to do. But there's a whole slew of other things, from shovels to snow blowers to even sleds. And my first customer was in the store at 4 o'clock this morning, Rob, buying salt and products. And Mike, Ed, jump in here. I know your stores have been busy all morning with preparation of the snow, the storm, and the cold weather.
Yeah, well, I know you really touched on it, Andrew. This one is specific because of the temperatures. Like this, we're going to see what I think 10 degrees. I seen the low on Sunday and what have you. And once you start to get those serious cold temperatures, that's when when things can get treacherous around your sidewalk, steps, driveway. Of course, quite frankly, anywhere at that point.
Yeah, for sure. And how about it? This is a big deal. 10 years ago, there was a product, an ice melting product, bagged, ready to sell. 20 years ago. Magnesium chloride, and the label said magnesium chloride. It was interesting because I got four square behind the product. I loved it. It was great. It melted ice. It had all these great benefits. 5 years ago, they changed the label and put pet friendly on it. It was always pet friendly, but now, oh my gosh, the product has skyrocketed in sales because it says pet friendly, even though it always was. But it's a fantastic feature. I got to wonder why they didn't label it this way 15 years ago. But the deal is that, yes, it is pet-friendly. Magnesium chloride, pet-friendly, vegetation-friendly, concrete-friendly, and carpet-safe. This is the product that is really taken off, and for good reason. And, Mike, it's going to snow today. It's going to get cold tomorrow. Great thing about that magnesium chloride, it will work in both situations. It goes down to minus 10, I think, degrees, still effective. And, again, harmless to the pet's feet. I have a beautiful little dog. She's a big pain in the butt. But she has cracked pads. Her feet are cracked. They're rough and they're opened up. Rock salt terribly bothers her. When we go out on our walks, she gets the rock salt from the roads into her pads and into those cracks and crevices, and it's a tremendous discomfort for her. No problem with magnesium chloride. So, what a great...
Calcium would even be worse than rock salt for your pet.
And calcium could be worse. So those of you listeners, homeowners, it doesn't matter, businesses, if you want to keep your property pet safe, vegetation safe, be careful with your concrete, and also be careful with your concretes. That magnesium chloride, what a great product. Yes, we sold a bunch of that already today.
Yeah, it's the best all around. And then, Mike, how about getting ready for the freezing pipes?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, these are the temperatures when things start to cause problems, especially around the homes. Once you get, we always talk about once you get below into the teens, the lower teens, into of course, single digits for sure. This is when frozen pipes come into play. Right. Sometimes we get a lot of calls and folks are worried about it when it's 30 degrees out, or even 28 degrees or 25 degrees. Quite frankly, pipes are not likely going to freeze, even though that's below freezing. generally speaking, the home's enough insulated that those aren't a problem. But once you start to get to that lower temperatures, that's when you get that serious problem of pipe freezings. You got to worry about pipes that are on exterior walls. We normally talk about finding there's usually like a hairline crack in the foundation. You know how that your block just shifts just a tiny bit, and you get that little hair. That's what'll do it. That air will come through those little cracks and can freeze pipes. So a lot of things you can do about that. Circulating heat in and around the home, just easily doing that. A little supplemental heat. We, of course, have heat tapes where it's an electrified heat tape that goes on the pipes that keep them from freezing. And, of course, a variety of other insulation products as well.
Yeah, Mikey, a few weeks ago I mentioned on the show the True Value tagline right now is here for you. And here's the deal. We have all this stuff in stock. We've got the shovels, we've got the heat tapes, the pipe insulation, the salt and ice melters, the magnesium chloride, pet-friendly stuff. We've got all that stuff ready to go. Yesterday, we unloaded 20,000 pounds of grass seed at my store getting ready for spring. This is what we do. We did this back in July and August and September. We prepared. We had all of our shelves ready, stocked, and ready to go for when this occurred. It's going to occur tonight and into tomorrow, and we've got you covered. Your hardware store is indeed here for you.
Yeah, and I don't know, we didn't get the chance to talk about it, but I saw an email from one of our primary vendors for ice melt saying that they are seeing shortages of inventory to the point where what they'll do, folks, is like they'll have a wider range of products. They'll start to just go down to the core categories, just one or two different core items in that lineup, because of the volume that's being pushed through, which is ironic because it's so early in the year. Yeah. So it shows indication that there might be stress on the supply chain.
I think
this
that was
year.
Compass Mineral.
Yes, it
Compass
was.
Mineral that sent that one out, and that's one of there's three main ones, and it's one of the three on it. So
yeah, but indeed we're heavily stocked.
Yeah,
we're ready to go.
Yeah.
We got you covered.
What we're going to do now is take a little break, come back. If you have a phone call, 2 or 3 or 4, we got all 4 lines available. 866-391-1020. True Value Home Improvement Show on KDKA.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Hey, folks, 'tis the season to get your home quite clean before Christmas. Save big. Call Coit right now. Save 50% off all your first Coit cleaning service. Save 40% off all other services. That's right. Ask Santa to put Coit on your Christmas list. Save 50% off either carpets, rugs, upholstery, drapes, and blinds, and more. Call Coit. 1-800-FOR-COIT. 1-800-FOR-COIT. Also, give the gift of a clean home with Coit gift cards. 1-800-FOR-COIT.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. Or is it? For many, the holidays are a time of stress, irritability, anxiousness, and just waiting for them to be over. This is Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. I have a brand new supplement called Zenziety that you spray into your mouth when those times come, and it really takes the edge off and brings you to a state of calm. Zenziety. You can order online, dbcweightloss.com, or call 1-800-900-THIN.
Hi, this is Sarah Botkin, president of Botkin Family Wealth Management. During this most wonderful time of the year, I give thanks for the way my parents have always welcomed everyone to their holiday celebrations. Back in college, I'd ask if I could bring a friend home for break, and the answer was always yes. Today, when we go over for a holiday meal, they tell us, bring the dogs, they're always welcome. And when we arrive, Mom has our favorite hors d'oeuvre on the island and water bowls on the floor. My husband Ovi is from Romania, and when his family or friends are in town, Mom has place cards set and a gift for every guest on Christmas. When my parents welcome my in-laws, my friends, and my pets, they make me feel totally loved and lucky. When Dad, Lester, and I opened our financial planning firm, we set about creating a warm atmosphere that makes you feel welcome, a place where you're greeted by name by people who know what you want to accomplish and help you get there. Learn more at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
Slip sliding away through another freezing weekend here in Pittsburgh. Snow anticipating, and then some sub-zero temperatures. So get in and support these great True Value stores that support us, and they are as follows. Go ahead.
We got Daniel's Discount and Appliance True Value, Pfeiffer True Value Hardware and Supply, RC Walters and Sons True Value, Slippery Rock True Value, EV True Value, and Sarver True Value Hardware.
And we got Sonny in Greensburg talking about a driveway. Hello, how are you?
Hi, how are you
Good,
this morning?
good.
Good. You know what? This summer I had my driveway sealed, and whatever the contractor used, it was real shiny. I think it was an oil base. And now, once it gets even a skiff of snow on it, you can't even stand up. It's just like it's like an ice skating rink. I've been using sand and salt on it to try to keep it that at least try to get the ice off the skim off of it. But is there something that I can put on it to get a retardant of some kind to get that shininess off of it?
Is this a blacktop driveway?
Yes,
Okay.
it is.
Mm-hmm. Well, my opinion, I think you're doing the right thing. I think sand is your friend. It's fairly inexpensive. It gives you that grip you're going to need, and you're likely going to see that shine wear off here pretty soon as well. So I wouldn't try to do anything to the surface myself.
No, I think I agree, and I think one of the things, we actually sell a decent amount of sand for this purpose. The all-purpose sand, not the play sand. It's a little too marbly, a little too slippery. But the all-purpose sand, it's a little bit gritty. It is a
that's
tad.
what I'm using.
Yeah, that's great. It is a tad dirty, so you want to sweep it up when you're all done. But if you blend that with a little bit of that mag chloride, I think you'll have a really
what
good.
I'm doing.
Yeah, I think just stay with that.
Yep, keep doing what you're doing.
All right, 866-391-1020.
Okay. Well, how about shovels, guys? I mean, we have a lot of different styles of shovels. I don't know, 8, 10, 12 different models of shovels. You got to have a favorite, Mike. What's your favorite shovel?
Well, the favorite depends on the application, right? That's the really big thing. Like if you're trying to clear a driveway, we've got this Suncast one. I forget the model number. It's an SP 2527 or something like that. It's my favorite one, too. It's a big, aggressive scoop to it and pretty wide. It doesn't have the wear bar, which I like. That's generally experienced as an additional feature is they put the metal wear bar on it.
Which scratches and catches.
Yeah, it scratches, it catches. I prefer not to have that. So for open areas, that works great. They make a nice little green scooping one if you got smaller areas that you're working on where you're going where stairwell, steps up to a deck or even to your front porch. So just typical, like a lot of things in your arsenal, usually one snow shovel isn't the best for every application, but we have a few, and you know what, they're really reasonably priced too, and the quality is wonderful on them.
Yeah, you know, last snowfall, I don't know, a couple of Mondays ago, it was a wet, heavy snow, and I mix it up because of the various types of applications for my snow shovel, driveways, walkways, larger areas, et cetera, et cetera. So I use a couple of different ones. Mike, you're right. It's a personal preference thing. But the one thing that I forgot to do was to treat my shovel with silicone spray, which I almost always do, and I didn't. And when that wet, heavy snow got stuck on my shovels, it was really hard to pick up and move. So no matter which shovel you select, grab yourself. This is inexpensive, and you can use this silicone spray on so many things around the home. But grab a can of silicone spray and apply it to your shovel and do it routinely, and that snow will not stick to it. It will slip off so that you can pick it up and throw it off to the side.
I call it a mudslinger spray.
Andrew or Eddie, one of my favorite applications for silicone spray is so smart to do. You don't think about doing it. Go to your car, open up all the car doors, and spray around all the gaskets, the little rubber seals around each one of the doors. Nothing's worse than when that door sticks and you can't open it because it's frozen and water gets in there and you're going to rip the insulation off the door. It's expensive. A little spray of silicone goes a huge way.
Mikey, I took a call from a customer yesterday about this exact thing. And very nice lady on the phone, and she said, what can I spray in my door handle? Can I spray something in my door handle? And I tried to emphasize to her the handle isn't the problem. It's that rubber gasket and the way that the water runs off and gets, it kind of like hangs around on the rubber gasket. And when the temperature drops, it freezes the door shut. And yes, you can ruin that rubber gasket. You can hurt your hand pulling on the handle. You can do all those things, or you can not do those things. And the way to not do those things is to spray that silicone spray on the rubber gasket. Great idea.
See that, Rob? You learned something today.
I learn something every week. Here's Frank in West Mifflin. Got a garage door issue. True Value Home Improvement Show. Hey, Frank.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, I got a garage door. The rod that comes from the opener that goes to above the garage door? Well, right there at the garage door, it's the bracket there seems to starting to pull away from the wall, but I can't get a wrench behind there to tighten the bolts up, and someone suggested I get a steel plate and put behind there and attach it to that. Do you have any ideas on that?
Well, I'd be a little concerned with the holes that those fasteners are in now, because it sounds like they may have stripped free from the wood.
Yeah, it's that OSB wood, and I figured, wow,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that doesn't have any structural integrity for the fastener to hold to. So if there's not a stud behind that, that fastener's holding on to the glue and the sawdust and the wood chips that make up the strand board. So fastening a piece of wood behind that, or a piece of metal, and making sure that wood is fastened to the studs is going to be your better bet there. I wouldn't just reinstall that fastener into the same hole. I think it's stripped out and ruined.
Now, does that rod, does it adjust that if I took it off, I could push it back to give me room, or I got to take everything apart?
I don't think you'll have to disassemble it, but you may.
I think I'd have to have you show me a picture of what you're referring to, but I don't think you'll have to disassemble it. You should be able to unfasten, mount the plate, and mount it back to it.
And I think what we should also talk about here, Frank, usually this is a symptom of a problem too, this is pulling away.
You're putting a lot of stress on that.
That's saying there's a stress point there, and there shouldn't be that much stress. We talk about it all the time. You should be able to unhook your garage door, and you should be able to open and close it yourself physically with ease, right? Yep. When we see these things start to happen, right, it's because the door's pulling, it's starting to stretch, and that's showing a secondary problem. Either one, a spring's broke you don't know about, or the wheels all need lubricated, or there's some other drag on the door. Could be any one of these numbers of things, but sometimes what you're showing and what you're explaining is usually a symptom of another problem, meaning the door's working too hard. So that's something I would look at as well.
Yeah, when garage doors are working right, they're really well balanced. They just kind of they glide, and if they're not gliding for any of the reasons Mike mentioned or whatever, it could be out of square. It could have a twisted rail where the wheels run. It could be a number of different things. But if they're not gliding and they're out of balance, it will create those areas where there's undue stress.
And we talk about that all the time. A great thing to do, especially prior to it getting really cold, is unhook your garage door from the garage door opener and give it a test. Get out. And we also talk about too. Always like listen to your garage door. Right. That's another thing I always like to say. Right. I know it sounds a little weird, but the more noise it makes, the more noise it's making means more friction, more loose parts, and what have you. The quieter the door operation indicates less strain, less wear, less rubbing, and that kind of thing as well.
I don't have a permission slip to park in my garage. That is my wife's domain. I'm not allowed in there. I'm allowed in there to clean it.
The door is only about 2 years old. I just had it installed, because someone hit my garage door and damaged it, so I had to get a new door.
Right.
And I was thinking on just calling them. Maybe it's under some kind of warranty.
That'd be a good call to make.
Yeah, I would be, Frank, because that is not common application of a newer garage door. Like you said, your guess is correct that you should be operating fine at this point, and it shouldn't have that stress and shouldn't be pulling apart there.
And maybe I'll give them a call then and see, before I start tackling it.
I think that's a good idea.
Hey, thanks for your help.
Thanks, Frank. Have a great Saturday.
All right, 866-391-1020.
Yeah. Now, when we're talking about the frozen pipes, two most common areas on the frozen pipes are your outside hose bibs and your kitchen sinks. Your outside hose bibs, because that valve is outside. And really, the older homes, they don't have a shutoff inside, or they're not what they call a frost-free valve. So if you have a frost-free, that's fine. If you have an inside valve, make sure that valve is shut off and make sure that hose bib outside was drained. But first off, you got to remove any garden hoses. Don't have that hose outside on it. So, and if not, we make a top hat pipe insulation for those hose bibs. Make sure you get that on there so it prevents that hose bib from freezing.
All right, we're going to take some calls on the other side. We're going to get to Lee when we return after Margot gives you the latest on the impending weather and some other news headlines, and we're back at it on a Saturday with your Pratt Pack at KDKA. Margot's next.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-999-3339. That's 800-999-3339. Again, that's 800-999-3339.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, America's largest family law firm. During this time of year, difficult relationships sometimes become impossible. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Colin Dunlap on KDKA.
We have spent an inordinate amount of time turning on CNN or Fox News or hell, even C-SPAN, worried about all these vaccines, as opposed to talking to someone whose boots are on the ground. People who we should trust.
Weekdays 2 to 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It's 34 degrees and cloudy at Pittsburgh International at 10:30. I'm Margot Rensel. After snow starts at 1 p.m., temperatures are predicted to drop into the teens with lows in single digits tomorrow. City Parks is helping those who might need it by opening warming centers for Sunday. Press Secretary for the Mayor's Office, Olga George, tells KDKA Radio why this is important.
We don't want people to struggle inside of a cold home. So in the meantime, you have someplace warm and safe to be.
The centers are located in active living communities in Beachview, Greenfield, Homewood, Sheridan, and Southside. The centers will be open from noon to 6 p.m. tomorrow. Police have arrested 6 teenagers accused of sharing an intimate image of a minor on their phone in August. Police were notified after Childline contacted them about an incident on Kimberly Drive in Unity Township. They were arrested and charged, including the victim, who is a teenage girl from Latrobe. It is unclear how many charges each teen faces and what the charges are. Longtime SNL cast member Colin Jost is coming to the Steel City. The stand-up comedian will be performing at the Rivers Casino Event Center on Saturday, February 21st. In KDKA Sports, the Penguins and Sharks go head-to-head at PPG Paints Arena for a 3 p.m. puck drop. Also, TJ Watt will not be playing Monday against the Dolphins after suffering a partial lung collapse. It's 34 degrees and cloudy. I'm Margot Rensel. Our next update at 11 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Hi, this is Father Tom Burke of the Diocese of Pittsburgh. Join us for Catholic Education Plus as we visit John F. Kennedy Catholic School in Washington for a holiday concert. Catholic Education Plus airs this Sunday morning at 6:30 and is sponsored by Sam and Judy Spanos and the Diocese of Pittsburgh.
65. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
Have you been told there is nothing that can be done for your neuropathy? Tri-State Neuropathy Centers is pleased to tell you that's not true. As one of the largest and most successful neuropathy treatment practices in the country, Tri-State Neuropathy Centers has grown to 9 regional centers and helped over 14,000 patients, like Bill from Mars. Bill's neuropathy got so bad he couldn't sleep due to the pain and was losing his balance, causing him to have frequent falls. Then Bill found Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Their effective FDA-approved treatment program greatly improved Bill's neuropathy, and now he's sleeping through the night, can feel his feet again, and has no more pain. Listen to Bill's complete story at marydanston.com. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers help Bill along with thousands of others. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings some afternoon and evening snow. Until then, cloudy, high 33. Later tonight, expect just a lingering snow shower after 3 to 6 inches of snow, low 12, followed by a very cold day for tomorrow with snow showers and flurries not expected to accumulate, high 18. Then still cold and cloudy Monday, high 21. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by True Value.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, we're back with the guys from True Value. Don't forget to stop into these fine folks today. So if you need anything in the way of snow removal and helping you recover, these are the ones you need to support.
Yeah, support these guys. They're there for you, and you need to be there for them. Not just for them, but also for you. You're the one that really benefits from places like Daniel's Discount and Appliance True Value, My Store, Piper Hardware and Mars, R.C. Walters & Sons, Slippery Rock True Value, Evie True Value, Sarver True Value. Again, there for you each day.
All right, lots of plumbing questions today because of the impending cold, frigid temperatures. Here's Lee in Springdale. Hey, Lee.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning.
I have a question. It's about potentially keeping pipes from freezing.
Okay.
Picture this real quick, if you would. I have hot water coming in. Then I have a ball shutoff valve for both. Downstream from the shutoff valves, I have the pipes go to my tubs, but they tee off to the left to go to my kitchen through a crawl space.
Mm-hmm.
If I shut the valves off upstream of that and then open the spigots, I should say, on the tubs and that, will that drain the water out of the kitchen area so that it won't freeze if we're gone for a period of days and it would get that cold?
No,
I don't think so.
It's some valves will have a drain cap to them. It's just little brass, but not many of them. Some do, some don't. Have a little drain plug to it. So what you do when you're plumbing that particular valve in, it's important to put the valve in the right direction. The far side of it, the side that you want to drain, has a little drain valve. So you can take a look at that valve, and there's just a little brass cap. And that threads out, and that will bleed the line out and drain the line. Other than that, from the way I got what you described, that water's going to sit there.
Well, I think, though, Mikey, you're right, and no argument with what Mike just said, but I think that what you're asking is basically if you shut the water off to that particular location from a warm location, will it prevent the pipes in the cold location from freezing? You're unable, gravity doesn't allow you to drain that line. But what will happen is if you're running the water and you shut the valve off, if you're running the water in the cold room and then shut the valve off, you will suck through a substantial amount of the water that's in the line. Remember, frozen pipes are an issue based on the expansion of the water. It's not just that the pipe got really cold, it's that the water that was trapped in the pipe expanded and had nowhere to go and wound up blasting the pipe open. That's the problem that you're really trying to fight against. So if you were to seal the water off from the cold space and drain the pipe to the best of your ability, leave those valves open, sink valves, shower valves, whatever's in that room, you're going to go a long way toward preventing the actual breaking of a pipe. And I think that's what you really want to avoid. You're trying to avoid broken pipes. The fact that they get cold really isn't an issue. It's when they break is when you run into problems. So to diminish the amount of water in those lines is always a good idea. And if you can shut that cold space off, you're at least getting that part of the problem solved.
I have those little drains you mentioned on the ball valves that are upstream of the T, going to the crawl space and going to the tubs. I do not have them on the shut-off valves downstream near the tubs, where I could shut them off separately. And so you're right. That's what I was concerned about, was if I shut the valves off before the crawl space and the tubs, and then open the valve in the kitchen and open the valves here in the tubs, would that drain out enough water so it wouldn't expand and crack it? Did I say that right?
Yeah, again, it can't issue any guarantees here, but the more water you can drain from those lines, the better
off you are.
And the more you give them the water a place to go, and that's why it's important to leave the valves open at the spigots. I have to tell you, I mean, this is probably not the best time to have this conversation because the cold's coming tonight. But for future reference, I installed one in my house, and I encourage everyone to do it. You can put back drains anywhere. You can put gravity back drains anywhere you want in your house. I have one that'll drain my entire house. So if I shut my water off, I can open a petcock and drain my entire every single inch of line in my house will drain back through that and empty my lines of water. So in the future, it might be something to consider. You have this existing problem where you have the crawl space. It may be a good idea to go ahead and put a relief valve so that you can back drain that in the future.
Well, real quick, I've thought of that, and we'll do it. I will say I have some protection. I have an access door to the crawl space, and I actually put a fan in there. I can screen it off and just gently push some air in there, and it keeps it up. Even in weather like we had overnight, like was the teens, it'll keep it in the upper 50s or even 60-some degrees.
Yeah, and all you need is 33. Yeah, and all you need is 33 degrees.
33, yeah. but it's a cheap, inexpensive way to do it. I've tested it where I do it while I'm awake in the morning, let's say before I go to work, shut it off so it's not on all day long. When I come back, it's still 40 degrees. So it's just maybe kind of an emergency thing, but it's enough to at least protect me,
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it makes me think Honeywell makes this great monitor, too, that I have it at home, too, because, I mean, if you're away and your pipes freeze and burst, it can do major damage to your home. And the water goes and goes and goes. Honeywell makes this little remote device you can put at the low level wherever water will first pile or go to, and it alarms you and sends a remote message right to your phone that you have a leak or water is being present, and it's very inexpensive, and it's a really great little device, and it's for almost anything too. You're traveling, just as a peace of mind. There's not a water problem because you'll be alerted the moment there is.
Yeah, Mike, and I think we're kind of unconsciously or accidentally making a case also for really high quality supplemental heaters like the ceramic disc heaters that are available, because when you have those areas, crawl spaces, for example, and you have a way to get some air into it, as you mentioned, you have a trap door. Some people have just a hole in the in the foundation or in the block that allows air to travel through. Modern space heaters or supplemental heaters, when used properly, are awesome. They have thermostatic controls. They have tip-over protection. You can use that to kind of expedite the movement of the warm air to the cold space, and know that when you're doing that, you're doing it in a safe way. Again, used properly. When I hear that there was a fire, for example, as a result of a space heater, I always think to myself, was that the result of the space heater, or was that the result of improper use of a space heater? So I cannot put a big enough exclamation point on use it properly. But man, what a great idea as well.
Well, real quick, lastly, one thing I've thought of along the lines of your safety device is using. I have the Blink camera system. There's several different systems, obviously, and putting one in the basement, looking down on the floor and the ground where the water would run, and put one in the living room facing the thermostat to make sure that the furnace hadn't gone off while we were gone, too.
Yeah, absolutely, Lee. Great idea.
Choice.
All right. Well, thank you, guys.
All right. Good luck with the weather.
All right, number to dial, 866-391-1020. The most important part when it comes to weather like this, you got to be layered up and covered up.
There you go. We like our heat holder hats, gloves. I just absolutely love them. It's my favorite pair of gloves. Got them with me right now on it. They keeping warm, and I'll be outside for many, many, many hours tomorrow morning, and layering is very, very important.
Yeah, and since you got to come to the hardware store anyhow because you got to get your snow shovel and snow removing products, Christmas is coming up. We got plenty of items inside the store for any kind of special gift for him, her, or what have you.
Yeah, stocking stuffers galore. I really like that kind of stuff.
Big display of stocking stuffers.
And if you're really interested in getting that big gift, the one that you're just not sure, should I do this or should I not do this when it comes to a tool for a loved one, man or woman, doesn't matter, right? Young or old, doesn't matter. what tool should I get? I have a man in my life or a woman in my life that's a tool junkie, loves to do work, whatever. We got the tool for you, and we've got the right advice to make sure that the recipient of the gift will not be disappointed. We can put the right tool in your hands. The prices are always right, and it's all backed up by our knowledge of which tools are which and how they function, and the proper use and the proper person for each tool. So if you're lacking the knowledge on a specific tool, but know that you have a tool junkie in the family that needs a gift, please stop in and see us. We got you covered.
Yeah, absolutely, Rob. And I've been trying to figure out what to get Rob Pratt for Christmas.
Just your company alone is more than enough.
We got to get him something.
But honestly, where would we be without a True Value store with weather like this? We'd be up that creek, as they say.
We hear that all the time.
Seriously.
We hear this from the customers, I don't know what I'd ever do if you weren't here. I don't know what I'd ever do if you weren't here. And I always tell them, fear not. We're not going anywhere.
So listen, I'm on the Rochester. I'm on the Rochester Monaca Bridge, and there's a True Value tractor trailer. I'm beeping and waving at this guy. He's probably thinking, "Who is this knucklehead?" I love True Value. All right, we'll take a short break. How about some of the lesser things that you wouldn't think of that you'll need if this weather turns out to be as bad as it could be? Something that you may not think you need, but you need.
So this is really easy for me because I, Mr. Prepared, right? I was not prepared for this last week. What things you don't think you're going to need, but you might need? How about the things that you don't have in your car right now? Do you have something to keep you warm if you break down? Do you have jumper cables? Do you have a snow shovel, which is what I didn't have in my vehicle, which I needed, which I always carry, except for this particular year? I needed one that last snow that we have, and I needed it in my car, and it wasn't there. So the things that you don't think of are common things, but it's the placement. What do you have in your car? What do you not have in your car? And what ought you have in your car? Windshield washer fluid. Do you have an extra gallon of that sitting around? All those things. Man, what a great day to think about it. The snow isn't here yet. Get to the hardware store, load up your car with those safety things, a blanket. I have a daughter and a wife that I really want to make sure they have what's right in their car.
Right.
So for years I've always stocked them up. I make sure that they have it. It's a great idea, and it's good for them, and it's good for everyone.
Do you have a collapsible snow shovel?
I do.
Do you?
I do. Yeah, I have one in my car, and we sell them at the store.
Smart.
Absolutely.
Mike, you want to add anything to that?
No.
Okay.
Thanks, Mike.
You may step down, Your Honor. No further questions. All right, we're going to come back. Hey, Christine Zapp next hour, AAA East Central's Talking Travel. And coming up, it's also Law for the Elderly. Carl Zachariah will be here. Zachariah Brown Brackovich, that law firm, at noon. All today with your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
The KDKA Mobile News Fleet is driven by Jim Shorkey Kia, North Huntington and Wexford. JimShorkeyKia.com.
Delicious December savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. Save with your Coons Reward Card. Sugardale semi-bonus whole hams, $1.29 a pound. California Sunkissed Nave Orange is 6 for $2. And selected varieties of Tide Simply Laundry Detergent, 31 to 32-ounce bottles, $1.99 each. Additional savings in our meat department. Amish Country Farm brand Spiral Cut Ham, $2.99 a pound. Selected varieties of Sugardale Bacon, 1 pound package, $3.99 each. In our produce department, Golden Ripe Pineapples, $2.99 each. And Baby Bella Mushrooms, 10-ounce package, 2 for $6. In our deli department, Cooper's Yellow or White Sharp American Cheese, $5.99 a pound. And this week, selected varieties of Wishbone Salad Dressing, 15-ounce bottles, 2 for $5.
So get in on the delicious December savings happening right now at Coons Market. How do you find the one nearest you? Click on CoonsMarket.com. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
You want to be the big hero this holiday season? Give a gift they'll never forget. Instead of just more stuff, give them an incredible experience. Imagine their faces when they learn they're spending a week lounging in a private lazy river in the Outer Banks, splashing in the indoor pool of a massive Deep Creek lake home, or waking up to the waves from an oceanfront condo in Myrtle Beach. The best gifts are memories. Visit SWACvacations.com today to book your dream summer 2026 getaway. SWAC, SWACK, vacations.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm handles hundreds of crash cases involving semi-trucks every year. A crash case involving semis is much different, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can leave lots of money on the table. Many times there is separate insurance for the cab and for the trailer. Sometimes there are actually layers of other insurances and excess insurance that some lawyers may not know about because they don't see that many cases. We see these cases every day. Also, there are federal laws governing the hours a driver may drive in a 24-hour period and logs that are required. A crash case involving a semi-truck is a totally different animal than a simple car crash. We have lawyers who only handle these cases. It's all they do. Rolling the dice with the wrong law firm can be disastrous. Call us on your cell phone at Pound Law, pound 529. It's so easy. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, here we go. Back to the phones. It's Debbie in Robinson. Hey, Deb.
Hi, how are you guys doing today?
Good, wonderful.
I'm sorry, I got called in. I turned on the radio too late, and I'm sorry to bother you. You might have addressed this issue already. During the cold weather here, I've only been leaving the cold faucet spigot dripping in all my bathrooms, basement, and kitchen. Someone said I'm supposed to also have the warm faucet, the hot faucet also open too. Is that true or just the cold?
It would help to have both hot and cold. The cold is more susceptible, but it's not unheard of to have your hot water line also freeze, because what happens, unless the water is running, the water that is sitting in that line is going to go from hot to cold over a period of time. So unless the hot water is running through the line, it's not going to maintain a hot temperature itself. So the best practice is to have both hot and cold water running, dripping, nothing too substantial on it, but that would be your best bet. And especially if this is the kitchen cabinets, you want to have those doors left open and you want to remove all of the stuff that's under the cabinet. To just open the door, but then to leave all your stuff, junk, underneath there, it's not going to do any good. You have to remove what's underneath in that kitchen cabinet so the hot air gets in and moves around those pipes, because otherwise opening the door, you have too much obstruction that's going to prevent the warmer air from getting underneath that cabinet. So leaving both.
Right. I mean, I have like this gray insulation already covering the pipes underneath the kitchen, and also in the basement from like the outside line coming in. But I was just curious because I've always had just the cold spigot dripping, and now they're saying the warm too. So I started doing that to a very slow drip, but at least the warm hot spigot and the cold should be open. Okay, that's all I needed to know, guys. Thanks a lot for answering my question.
Debbie,
Have a good day.
I'm going to give you another tip.
Okay.
I'm very conservation minded, and I'm always thinking about this kind of thing. And we all do this, right? If we're in a situation where it makes sense, we let our faucets drip, to keep them from freezing. But too many of us don't collect the water that's dripping out the faucet. We just let it run down the drain. So my suggestion, put a pot under there, put a nice clean pot under there. Let that drip overnight. That's your water for your coffee in the morning. That's your water to water your plants. That's the water to boil eggs in. There's no sense in letting that water go to waste. It's available to you. You're probably paying for it. And it's served its purpose as far as keeping the freezing pipe from occurring. Why not recycle that water and throw it right in the coffee pot the next morning? It's perfectly good.
Great idea.
Nice, right?
Like that. Instead of just watching your money go down the drain.
Yeah.
That's good. I love it. Kathy, I spent too many years doing that. Kathy, Bethel Park, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. Hi, this is for Andy. What's the best and safest heater to use when I'm in my game room? It's chilly down there, and I wanted to get a new heater. Right now I have an electric plug-in, and it's older. And I noticed that the plug that goes into the wall, it gets hot. I don't know if that's normal, but I feel like I want to get a new one. And what would you suggest?
Okay, first off, a plug getting hot is a bad thing. A plug being warm is not a problem on a space heater. There's a big difference between one that's hot or just warm. Okay, but my favorite heater is the oil-filled radiator heaters. They are super efficient, and they put out a tremendous amount of warm air to warm an entire room. All your ceramic heaters, your copper disc heaters, your milk house heaters, those are all spot heating, where your oil-filled radiator heaters will heat an entire area in an entire room. So in my basement that gets super cold on purpose, because I don't waste a lot of heat down there, in the garage and the man door that I go in and out of, that is what I will plug in when I get home tonight, and I will keep that on when I am at home, and it keeps that entire basement at a nice warmer temperature. But by far an easy guess for me is, or an easy pick for me, is the oil-filled radiator heaters. Are by
and do
far
you
my
sell
favorite.
those at your store?
Oh, absolutely. I probably have a dozen of them on the shelf this morning, so unless they all went out the door when I left at 9 to come here, we should have plenty.
And what does that mean when the plug gets hot? It's the part that actually goes into the wall, which I have it directly in the wall.
Yeah.
But it's that part that goes into the wall.
Yeah. So Debbie, think about like an electric stove, your kitchen stove, or think about an old school electric heater where you would see those coils get red. That's just resistance heating. So that's basically how the old school heaters worked. They were just resisting electricity, like spreading electricity over a thinner piece of wire, and they would glow red hot because of that heat, and then a fan would blow over it. So that's the resistance. So unless you want the resistance when you're cooking on a stove or something like that, generally speaking, that is not good. And that's when we talk about that heat, that's that resistance. Yeah. And, the other way I like to think about it too is like water flowing through a pipe. You want the pipe big enough that water flows through it just fine. You picture trying to get a big garden hose on a small pipe and forcing that water through that pipe. That's why bigger wire is better than smaller wire. But that's the resistance. Right. That's the heat. And to Andy's point, and like I said, don't get panicked. Right. You get an electric heater.
Warm
it is going to it's going to pull some.
It's going to be warm. It's not going to be hot, and that's why you can never put a electric heater, even these oil heaters, you cannot plug them into an extension cord or a power strip, because that coil that gets super red hot, that resistance, that is what's happening when you plug a heater into a power strip. You get that resistance, and then those power strips catch fire and melt.
And
I've not done that, and I actually with this heater, I turned it off. I don't leave it. I don't even let it run continuously, because I'm a little bit anxious about that.
Oh, so good.
Pick up one of these. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thanks, Kathy.
All right, as they say in showbiz, final 30 seconds. Andy.
All right, well, thank you everyone for tuning in. I hope we answered all your questions. If not, you can reach any of us at our store. I know all three of us are heading back to our stores, so give us an hour. We'll be there for the rest of the day, but we're here to help you get ready for the storm, whether the cold weather or for the snow or snow blowers or getting it started or whatever the case may be. Give us a call. I can be reached at 412-835-5780 or eveyhdw@gmail.com. Michael?
And Sarver True Value Rental. Make sure you go Daniels True Value Discount on Appliance, R.C. Walters and Sons True Value, Slippery Rock True Value, and
come out and see me at Piper Hardware. And don't run from the cold. Lean into it. We live in the North. Embrace it. Don't make yourself miserable. Come see us at the store and make your weekend great.
Eddie, you going to sell any grass seed today?
We may.
Okay.
It's entirely possible.
I may not be selling it, but I could be doing something else with it before the end of this day. What a crazy day. All right, news coming up next.
The proceeding was paid for by True Value. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Instruction on PennStart, a testing track for autonomous vehicle companies and emergency responders. Commencing. President of RIDC, we have Mr. Don Smith.
And it's a partnership to really bring this testing environment that'll help keep the jobs from companies like Aurora and Stack and Motional here in the region.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Hi, this is Jack Bogut. Remember Papa J's, that great Italian restaurant in Carnegie that burned down a few years ago? That left a big hole in the lives of a lot of us because Papa J's was a legendary gathering place for family and friends. And then it was gone. Well, the great news is that Papa J's is back, now located in the Strip District on Smallman Street in front of St. Stan's Catholic Church. Papa J's. Wonderful food still made from scratch, like fried zucchini with marinara, greens and beans, street pizza, handmade pasta with sauces that make you smile, chicken parm, veal scallopini, fresh fish, and now the Troiani family's homemade gelato. Yes, Papa J's is back on Smallman Street in the Strip in front of St. Stan's Catholic Church. Open Wednesday through Sunday for lunch and dinner. Papa J's is back.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 35 degrees and cloudy at Pittsburgh International at 11 o'clock. I'm Margot Rensel. Temperatures are predicted to drop into the teens with lows in single digits overnight. City Parks is helping those who might need it by opening warming centers for Sunday. Press Secretary for the Mayor's Office, Olga George, tells KDKA Radio why this is important.
We don't want people to struggle inside of a cold home. So in the meantime, you have someplace warm and safe to be.
The centers are located in active living communities in Beachview, Greenfield, Homewood, Sheridan, and Southside. The centers will be open from noon to 6 p.m. One Pittsburgh bar is asking for financial help from the community. Con Alma, a jazz bar and restaurant located downtown, launched a GoFundMe with the goal of raising $150,000. In the description, they say, quote, "We're turning to you, our community, for help. The funds we raise will go directly towards settling debts, securing payroll, and covering the countless expenses that keep Con Alma running," end quote. The GoFundMe has raised over $21,000 so far. A man is in critical condition after being shot in Middle Hill early this morning. Officers were dispatched to the 600 block of Chauncey Street when 3 separate shot spotter alerts counted 17 rounds. Police found the adult male victim with multiple gunshot wounds to his torso and arm. The man was transported to the hospital by EMS, where he was taken into surgery on arrival. The investigation is ongoing. A new poll ranked Pittsburgh the 13th best city to celebrate New Year's Eve. A Wallet Hub poll ranked the top 100 cities to celebrate New Year's Eve based on entertainment and food, costs, and safety and accessibility. Orlando took the #1 spot to celebrate New Year's Eve, and Philadelphia was ranked 20th on the list. In KDKA Sports, the Penguins versus the Sharks at 3 p.m. at PPG Paints Arena. KDK Radio News Time is 11:03. It's 35 degrees and cloudy. Our next update at 11:30. I'm Margot Rensel on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Honey,
I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Ring in the holiday season with Pittsburgh CLO's A Musical Christmas Carol. Experience dazzling special effects and joyous music that will make your spirits soar. This timeless Charles Dickens tale follows Scrooge, Bob Cratchit, and Tiny Tim on a journey of redemption and the magic of the holiday season. Starring Charity Award winner Dennis O'Hare as Scrooge. December 13th through the 23rd at the Byam Theater. Get your tickets today at pittsburghclo.org.
Oakmont Bakery. Cookie trays piled high. The Christmas Yule log. The famous Oakmonter. The chocolate fudge torte. The burnt almond torte. Fresh fruit tarts. Rich and creamy cheesecakes. Oakmont Bakery is now taking orders for Christmas until December 16th. Visit online at oakmontbakery.com or stop in to check out this charming holiday wonderland. Merry Christmas. And remember, at Oakmont Bakery, we believe in delicious memories.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
For today, clouds eventually yield some afternoon snow with a high of 33. Then that evening snow tapers to a lingering snow shower. Then it turns colder after 3 to 6 inches of snow with a low of 12, followed by some snow showers and flurries tomorrow with a high of just 18. Then still cloudy and cold for Monday, high 21. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program, Talking Travel, is sponsored by AAA Travel Agency. All information provided on this program is supplied by AAA. News Radio KDKA cannot guarantee the accuracy of the information, nor do we warrant the price, availability, or quality of the travel services discussed. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You know, I've been doing this show long enough to know when it's winter here, it's summer there, as in down under, mate. And we're talking about Australia. And Christine Zapp and her incredible husband with me in the studio today. She's on camera, the Metropolitan Window video screen. You can see her and hear it stream live, kdkradio.com, KDK Watch. Of course, our YouTube channel, that Odyssey app, a free app, AUDACY, and of course, the traditional way, KDK 100.1 FM, AM 1020, because they just returned from the land down under, and we have a lot to get to. Without further ado, here she is, Christine Zapp. A little jet lag, but she's ready to rock and roll. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm really excited. I told Rob right before we started I wanted to get into kind of how you get to Australia before we get into all the fun tours and the cruises. So whether you're looking to explore, their vibrant cities of Australia or experience the luxury of the long haul to get there, of course, that's right. I said luxury. So this week, we're taking you halfway around the world, but first I want to talk about how we can get you there in style. So I recently flew American Airlines business class from Pittsburgh to Sydney. We had a single connection in LA, so Pittsburgh, LA, Sydney, and it was a game changer. So originally when we booked these flights, I didn't love the cost of first class, right? Like anyone. It wasn't in my budget. It wasn't something I was super interested in. But then probably about a week and a half before, we got an upgrade offer from the airline. And that really wasn't something I was super familiar with the airlines doing until my travel advisor was like, hey, I recently blah, blah, blah went here, and they send you these upgrade offers depending on your status or if there are a lot of seats that still need sold. So we got an upgrade offer, we took advantage of it, and from the moment we checked in, the experience was seamless. So priority boarding, which is faster than the TSA pre-check line, your baggage is priority, so everything that you're checking, once you get to your final destination, it's one of the first bags off of the carousel. You get complimentary checked bags at that, and then you also have access to the Admiral's Lounge. VIP, Rob, I'm telling you. So these lounges, they offer kind of like a quiet retreat. There's snacks, there's drinks, Wi-Fi. They even have showers there depending on how long your layover is and how long that you're traveling. it's really just like the perfect place to relax before a long flight. So we checked in, everything was seamless in Pittsburgh. We arrived in LAX, went straight to the Admiral's Lounge, and it was wonderful. I didn't even feel like I flew across the country to be ready to go on a 16-hour flight from there. So once we got on board, the seats are lie flat. So they have direct aisle access, which makes it super easy to rest. They have chef-inspired dining and then curated amenity kits with a little touch of luxury. So when we first checked in and we were on the flight, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to be on this flight for 16 hours and I forgot my toothbrush. Like, that's so long. No, they have this little amenity kit. It's got socks. It had an eye mask, lotion. It had a toothbrush, a toothpaste, earplugs, slippers. Once they get everyone checked in, they walk around and they ask if you want pajamas for the overnight flight. I'm telling you.
And this all comes with
the ticket.
That's it?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was incredible. And so we had 2 seats in the middle, which still had direct access, but then between us it was just me and Zach. Between each other, they lie completely flat. They give you cushions, pillows, blankets. They come around with the food, the wine, the beer. I mean, it was VIP. I was like, let's just stay on the plane. It was so
But
nice.
that makes all the sense in the world. So when you get there, you can kind of hit the ground running.
Exactly. We were only going to be in Sydney for 6 days, so it was very short. And we had talked about it a lot. Like, we don't want to be exhausted and spend 3 days of the trip so tired. So, yeah, like I said, we had some recent upgrades on their newer suites, provide more space, privacy. They've got improved entertainment, and then every moment in the air was super enjoyable. So we hit the ground running as soon as we arrived in Sydney. We were a little bit stiff, I guess, because we're on the plane for 16 hours. So we went to the Bondi Beach area and walked around all day long just so we're up and active and moving, and honestly adjusted to the time zone almost instantly. So then, of course, on our flight home, we did not have first class. And as soon as we got to the airport on the check-in, on the return, I'm like, I need it. How do I get it? What do we have available? And they gave us an offer at the counter. So, I mean, there's a lot of ways that you can get around. You know, a lot of times you'll see it for $10,000, $15,000, and that's not in everyone's budget. But if you are patient and there's seats available, there might be an offer that is available when you check in at the counter a week before. You just have to check with your agent.
If you can do it, do it.
Exactly. If you can do it, it's a no-brainer. You have to do it.
Well, you realize what that did for you as far as saving you a lot of time, but more importantly, giving you some well-deserved rest, so you didn't lose any of your vacation.
Exactly, 100%. And you're flying halfway across the world. That's a once-in-a-lifetime experience that not everyone's lucky enough to have. And if you have that opportunity, you want to make sure you're making the most of it. I mean, I've said it to so many people that have asked, and I feel like the journey there was part of my vacation. You know, I felt relaxed, I felt spoiled, and it was great. It was just a wonderful way to kick off our vacation.
Well, you really did it because you wanted to celebrate your hero's 36th birthday, Taylor Swift.
She's such a big deal. That's how she flies. That's how I felt. Like, this is how Taylor flies. This is how I need to fly.
Like the Eras Tour, Hula and Disney now, that's basically what she did, and you did the same thing.
Yeah. True VIP. And then I'm able to take that back, tell all the agents that are in the office, and, you know, some of them have had the opportunity to experience it also. And it's nice when you have that special touch. So when somebody calls in, they're like, I don't know, that's a little over my budget. Do we really think it's worth it? 10 out of 10 every single time it is worth it.
So how great is Australia?
Oh my gosh, it was incredible.
Talk to me.
It was incredible. So Australia's never been super high on my bucket list, but it was so high on Zach's bucket list. And when we had the opportunity to go, I would kind of just let him take the reins. So I took a step back from being an advisor, and I was like, what do you want to do? You know, this is your bucket list trip. Where do you want to go? What do you want to see? And I definitely think that the most fun that we had is when we went, you know, kind of into the outback. So we're in the mountains, and we're in the areas where you can see some wild kangaroos and all of the wildlife, and it was so fun. And then we went to this wildlife reservery where we were able to hang out with koalas and the little baby wallabies. It was so fun, so cute. We got to feed them. The kangaroos came right up to us. A little scary. They're kind of big, but it was so cool.
Yeah, fun then, huh?
Yeah, it was so much fun.
You know, what about, see any of the beaches at all?
We did. So we went to Bondi Beach when we got there, and it kind of reminds me a little bit of like Newport Beach in Rhode Island. Not as much as the mansions and stuff, but the cliffs. So there were lots of cliffs, and it was like a nice, I would say, a 2-mile walk that we went on, just because we were so tired from being on the flight. Our bodies were more tired than we were.
So the Opera House, do you see that?
We did. So we went to the Opera House, and we were able to tour it, and it was so cool. The architect behind it, it was old, but it didn't feel like stuffy in any way. And right around the Opera House, they have all of these shops and dining and bars, and it was just a really cool area. And then right across from the harbor is where the cruise lines are able to dock as well. So if you're thinking that maybe you don't want to take that flight to Australia, there's options where you could cruise to Australia. There's options where you could fly into Sydney and cruise from Australia. We actually have a cruise a little bit later in the show that is a 22-day sailing, and it is so inexpensive that I'm hoping that Zach didn't read my notes and he's like, okay, let's book it.
So do you climb the bridge that everybody does?
I'm scared of heights, Rob. I did not do that. I stayed right on the ground.
Everybody says you have to do that when you're there.
So we did a harbor cruise, so we were able to go under the bridge. I feel like that counts the same.
Is it a big bridge?
It's huge.
Well,
huge.
The last thing, she's single now, so did you give Nicole Kidman my number? Listen, that's what I'd be looking for over there.
Oh my gosh.
I tell you, I think Australia is one of the neatest places on the planet.
It was so cool. It was such a vibrant city.
So is it like summer as we know summer right now there?
It was kind of more like spring, I felt. And it's funny because when we travel to different places in the world, and we're from Pittsburgh and it's cold, I was just in California last week and I'm ready to rip out my shorts and my t-shirt, and they've got jackets on because it's, low 70s.
Here's what's the most amazing thing, Zach and Kristen, about Australia that I think about. The Outback, per se. Okay, good restaurant, but the real Outback, how much uncharted real estate is still in Australia. It's kind of amazing.
So much.
And there are people actually out there still.
Yeah. Even when we went to the Blue Mountains, and from Sydney to there, it was probably about, say, like an hour and a half of a drive. And to be able to get outside of the city and see, from point A to point B, how much of it is still just outback. I mean, there's nothing there. And then you get up into the mountains and it's just gorgeous. And it kind of reminds you of the Grand Canyon, but better. It was very cool.
Listen, we're going to talk about food on the other side, but we're also going to bring you a beautiful idea as far as an itinerary for you as well, too. And remember, AAA.com/radio, 800-354-8761. Keep that in the back of your mind. We'll come back with Kristen, more on Australian and other stuff. But don't forget, holiday time is here. What better time to give someone a membership?
Absolutely. We have so many good offers right now. You can gift a membership, and then you'll also receive a gift card when you gift the membership. So you give a gift, you get a gift. There's no better time. I actually just was reviewing my statement when we came back from Australia, and I'm like, what is this charge from AAA? And then I'm like, oh yeah, I gift my parents a membership every single year. So that's what the charge was for. And I was like, okay, AAA, way to be on top of it right before the holidays. And that's kind of the beauty of having auto pay as one of the options. I don't have to worry about if I'm going to forget it, because I would have forgot. But there it is, ready to go. It'll be in the mail, and I'll be able to take that home for the holidays.
All right, short break. We'll come back. More AAA East Central's Talking Travel today on KDKA.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Looking for an out-of-the-ordinary getaway? AAA presents Yellowstone in Winter, a 6-night tour package to America's most famous national park and more. Trust us, winter is the absolute best time for viewing the park's spectacular wildlife and jaw-dropping natural wonders. And best of all, you can forget about any crowds. Fly into Salt Lake City, home of the Mormon Tabernacle Choir. Then travel to Yellowstone, board a comfy, cozy, heated snow coach, and marvel at amazing buffalo herds, Old Faithful Geyser, Yellowstone River Falls, and more. See the snow-capped Grand Tetons and savor the Wild West spirit of Jackson Hole, Wyoming. You'll even sleigh ride through an elk refuge. You also have an opportunity for an optional snowmobile excursion. Join them this winter. They offer several dates in January and February. Visit your local AAA or call 1-800-354-8761. Experience a winter adventure you won't forget.
Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's premier locally owned shredding and document management service since 1928. Steel City has been Pittsburgh's trusted name in business services. Today, Steel City Shredding continues that legacy with secure, on-site shredding you can watch happen. From paper and hard drives to media destruction and e-waste disposal, we keep your information safe And we 100% recycle all materials. Steel City Shredding, secure, on-site, 100% recycled. Visit steelcityshredding.com.
This week's Game Time Sports Update is brought to you by Bet365.
Riding a surge of momentum after coming off a 4-game winning streak, Miami heads to Pittsburgh for the Week 15 Monday night matchup. Pittsburgh, meanwhile, returns home feeling confident after a gritty divisional win over Baltimore that pushed them to 6-7 for the season.
When it comes to sportsbooks, Bet365 has it all. Download the Bet365 app today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be located in Pennsylvania.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I got those bloomin' onion rings at Outback, which I love. And I got to tell you a quick story. For years, PNC Park, I hosted Pirate Sunday. 10 years, I was there every home game on Sunday. And the Outback Steakhouse had a little side door. And those folks were so nice because I was getting off the air and I had to run across the Clemente Bridge. And they always let me in the back door. And I'd go up and through the kitchen. And I'd smell all that good food. Still the best steak anywhere. So I got to ask you, food in Australia.
Love it.
Hearty food?
Yes. And I think that my favorite, the favorite meal that we had was probably when it wasn't even really a meal. It was more like an experience. When we were going into the Blue Mountains, we stopped along the way at this little cafe, like kind of like nook and cranny in the middle of nowhere. They had all these like different breakfast foods and different coffees, and just the experience was so cool. I think that for me, a lot of times that makes it that much better. You know, you have the good food, but then you also have like the atmosphere of it, and it just makes it so much cooler. You can't have that. You can't get that in Pittsburgh.
What's the sky like at night?
We were in Sydney, so it was pretty hard to say. I think that...
Is it wide open spaces,
yes.
Or is it... it is?
Yes, it is. Once you get outside of the city, you know, like I said, Sydney is a very vibrant city, but getting outside of the city, you're able to see more of that wide open spaces. And, you know, I think it's cool that we have so many different travel advisors that have experienced this in so many different ways. You know, I was able to go and experience Sydney, and although that's all that I was able to experience, this tour that we're going to talk about also features New Zealand. And Hannah in our call center, she recently went and did all of New Zealand.
I saw
so
that.
It's nice to be able to kind of have coworkers that share the same interests as you, have the same career goals, and then you kind of piece it all together and make the magic happen for our members. So it's really cool to see some of this stuff come together. So this week's featured tour of the week is a 15-day adventure, and it's going to highlight Sydney, New Zealand, and Northern Australia. And of course, Sydney is going to be the highlight of the journey because that's where I went, and it was wonderful. There's nothing quite like experiencing the Sydney Harbour up close, cruising past the Opera House, the Harbour Bridge, and the city's vibrant waterfront neighborhoods. So highlights of this tour are going to include the Sydney Harbour Cruise and waterfront experience. You're going to explore a lot of Australian culture, history in New South Wales, a lakeside barbecue cruise in New Zealand, Milford Sound cruising in New Zealand, and the Great Barrier Reef in Cairns. So that is actually a lot of the different travel advisors that were on this trip with us. They went and experienced Cairns first. They went in and were able to experience that. And one night at dinner, they were talking about how they were, you know, snorkeling in the Great Barrier Reef, and there was this fish that was up beside them that was like the size of a shark. I'm terrified of that kind of stuff. So
well,
like
they do have a lot of those.
Yeah. So for me, this wasn't something that was appealing to me. And then when they started talking about it, it made it even a little more scary for me. But anyone that's more adventurous than I am, it sounds like it's one of those most breathtaking experiences you could ever have. I know my uncle, Chuck, has been almost everywhere in the world, and when we had said we were going to Australia, this was a don't miss from him, but I'm like, Chuck, I'm just gonna stand at the edge and watch. So we didn't do it, but everyone that I talked to that did, blown away with the experience.
I don't know, man.
You're with me, right? We're gonna stand on the side.
Two things: great white sharks and grizzly bears.
Yeah,
forget it.
I'm out. So the tour details for this, it's going to be 15 days, 14 nights. This tour includes 22 total meals, so 12 breakfasts, 4 lunches, 6 dinners. And a lot of the tours are similar in that way, where they wake up, you get started with your breakfast. You'll either have a group lunch or you'll be on your own for lunch, and then a lot of times they'll bring you back for dinner. So the activity level for this is pretty moderate. You're going to walk maybe 2 to 3 miles a day. Some of it's going to have uneven terrain with altitudes of up to 6,000 feet. And then, of course, with AAA Member Choice Vacations, that is an operated tour by Colette Tours. But because you're a AAA member, you're going to get a savings, which is $50 per person, plus other seasonal offers depending on the time of the year that it is. And then, of course, you're able to have your choice on tour where you're able to pick one of the inclusions that you wouldn't normally get with a Colette tour. So this is a departure. It's going to be May 6th through the 20th of 2026. And this is a guaranteed departure. So basically what that means is, tour operators sometimes will have departures that aren't guaranteed. And if they don't sell enough space on it.
So you can book the trip and book the day.
Exactly. So this one, it's guaranteed whether there's 2 of you or 20 of you, this tour is operating. So this is pricing at $54.99 per person based on double occupancy. This is land only, so if you wanted to, do an extension to Fiji, which is what I wanted to do, but we ended up going to Florida to visit my father-in-law. Touchy subject, although we did love Florida with the pup.
Long term, it was a good thing you did that.
Long term, it was a good thing to do. But you could do an extension to add on to New Zealand. You could add on to Sydney. You could do an extension to Fiji. So there's so many options once you're in that part of the world.
And it's better to do Australia over two weeks as opposed to 6 days.
Absolutely. And there's so many options, right? So another one of the agents that was there, they went to Sydney, and then on the way back, they stopped in Hawaii. It really broke up the flight.
That's a good idea.
So I thought that was a really, really great idea. So there's just so many different ways that you can experience this part of the world without it having to feel so tiring to get there, whether it's upgrading to first class, whether it's breaking the trip up, or whether it's going and being there for 2 weeks. So the itinerary overview, basically days 1 through 3, you're going to be in Sydney, where you're able to see the harbor cruise. You're going to be able to tour the opera house, a lot of city highlights, and some of that dining that we had talked about. Days 4 through 7, you're going to be in Queenstown, New Zealand. So that's going to be a lot of adventure, cruising, and like some lakeside experiences. Days 8 through 10, you're going to be in Cairns and the Great Barrier Reef, which is that tropical exploration that I'm scared of, that most of you will love. And then days 11 through 14, we're going to be back to Sydney. So more harbor sightseeing, cultural experiences, and some of those local adventures. So it's just a super easy place to get to from here. I know it takes a while, but you can single connect through LA. If you don't want to upgrade to first class, you can still buy a day pass to the Admirals Club. So you can use miles, you can do a day pass, and you'll still have access to that, which is super nice. Once you're laying over in these cities, you're looking for your food and, a place to relax as well. So why not have it all in one place?
That's a great price, though.
Yeah, it's a super great price. Yeah. So right now it's typically $59.99 per person. But if you book by December 15th, you're saving about, $250, $500-ish per person. So it's a great time to book.
Yeah, and especially, you want to do something in the way of a gift or gifting this holiday season, do it now, book it, then you have something to kind of set your sights on.
Exactly. And what a better thing to look forward to than travel?
There's nothing better. So what about the airport?
Which airport?
Our airport.
Oh my gosh! So when we left, I was like, "What airport?"
Yeah,
this was an airport, LAX.
You got jet lag.
I don't know. So when we left, we actually left, and it was still the tram.
Right.
But when we came back, it was the new airport. It was so cool. I love it, and now I've flown into there 3 times since then. But it is so cool. One of the things that I did notice that it almost made me a little bit sad because now. It's revamped and it's brand new, but with the floors the way they used to be, when you would roll your bag across it, you would hear that clickety clackety sound, and now it's all smooth and nice and quiet and peaceful, and you don't hear that sound anymore. But it made it such a seamless experience on the return. Especially, I don't typically check a bag, so it made it even quicker for me. I'm off the plane and I'm out the door. It was so nice.
All right, so you went to California too.
I did. So we went to Australia, then we came back and we drove to Florida because, of course, we had to have Nova along for the ride. Right. So then we went to Florida for a week and were able to spend Thanksgiving with my father-in-law. And then I came back for a week, and then I went to California for work. So we were in Orange County, or I was in Orange County last week, which was so nice.
You realize in a few weeks you've been to more places than most people have in the last 10 years.
Hey, AAA's hiring, AAA.com/careers.
That's exactly where I wanted you to go with that. All right, we'll take a short break. We'll come back. Oh, by the way, a little sports note. We'll pick up on this tomorrow, Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show. The Colts have announced that Phillip Rivers will be starting against Seattle tomorrow afternoon. So Old Man Rivers is going to show the rest of the world he can still throw the football. Can't wait to see that happen. We'll talk about everything in the way of sports again. Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday show. And speaking of Coons Market, with the weather, you may want to pick up some bread and milk because it looks as though we're going to get a significant snowfall and the temperatures are going to get really cold. Andy Amron and company were talking earlier on my show about it, what you need. And Margot's been all over this story, and she's going to have much more, the latest. Of course, AccuWeather as well. Our news update moments away. KDKA.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-830-4914. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-830-4914. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-830-4914. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-830-4914. That's 800-830-4914.
Have you been told there is nothing that can be done for your neuropathy? Tri-State Neuropathy Centers is pleased to tell you that's not true. As one of the largest and most successful neuropathy treatment practices in the country, Tri-State Neuropathy Centers has grown to 9 regional centers and helped over 14,000 patients, like Bill from Mars. Bill's neuropathy got so bad he couldn't sleep due to the pain and was losing his balance, causing him to have frequent falls. Then Bill found Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Their effective FDA-approved treatment program greatly improved Bill's neuropathy, and now he's sleeping through the night, can feel his feet again, and has no more pain. Listen to Bill's complete story at marydanston.com. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers help Bill, along with thousands of others. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy.
This is attorney Christine Brown Murphy with the law firm of Zachariah Brown. If you have a loved one in a nursing home, we need to talk. Give our office a call at 724-942-6200 or visit our website at pittsburghelderlaw.com.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's cloudy and 35 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 11:30. I'm Margot Rensel. Snow is in the forecast for this afternoon, and senior AccuWeather meteorologist Tyler Royce tells KDK Radio how much we can expect.
Generally, we're expecting 3 to 6 inches of snow across the Pittsburgh area. Looking as you go a little bit farther to the north towards up I-79, you'll be closer towards the 3 inches. And if you go towards the more elevated areas across the city, especially on the southern side, you can't rule out 6 inches.
Tyler said snow should stop before sunrise tomorrow morning, but warns that conditions could become icy as temperatures drop. Lower temperatures can also mean frozen pipes. Andy Emrine of EV True Value cautions.
Two most common areas on the frozen pipes are your outside hose bibs and your kitchen sink.
Andy says it only takes a pin-sized hole to bring enough air in to freeze your pipes. City Parks is helping those who might need it by opening warming centers for Sunday. Press Secretary for the Mayor's Office, Olga George, tells KDK Radio why that's important.
We don't want people to struggle inside of a cold home. So in the meantime, you have someplace warm and safe to be.
The centers are located in active living communities in Beachview, Greenfield, Homewood, Sheridan, and Southside. The centers will be open from noon to 6 p.m. tomorrow. In KDKA sports, Penguins versus Sharks with a 3 p.m. puck drop at PPG Paints Arena. It's 35 degrees and cloudy. I'm Margot Rental. Our next update at 12 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Have a house you're ready to sell? Ryan Shalaba here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. Over a decade in business and 175 plus 5-star reviews, we've helped people in all different situations get the most money out of their house when they need it. We'll save you time, money, and stress, and we'll even help you move. Call 412-500-9057 and get you a cash offer in as little as 24 hours. That's 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com today.
Get ready to party like it's 1999 when Marshall Charloff and the Purple Experience take the stage at Rivers Casino. Live from the Event Center on Thursday, March 12th. The most celebrated tribute to Prince of the world. This show is sure to have you singing and dancing all night long. Head to riverscasino.com for tickets and join us for a night of greatest hits that'll leave you wanting more.
For all station contest rules, go to kdkaradio.com/rules.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Cloudy this afternoon with snow developing, high 33. Snow tonight will taper to flurries late. Brisk and turning colder. Snow accumulations of 3 to 6 inches. Untreated surfaces will become slippery, the low 11. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by AAA.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Christine Zapp is here, and we now have something else that I think you'll find very interesting in the way of another getaway waiting just for you. Go ahead.
All right, so next we're going to sail on the Cruise of the Week, which is a 22-night Princess Cruise journey from Sydney to Cape Town aboard the Crown Princess.
22?
22. Wait till I get to the price, Rob. You are going to lose your mind.
Can I tell you something? I already scrolled to that price, but I didn't look at the itinerary.
Yeah, you're going to lose your mind.
How are you able to do this for 22 days?
Right? Let me get there. I mean, now they're all on the edge of their seats, right? So we're starting in Sydney, which means you get to see the harbor before your adventure at sea. The Crown Princess is the ship that you'll be on for those 22 nights, which has nearly 900 balconies and a three-story atrium. World-class dining and entertainment, from Broadway-style shows to some casual bites. And then this is also a medallion-class ship, so you have that personalized stateroom access and service. And what a medallion class is it's Princess's next-level tech-enhanced experience that makes cruising seamless, personalized, and stress-free. It looks similar to like a Magic Band for Disney. So it revolves around your device revolves around your arm. So it's like kind of like a wearable watch device, which is either a watch or a pendant. It gives you keyless stateroom access, so you're able to unlock your cabin automatically. Gives you personalized service, so the crew knows your preferences for dining and activities. You've got on-demand ordering for food, drinks, and amenities delivered anywhere on the ship. So for Zach, it would be a game changer if he's hanging out by the pool and he's drinking, whatever, beer he's drinking that day, and they're able to know his preference and just bring it to him right on the app. Knows where he's at, brings him his drink, doesn't have to get up, and it's a great service. So it's got also easy navigation, so you're able to find your friends and family on the ship with more of an interactive map. So if you're traveling with the family, you would kind of be able to see where the kids are at and what they're doing, which is super nice. And then, of course, you're just going to have an overall seamless experience, less waiting in lines, and more time where you're able to enjoy your trip. So the ship really offers a lot. You've got your fitness facilities if you are Andrea Benacki, and that's where you will be in the mornings, and then also youth programs if you're taking the kids. So it's really got something for everyone, which is great because for 22 days, you're going to need something that feels like home. So cruise highlights is going to depart May 10th of 2026 from Sydney, and then it's going to arrive in Cape Town, South Africa on June 1st, 2026. So again, this is a 22-night sailing. You're going to hit areas like Melbourne, Port Louise, other exotic ports, and then you're going to have a lot of relaxing days at sea to really enjoy the Crown Princess amenities. So pricing for this, an interior room is pricing at $2,284 per person based on double occupancy, and a balcony stateroom is pricing at $3,644 per person based on double occupancy. When you think about that, that's about less than what, $130 a day?
In 30 plus years of doing this show, this may be the best offer we've ever had.
Yeah, so this is a special offer. The Princess has got really great promotions happening right now. It's up to 40% off of their fares, plus a 50% reduced deposit, and the third and fourth guests are sailing free on select sailings. So it's a really great opportunity to see this part of the world for such a small amount of money. You know, that $36.44 per person for a balcony stateroom, all of your food, all of your water, juice, coffee, tea, your entertainment, onboard activities, the fitness center, the youth programs, all of that is included in that price. And then, of course, we can add your airfare on for you, or if you wanted to add different cruise segments to it, this is actually part of the Princess's World Cruise segment. So they do have a world cruise, and this is just one of the segments on that. So if you've ever wanted to experience a world cruise, it is something that it's kind of unbelievable, once in a lifetime type of experience. I've actually had the opportunity to book a few people on those, and it is insane, the experience that they can have with that.
I mean, that's something that you'll take with you the rest of your time on this earth.
Absolutely. It's an incredible opportunity, and with prices like this, it kind of makes you wonder if it would be less expensive to just sail around the world all year than to own a home and all of that good stuff.
I've thought of that, but you know what this reminds me of? Back in the day, and you both were way too young, you and Zach, but they used to have these things called 13-week vacations. All the major steel mills, if you were there 20 years, you got 13 weeks paid vacation. And my dad used to drive around the neighborhood, and when there were neighbors painting their house, he said, "You see that guy? You see that guy? You see that guy?" This is why the steel industry is going to go away, because nobody should be getting a 13 weeks paid vacation, because he was in management. He was smart, and what he said came to fruition. But my goodness, some of these men and their families would go rent a cottage at Lake Erie and disappear the entire summer.
Yeah.
And this is probably the closest thing. I mean, you take like a month out of your beautiful life and you're on a ship like that for that price.
Right.
That's less than I'm going to spend staying in my own house.
Exactly. Well, and since COVID, a lot of companies have went to, maybe like a work from home model where you're able to work remotely. So
Good thinking.
There's an option for that as well. You have Wi-Fi on these ships. Imagine, sipping coffee on your balcony while you're getting some work in. And then, when you're on the ship for this long, you almost have to think of making it a routine like you would at home. So I probably would channel my inner Andrea Benacki and hit the fitness center a little.
I've been using that as incentive.
Yes.
And then I say, hey, look, you a little bit more productive. Look what I got waiting for you. I'm telling you, I'm so awake now and excited. We've never had a trip like that.
I told you, when we get to the price, you're going to lose your mind. I was looking for, when I was pricing everything out, I wanted to really highlight Australia. And so I was looking for one that was, like a 7-night round trip out of Sydney. And then I saw this option and I was like, oh my gosh, like, this is insane. The price, the inclusions.
You don't have to there's not oars on this boat, right?
No,
this is a real life cruise ship.
This is a real life cruise ship. And Princess is one of our more preferred
gold
cruise
standard.
lines. Yes.
So once again, I want everybody to just listen and lock into this. And then when I say ready, set, go, 800-354-8761. Never in 30 plus years have we ever had a trip like this. Go.
Absolutely. So this is a 22-night Princess cruise. It starts in Sydney and ends in Cape Town. So from Australia to South Africa, May 10th through June 1st of 2026. You are going to be on board the Crown Princess, which is offering about 900 different balconies, a 3-story atrium, world-class dining and entertainment, Broadway-style shows, casual bites, medallion-class service, which is that personalized stateroom access on that pendant or watch that you're going to be able to get keyless access to your room, on-demand ordering, easy navigation. You're going to have fitness facilities, youth programs for ages 3 to 17, highlights ports like Melbourne, Port Louis. Could have a lot of relaxing days at sea to really enjoy those Crown Princess amenities. And the pricing is going to start at $22.84 per person based on double occupancy for an interior stateroom, or you could upgrade to a balcony room, and that's pricing at $36.44 per person based on double occupancy. So Danielle is on the phones today. She has also sailed with Princess, so she knows how great this product is, and she's able to make this happen for you. So give her a call. She is here until 5 o'clock today. If you want to also stop by your local office, you can do that as well. A lot of the offices are open anywhere from noon to 2 p.m. So 1-800-354-8761. This cruise really lets you start your journey from one of the most beautiful cities in the world, Sydney, and then continue on that luxury adventure across the Indian Ocean to South Africa.
Incredible.
Zach, can we book it?
He's got to work. 800-354-8761. How did you come up with that?
I know. I told you, I was just like looking around for some options out of Sydney. And it was just so cool to be, in the Sydney Harbor, and you see the cruise ship there in the background in front of the bridge. And
how many vacancies available on this? I mean,
there's a good bit of space left. There was options in interior, ocean view, and balcony. But I think that once everyone starts, getting together over the holidays, they start talking about what they want to do in the upcoming year, that the space is going to go fast.
So what did you get for the holiday? I'll give you 22 reasons why no matter what you got, you don't beat me.
I agree.
Well done.
Thank you.
All right. Anytime we can give back to our great listeners, that's a good day. I mean, honestly, if you don't take it and you have the time, and there's no excuse for the money, because that price is just incredible. 800-354-8761. Isn't it amazing all the different things that we've talked, even the all-inclusives? Cruising is still the most affordable, and you still get the biggest bang for your buck.
I agree, and I think it's a great way to experience a lot of different ports all at one time. And for me, I've been able to take several cruises throughout the Caribbean, and it really gets me thinking, okay, we stopped here day one in Barbados, and this is a place I want to come back to. This is a place I could spend a week. So it's a nice way to kind of get your feet wet, figure out where you want to go back and spend a bunch of time. But also, when you have sailings that include those days at sea, you're able to have some of the hustle and bustle of keeping you busy while also relaxing. I mean, cruises is really the best of both worlds. And if you're traveling with friends and families, it's also a way that everyone can be together, but kind of also do their own thing at the same time.
If you're getting married, that could be a 22-day honeymoon.
There you go.
That's a great idea. All right, 800-354-8761. Let me get a break in here. We'll come back. We'll kind of reiterate all the itineraries that we talked about and get some other things in there as well. But let me ask you before we go to break. So what do you see big-ticket items? What are people going to be doing a lot of in 2026, do you think?
I think a lot is going to, I think river cruising has really taken off. And I think it's a really great way that you're able to see some of those smaller cities throughout Europe that you're not able to see when you're on a ship. And it's also a way that you can see more than you can on a cruise ship. So, for example, when you're sailing to Rome, Civitavecchia is the port of call, and that's actually about an hour from city center. So a lot of the river cruises, you're able to really get into those city centers and see that. I know Prague is so high on my bucket list, and I know Bevy just got back from an Alma Waterways cruise and basically just raved about how it was the best thing she's ever done. So I think that river cruising we're going to really see an uptick in, because it's just one of those unique experiences that you really want to take advantage of.
All right, sounds good. Let's get one more break in here. We'll come back. Next hour, it's Carl Zachariah Brown Brackovich, that law firm, Law for the Elderly, wills, power of attorney, estate planning. Get on the phones early. Get all those questions answered and some free legal advice. ZachBrownLaw.com. Absolutely love our time with Carl Zachariah. But right now, short break. And don't forget Margot Renzel at the anchor desk today. The latest on the impending storm. Lots of snow maybe today, and some definite frigid temperatures heading our way tomorrow. She'll have some details you need to know, including the latest AccuWeather forecast moments away. Your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Looking for an out-of-the-ordinary getaway? AAA presents Yellowstone in Winter, a 6-night tour package to America's most famous national park and more. Trust us, winter is the absolute best time for viewing the park's spectacular wildlife and jaw-dropping natural wonders. And best of all, you can forget about any crowds. Fly into Salt Lake City, home of the Mormon Tabernacle Choir. Then travel to Yellowstone, board a comfy, cozy, heated snow Stagecoach, and marvel at amazing buffalo herds, Old Faithful Geyser, Yellowstone River Falls, and more. See the snow-capped Grand Tetons and savor the Wild West spirit of Jackson Hole, Wyoming. You'll even sleigh ride through an elk refuge. You also have an opportunity for an optional snowmobile excursion. Join them this winter. They offer several dates in January and February. Visit your local AAA or call 1-800-354-8761. Experience a winter adventure you won't forget.
Americans spend $66 billion on weight loss products and services each year. And you know what? Right here in our hometown, Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff has helped thousands of people do just that. Lose weight, keep it off. In fact, he's been helping people take back control of their lives for more than 20 years here in Pittsburgh at the PA Hypnosis Center. You have an opportunity to do the same. Are you battling anxiety? So many people are. He can help you with that. If you want to quit smoking, Dan Vitchoff is the call you should make at the PA Hypnosis Center today. Schedule your pre-consultation at 724-934-8446, 724-934-8446. Dan can help you reach your goal with a 98% success guarantee. 724-934-8446. Call now.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, listen, we got little time left in the broadcast today, so we're just going to take a look back at some incredible itineraries, especially if you want to be at sea for 22 days. You're not going to want to miss the second agenda that we've been talking about. This is an itinerary you don't want to miss, but we began with this. Go ahead.
All right. So to recap today's show, why do we book with AAA Travel? So you've got your expert guidance, firsthand experience, exclusive member perks. There truly is no better way to go than when you're using a AAA travel advisor. They really know the ins and outs of these itineraries, these cruises, and how to get you the best bang for your buck. So, flying business class was kind of my example of that. I didn't realize that I could get, different upgrade offers, right before the trip if I was willing to, kind of risk that. So I was able to fly American Airlines Premium Experience with lie flat seats, lounge access, priority boarding, and those chef-inspired meals on board. So without a AAA travel advisor, that's not something that really would have came to mind for me. I just kind of thought it was out of my budget, and it really was not. And it's a great way to start off your adventure. So if you are also looking for a tour, we've got our tour of the week, which is a 15-day adventure featuring Sydney, Queenstown, Cairns, and the Great Barrier Reef with harbor cruises, culture, and a lot of iconic landscapes. And then, of course, the cruise of the week. We have a 22-night Crown Princess journey that starts in Sydney, which is going to offer luxury accommodations, world-class dining and entertainment, all while traveling to Cape Town. So the price on that cruise, I just have to highlight it again because it is such an incredible price, and we never see prices like this. So for part of the World Cruise segment, the 22-night sailing, you can get the interior cabin for $2,284 per person based on double occupancy, or you can upgrade to a balcony stateroom for $3,644 per person based on double occupancy. It is truly a price that you cannot pass up. Give us a call. We'll get this priced out for you. We'll get you booked. We can help with your airfare. We can do pre-night accommodations, post-nights. Of course, travel insurance. We're definitely going to want to make sure that you have that, especially as we, this sailing isn't until May, but, thinking right now as we're rolling into the kind of the winter months here on the East Coast where, you could be delayed. I was actually delayed in Phoenix last week for 6 hours, and that's something that's covered with your Allianz travel insurance if you're delayed up to a certain amount of time. One of the people I was traveling with, her bags were lost, so she's able to file a claim for things that she had to purchase while she was there. It's so much more than cancellation insurance. It's truly protecting you from start to finish. So whether you're traveling on a tour, whether you're traveling on a cruise, whether you just need flights, you need to have that travel insurance.
And by the way, when we get together, AAA East Central Talking Travel next weekend will be about a month and 2 days out from the showcase.
I can't believe it is going to be here. I was just telling Zach last week how crazy this time of year kind of feels. It goes so fast. It's like holiday travel shows. So we're very excited. The Pittsburgh Travel Showcase will be here before we know it in January. Then we're going to have Lehigh, and then we're also going to have Erie. So there's so much fun coming in Q1.
Yeah, listen, it's really like a second holiday. 23rd, 24th, 25th at the beautiful David L. Lawrence Convention Center. Look, I've done a lot of these things, but I've never seen crowds like I see at the Travel Showcase.
Yeah, and it truly never gets old. It's such a great way to start your year and start your vacation planning. So you come in, there's theaters there where you're able to hear from our preferred partners. Matt DeRamo is going to be there, and that's a buy-in in itself, because listening to him talk about some of these destinations, it really draws you in and makes you realize why you want to travel there, whether it's Italy, whether it's, Rocky Mountaineer through the Canadian Rockies, or it's a 22-night cruise. There's just so many different options, and to be able to come together all in one place and listen to our different vendors talk about their products, walk around and get that information, or sit down and book with a travel advisor on site and then leave with some of that great luggage.
All right, so we were talking a little bit about next year. Touring America is still going to be big, like the Mighty Five?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Our small group adventures are some of the most iconic cruises and tours that we offer. So whenever you're thinking of a small group tour, it's actually one of the featured vacations products that we have. So that is an exclusively unique curated product that you can only buy through AAA East Central. So you cannot get it anywhere else. You cannot go, to Google and find something like this. And I think that it's one of those experiences that is so great because our advisors, again, they have done it. So, I think 4 of the advisors just in my team alone have been able to experience these small group adventure tours. So they're able to really, guide you and tell you that, what type of product you're getting, whether it's a Best Western hotel, because sometimes, our members see these things in the motorist and like, wow, this is so great, but they can really educate you on what this product is. So it could be, a Best Western in the middle of a national park, or what the activity level is and how strenuous some of these tours can be, or how mild some of them can be. So that's one of the benefits of working with AAA Travel is your advisor really knows the ins and outs of these tours, what's included, what the pacing is like, and if this is truly going to be a good fit for you. So if, regardless what you have on your bucket list for 2026, now is the time to reach out to your local office, stop by, give us a call, 1-800-354-8761. It is the perfect time to start planning. If you don't have your membership, there's also no better time to take advantage of that than right now. You give a gift, you get a gift. I believe it's $35 for a membership right now. So there's really no better time to kind of put a bow on all of it. Your membership, your travel vacation planning for next year, it's just the perfect time.
Well, here's the other thing. Once you get that membership, if you hustle up, maybe you can go to one of the offices today, you can show that card and save when you're out doing your holiday shopping, getting a bite to eat, hanging out, doing things. It really is the only piece of plastic that you'll carry in your wallet, your purse, wherever that's actually going to pay you money. Also, too, Department of Motor Vehicle stuff, all sorts of life insurance, auto insurance, incredible rates there as well, too. AAA's one-stop shop.
It really is. And speaking of that, the Real ID, we actually just saw an update recently that they are going to start charging you if you don't have your Real ID, if you don't have the updated Real ID. So you need your passport, you need your Real ID. If you just show up with a regular license, they're going to start charging you at TSA. So stop by your local office, get the information you need. We don't take the Real ID photos there, but we can give you all the information you need. Get to your DMV, get it taken care of. You need that Real ID.
Well, and I said last week with Marita, I said, look, with all due respect, we've been telling you for years.
Yeah. 100%.
And everybody's like, well, I don't plan on, and I said, look, I got it, okay? And if I can do it, anybody can do it. And listen, at this point in my life, I may give a TSA officer a cash bonus if I can actually go on a trip.
You know where we should go?
Where?
Ireland. Did you see the new nonstop on Aer Lingus?
Talk about that.
Oh my gosh. So I've been harassing Zach for what feels like 10 years that I want to go to Ireland. And of course, Pitt is playing Wisconsin in 2027 in Dublin. So that's kind of been my push to get him there. And now they have a nonstop flight. I mean, all of the signs are lining up. I think it's going to be our year to go.
Things are looking up. They're looking up. All right. The new news, and then Mr. Zachariah Brown Brackovich, ZachBrownLaw.com. If you want to get on the phones now, feel free. Wills, power of attorney, estate planning, and more. All that stuff you need. You're going to get free legal advice by simply dialing 866-391-1020. It's your Pratt Pack. Margot Rensel next with the new news and the latest on the inclement weather heading our way.
The proceeding was paid for by AAA. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
It's a tradition that's over 70 years strong. KDKA and the Free Care Fund of Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh, UPMC. Help us Thursday at 2 during the Colin Dunlap Show by ensuring that no child is ever denied medical care because of ability to pay. It's brought to you by Tempstar Heating and Cooling, Papa J's in the Strip, Boulevard Glass and Metal, Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, and by 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Delicious December savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. Save with your Coons Reward Card. Sugardale semi-boneless whole hams, $1.29 a pound. California Sunkissed Nave Orange is 6 for $2. And selected varieties of Tide Simply Laundry Detergent, 31 to 32 ounce bottles, $1.99 each. Additional savings in our meat department. Amish Country Farm brand Spiral Cut Ham, $2.99 a pound. Selected varieties of Sugardale Bacon, 1 pound package, $3.99 each. In our produce department, Golden Ripe Pineapples, $2.99 each. And Baby Bella Mushrooms, 10 ounce package, 2 for $6. In our deli department, Cooper's Yellow or White Sharp American Cheese, $5.99 a pound. And this week, selected varieties of Wishbone Salad Dressing, 15 ounce bottles, 2 for $5.
So get in on the delicious December savings happening right now at Coons Market. How do you find the one nearest you? Click on coonsmarket.com. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 34 degrees and cloudy at Pittsburgh International at 12 o'clock. I'm Margot Rensel. Anticipating snow in the afternoon, and senior AccuWeather meteorologist Tyler Royce tells KDKA Radio how much we can expect.
Generally, we're expecting 3 to 6 inches of snow across the Pittsburgh area. Looking as you go a little bit farther to the north towards up I-79, you'll be closer towards the 3 inches. And if you go towards the more elevated areas across the city, especially on the southern side, you can't rule out 6 inches.
Tyler said snow could stop before sunrise tomorrow morning, but warns that conditions can become icy as temperatures drop.
Anything that's not salted or sanded or treated definitely will become easily icy.
You can find out who is responsible for plowing any road in the county by visiting AlleghenyCounty.us/whoplowsmyroad.com. A man is in critical condition after being shot in Middle Hill early this morning. Officers were dispatched to the 600 block of Chauncey Street when 3 separate shot spotter alerts counted 17 rounds. Police found the adult male victim with multiple gunshot wounds to his torso and arm. The man was transported to the hospital by EMS where he was taken into surgery on arrival. The investigation is ongoing. Police have arrested 6 teenagers accused of sharing an intimate image of a minor on their phone. Police were notified after Childline contacted them about an incident on Kimberly Drive in Unity Township. Investigators found that 6 14-year-olds spread an intimate image on their phones in August. They were arrested and charged, including the victim, who is a teenage girl from Latrobe. It is unclear how many charges each teen faces and what the charges are. A new poll ranked Pittsburgh the 13th best city to celebrate New Year's Eve. A Wallet Hub poll ranked the top 100 cities to celebrate New Year's Eve based on entertainment and food, costs, and safety and accessibility. Orlando took the number 1 spot to celebrate New Year's Eve, and Philadelphia was ranked 20th on the list. In KDKA sports, Penguins versus Sharks at PPG Paints Arena. Puck drop at 3 p.m. TJ Watt also will not play against the Dolphins Monday night because of a partially collapsed lung. KDKA Radio News Time is 12:03. It's 34 degrees and cloudy. Our next update at 12:30. I'm Margot Rensel on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's premier local option for shredding and document management. We make it convenient with on-site shredding at your business or quick drop-off at our Strip District location. We also offer hard drive destruction, e-waste removal, plus new scanning and digitizing services to eliminate the clutter and boost security. Steel City Shredding, trusted, convenient, and 100% recycled. Visit steelcityshredding.com.
Did you know you can spend your PA taxes to fund a scholarship for a child in need and get a 90% tax credit refund? Through Blocks, that's BLOCS, you can direct your state tax liability, fund a scholarship, direct it to the tuition-based school of your choice, and receive a 90% refund on the donated amount. It's a simple process, and you can fund a scholarship that will change a child's life. Tax credit slots are filling up fast, and you must make your commitment by December 23rd. Head to BLOCS.org now.
At AHN, we see you juggling 100 things at once. That's why we made it easier to book with the doctors you need. With AHN online scheduling, you can book with your primary care provider or get time with a specialist. Visit ahn.org/schedule, answer a couple of simple questions, and search for providers, locations, and times that work best for you. Easy online scheduling. Because at AHN, we see you.
Oakmont Bakery. Cookie trays piled high. The Christmas Yule log, the famous oak butter, the chocolate fudge torte, the burnt almond torte, fresh fruit tarts, rich and creamy cheesecakes. Oakmont Bakery is now taking orders for Christmas until December 16th. Visit online at oakmontbakery.com or stop in to check out this charming holiday wonderland. Merry Christmas. And remember, at Oakmont Bakery, we believe in delicious memories.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Winter storm warnings out for areas south of the city through 1 p.m. Sunday. Winter weather advisories elsewhere. Snow developing this afternoon, high 33. Snow tonight will taper to flurries late. Accumulations of 3 to 6 inches. The low tonight, 11. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Zachariah Brown and Bratkovich. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, The people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Now from Zachariah Brown, of course, Brakovich, he's here, Carl Zachariah, and we're both fans of artificial intelligence and technology, so I'm always trying to ramp up my brand, and I knew he was coming in, and I said, I'm going to do a little search with some AI, Gemini, which we use here at Odyssey. And I said, let's go with some of the top 10 things for estate planning, and no sooner did I basically Google it and find it with Gemini, he stops in and says, I want to talk about estate planning today. So I want to say two great minds think alike, but at least one great mind is thinking in the right direction. Listen, it's been a wonderful year. You guys have done so much. You continue to grow that Florida brand. I just can't say enough good things about your law firm. And recently you gathered with some of your help to celebrate the season. Just the year that was before. And by the way, they will be back with us again in 2026. So we're really excited to make that announcement. But talk to me a little bit about the year that was. And obviously, Colleen being made a partner. It's been really an exciting year.
We've nothing stays the same, which is, I guess, always a good thing.
It is.
Yeah, we've had a big year. We've had our second or third year. I think maybe our third year with the Florida office. Growing by leaps and bounds. I mean, I am all over that West Coast. I mean, this past week, I just got back on Thursday, and I was up in Clearwater, Sarasota, St. Petersburg, Naples, Bonita Springs. I think I put 700 miles on the car just driving to different appointments up there. It's just a big work, so that's been a big deal. Growing the Florida office in Western Pennsylvania, we bought a new building. We moved really across the street to a building that was at least twice the size of our other place, because although our other place was right on Donaldson's Crossroads, right on the corner there, it was a great location for visibility, but we're filled with people and there's nowhere to put them. So we moved across the street and have a much, much bigger building there. So that's doing well. The business is just growing by leaps and bounds. And one of the things I'm most proud about is our Google reviews. They're almost all stellar, and that's our key. You know, we've always talked about over the years about, different competitors and what they're doing and that sort of thing. I said, look, let's just do the right thing by everybody. When you sit down and talk with a client, put yourself in their shoes. Talk with them. Find out more about what's going on under their head and their worries, their concerns. And put yourself in their shoes, and then do what you would do if that were you. And best address their concerns and their worries and have things go as well for them as possible. And that's what we do. And that works. And that's why the reviews are as high as they are, because we truly, it's not about us, it's about them. And if you do that, you get more referrals and more business than you could possibly handle.
There are certain aspects of Pittsburgh, I think about the specialist or a particular, whatever it may be, from an auto mechanic to a dentist or to a lawyer in this case. But when it comes to elder law, I think of your law firm.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the first, and obviously because of this relationship, but I wouldn't send anybody anywhere else. You guys have been doing this for a long time. You've gone from one generation to the next. Obviously, Colleen involved in the partnership now. You got some incredibly young, talented attorneys, good office staff, people that have seen it all, been there, done that, and they go to work every day, laser focused on wills, power of attorney, estate planning. And I also think the citizenship is starting to take a little bit more and pay attention, taking charge of their future earlier, which is a good thing.
Yeah, I agree. Totally agree. It's really, I got to tell you, it's just a great field to be in. And estate planning, I think for decades, up until maybe 15, 20 years ago, it's all about taxes. There was this fundamental underpinning of estate planning is that getting your family as much money as possible is good. It's a little bit, that's not necessarily the case. I mean, I know some people that are, they've inherited a lot of money, and they're not very good at life. I got to tell you, when you have to get out there and work and do things and help other people and really make things happen on your own, you tend to be a far better person. I'm trying to incorporate that in some of our estate planning. No, it's not about passing on as much money as possible to your children. And I got to tell you, Rob, I got some funny stories. I'm talking to some people. I say, well, tell me about your children. How are they doing? It's like, it's like my son's a president of a company in the Silicon Valley. My daughter's a lawyer on Wall Street. You know,
They're just fine.
You really.
But I want to make sure I leave this one savings bomb I have for little Junior, who's now worth $5 million.
Yeah. That's, how about, well, that's good, but maybe they don't need the money. Maybe they do.
But here's the other thing. You don't want to spend all your money, with all due respect, giving it to the government when you get to that point in your life, right?
That's absolutely true, yeah. So let's talk about first other things. How about your grandchildren? How about a college fund for them? Or an education fund. I'm not going to say college fund anymore. An education fund for them, so that when they do get older, they're going to have some money to get their education.
I've only known one man who did that, and I've always kept him and held him in high regard. That, to me, is a phenomenal thing.
Yeah.
A 529 for your grandchildren, that's pretty special.
I'm sorry. I want to digress for one moment. I just want to talk one last time about my dear departed friend, Craig Lee.
I got so much response on that.
Oh, my God. It's been over. I went to his funeral yesterday.
He must have been loved.
And, well, he was a Thursday. There was 2 hours in the afternoon, 2 hours in the evening, and then there's 2 hours in the afternoon. No, I don't know. There's 2 hours in the afternoon, certainly on Thursday or Friday, and then I went at 6 o'clock last night. And the lines were out the door. But you know what Craig did? He cared about other people. It was always about somebody else. It was never about Craig. It was always about helping somebody else. And that's why he was so well loved. That's what he did for me, frankly. I think he taught me a lot. I just want to touch one more last time about Craig.
That's okay.
They're having his wake right now at Valley Road Country Club as we speak.
Well, hopefully someone will take a little bit of time and remember him as well as you have, because I could just hear it in your voice last time and obviously today as well.
I might have made one mistake there, Rob. I'm concerned about this personally. I texted one of my dear friends who's a fraternity brother. I said, you guys are going to Valley Brook. I'm a member there. You buy drinks for all the brothers there. I said, oh, jeez. I walked in there. I think, what have I done?
Anything like the line you did yesterday, look out. But anyway, he was definitely worth it. And, hey, I'm sure he felt the same about you, too.
Yeah. But that tying that in with estate planning, it's taking care of the other people. If you're doing your estate plan, it's about taking care of your family. And that's one of the things you should maybe think about. Okay, if you did pass away tomorrow, how much money are your children going to get, and how is that going to affect them? Now, for a lot of them, it's going to be fine. But really think about it and say, well, what is really your son's relationship with his wife? Is it that good?
These are hard questions, but they have to be asked.
Yeah. I think of like a parent is like a ring, like a charm bracelet fits around your wrist, and you have these charms hanging off there. If you take that bracelet off and just have these independent charms, how are they going to get along with each other? Are they going to reconnect into their own little circle or not? And fights and divisions break out when someone dies and money's involved.
And if you go to just a general practitioner, if you will, they just basically get out a standard form. But there's the backstory to this stuff, and that's why an elder attorney and what you do at your law firm is so special. People, even though many of them don't want to face their own mortality, they don't want to face these questions, but in the back of their mind, they see what's going on, and then you come in, and clarity is involved.
Yeah, that's kind of the goal, just to talk to them about different things. And I'm really big time focused on the family, but just other things. And again, you're right. Nobody wants to talk about this stuff, but let's talk about it now. Let's get it out of the way, and then if something happens, you'll be prepared. That's what it's all about. I mean, for people that, let's say something happens, you have an accident, you have a stroke, or something happens, and you have to be put in a long-term care place, even for rehab only. Where? Where do you go? Think about it. Look into it. Talk to your loved ones.
See, and here's the other misconception. We all love our children. And I know you do, your grandchildren, same here. But reality is another thing. Well, my son will take care of me. I'll go live with my daughter. It's not they don't love you, but I don't think you realize walking upright and being healthy is one thing. But when you're basically unable to do anything, even feed yourself because you've had a stroke, it's not going to be as easy as you think. And whether you want to admit it or not, something I've learned, no matter what happens to you, life goes on. And people have responsibilities, and they have families to take care of. So you got to really do the deep dive and pay attention to this stuff.
Yeah, what happens if your son gets transferred? His job gets transferred to another state. Now what? That plan's out the window. And a lot of people say, "I want to stay at home," or their kids say, "We're going to take care of mom. We're going to keep her in her home." Well, first of all, being at home, in reality, can be kind of lonely.
I know.
You don't have other people, but if you're in a facility, assisted living, personal care home, even a nursing home, there's other people. They're there all the time, taking care of you, giving you a bath. Can you get a bath in your own bathtub if you're at home? How's that going to happen? Most people don't have a bathtub or the ability.
Home sweet home's not so sweet when you have no one to help you.
It's sort of like to me. It's sort of like being 8 years old. That's okay, Mom. I don't have to go to school. I'm just going to stay here with you. That's safe.
All right, listen, we're going to open the phones up. So focus today on estate planning. And what about family members? Who's in and who's not? And just certain things that you'd like to ask Mr. Zachariah. You're going to get some free legal advice. You just got to dial this number, 866-391-1020, and then we'll kind of take you through that process as far as estate planning is concerned. ZachBrownLaw.com. Back with more in just a moment.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898. Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-830-4914. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-830-4914. That's 800-830-4914. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-830-4914 or biglou.com. That's 800-830-4914 or biglou.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we are going to talk estate planning with Carl Zachariah Brown Brackovich, ZachBrownLaw.com. But we also want to hear from you. So the customers always comes first. So here we go. Sally in the North Hills wants to talk refinance. Welcome to KDKA. Hi, Sally.
Hi, good morning. I have a question. My granddaughter and her family have had some bad breaks lately, and we wanted to try to help them out. If we were to take out a home equity loan or refinance our house, is there a way to give them the money so that, heaven forbid, that 5-year look back wouldn't take everything from them?
Well, I think you have to look at the 5-year look back in view of a lot of different things. And I was talking with the family yesterday, almost every day. They're worried about the 5-year look back, and I looked at their funds and I said, if you went into a nursing home tomorrow, you have far too much in the way of funds to worry about the 5-year look back. You have to be down to nearly nothing as a single person to apply for Medicaid. So look at that. I'm not going to ask you about your finances. It's certainly not on the radio. But do you have enough funds to really not have to worry about that 5-year look back? You may have to pay privately.
No. We're not by any means. We don't have a lot, no.
Okay. Well, that's a really good question, because what you're talking about is taking out equity out of your home and taking the cash and giving it to your grandchildren.
Yes, I want to help their family out there. They've had a lot of bad breaks lately, and they could really use
that potentially. I think that potentially could be a 5-year look back problem. But there's another aspect to Medicaid law that says if at the time the transfer was made, when that would be you're giving your grandchildren money right now, regardless of source.
Yes.
If they were in health such that needing nursing home care wasn't even on the radar, then it should not be penalized. I mean, the idea is to take people that want to give their money away just to get Medicaid, but if your health is essentially, good for your age, yeah, Medicaid's not on the radar, and that's a strong argument to make.
We're both, my husband and I are both in heaven, thank heaven, in good health. We're 73, but we're both in good health. We see the doctors all the time. we're in good health. So I don't foresee that a nursing home, but it's good to know that neither one of us is on med.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, you have a very strong argument there if it's ever needed. That's a big if.
Okay. Right.
And so just know that there's. I mean, it's a funny thing about the law. Well, when you go to law school, one of the first things you really have to figure out, and they don't tell you that, but they teach you through the Socratic method that there are no right answers. There's no black and white. Everything's gray.
Okay.
And even when the Supreme Court hands down their decision, what's it called? It's called an opinion. And so, so there's nothing kind of dry. But if your family came to me, and they said this is what happened, several years ago, she gave the money to the grandchildren who were in need, and then something happened, an accident or whatever it might be. All of a sudden, we're dealing with this long-term care issue that was never on anybody's radar. That's a strong argument to be made. And if you look at the worst possible case, so what do we do? Let's say that fails. Always look at what's the worst case. So, well, then we have to do something with the house. And we do something with the house, and perhaps some money from the sale of the house can be used to pay that back and fix that problem. That's worst case.
Okay, so there's not like any trust funds or anything like that. I mean, we're not talking about huge sums of money. But to them, that would be a huge sum of money.
We do these all the time. People, they're called an asset protection trust. They're also called technically an irrevocable income-only trust, an IOT, we call them. And an irrevocable income-only trust or an asset protection trust is when you place an asset, maybe your home, into this irrevocable trust. And it states that your child or somebody else, not you, is the trustee, but you retain the right to the income. That's why it's called an income-only trust. And income from ownership of real estate is legally described as the beneficial use and enjoyment of the property. It means you get to use it and enjoy it exclusively. Yeah, you pay the maintenance and the taxes and whatnot on it, but you get to enjoy it exclusively. And when you pass away, that trust says who gets the money or the asset, or whatever's in the trust, when you're gone.
Okay.
And yes, there's a 5-year look back on that, and it's measured from the date you transfer the house, in my example, into the trust. 5 years after that house is protected. Now, the downside to that is if you want to sell that house, it can be sold, but the money stays in the trust to keep the trust alive. That's the downside.
Okay.
So you have to think about that. I have a lot of clients that have a place in Florida, and their home might be up here in Western Pennsylvania, but they have another place in Florida.
Right.
And they say, I'm worried about, what happens if I get sick and have to apply for Medicaid.
But Sally, make sure you make those grandkids realize, one and done, be smart with it. You understand? That's such a kind gesture on your part.
And they are extremely responsible. They really are. They've just had some bad luck. I mean, they've had some things. But would it make a difference whether we gave them the money from like a home equity loan or from refinancing our house? That wouldn't make any difference in whether it's reached, that 5-year. I hate to even think about that because I want to be here way more than 5 years.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, if you give them money, you're giving them money, and where you got that money from, whether it's a savings account, a home equity loan, or a refinance, doesn't really matter. It's the giving them of the money.
Okay.
And well, let me ask, what about reverse mortgage? No?
Yeah, I thought about that too.
Well,
I don't know if that.
Yeah, reverse mortgage is basically a mortgage.
Yeah.
You just don't have to make payments back on it until you pass away or move out.
Right.
So do you plan on gifting this house to a family member?
No, I just wanted to give them, some money, like a decent, maybe like $20,000. That would.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
That would be fabulous for them. Even 10 would be fabulous for them. their furnace it's just a series of bad breaks, like right now. I mean, they've been very responsible. They have a little boy our great-grandson is just wonderful. But I just like to get them over this hump. I would just really like to help them.
You're good people, Sally. You're good people.
Good luck, Sally.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See, now, this is why you're the best at what you do. I learned so much from you. And the whole idea is you've got to talk to these clients. You've got to get the backstory. And you're so patient. All of you are just so understanding, and you're a good listener, too.
You know, it's a big one, Rob. People say, I want to get a revocable trust because I want to avoid probate. And there's some issues that come up with just that. I mean, if everything does not go through probate, who pays for the funeral? Who pays for the upkeep on the house? Who pays for the expenses and taxes? And it can be a real mess. You know, people, if you have an older will out there, take a look at it. And if it says, usually somewhere in the beginning, that who pays the taxes, expenses, and debts of your estate when you die, most people's will, the older ones will say, my residuary pays it, which means, arguably, that if other people got IRAs or other people got other assets, that whoever gets the residuary, which is everything that goes through the general part of the will, they've got to pay the taxes on that.
All right, we're going to come back. Douglas wants to talk about trust. He's calling today from Bell Vernon. We're going to get to you in a moment. Anybody else who wants to get in here, we're kind of focusing on estate planning, but anything in the way of elder law questions, power of attorneys, wills, estate planning, trust, and more. 866-391-1020. McKeesport, Cranberry, McMurray, Delmont, Bradenton, Pompano Beach, Bonita Springs. One number fits all. 724-942-6200. 724-942-6200.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
It's a Pittsburgh holiday tradition. The Feast of the Seven Fishes broadcast on KDKA. Rob Pratt broadcasts live from Coons Market on McKnight Road from 5:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. Christmas Eve with special guests, special memories, and more. Presented to you by Rome Monuments, Coons Quality Foods, and brought to you by Catholic Diocese of Pittsburgh, AAA Travel, Ricci's Sausage, Anthony Jr.'s Pizzeria and Restaurant in Coriopolis, Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, and Dululis Law. On 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 35 degrees and cloudy at Pittsburgh International at 12:30. I'm Margot Rensel. Anticipating snow to start soon, and senior AccuWeather meteorologist Tyler Royce tells KDKA Radio how much we can expect.
Generally, we're expecting 3 to 6 inches of snow across the Pittsburgh area. Looking as you go a little bit farther to the north towards up I-79, you'll be closer towards the 3 inches. And if you go towards the more elevated areas across the city, especially on the southern side, you can't rule out 6 inches.
Tyler also warns about driving conditions today through tomorrow.
Roads are definitely going to be snow-covered and slippery through tomorrow morning as people get cleaned out and things of that nature. So really take precaution with that.
Snow should stop before sunrise tomorrow morning, with conditions becoming icy as temperatures drop. Andy Amrine of EV True Value cautions that this is the times pipes can freeze.
Two most common areas on the frozen pipes are your outside hose bibs and your kitchen sink.
Signs of a frozen pipe include low water flow, frost, or banging noises. Pittsburgh Water posted on social media, breaks happen and our crews are always prepared to respond. In KDKA Sports, Sharks at Penguins, puck drop at 3 p.m., and Pitt Men's at Villanova for a 4:30 tip-off. It's 35 degrees and cloudy. I'm Margot Rensel on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
Hi, this is Jack Bogut. Remember Papa J's, that great Italian restaurant in Carnegie that burned down a few years ago? That left a big hole in the lives of a lot of us because Papa J's was a legendary gathering place for family and friends. And then it was gone. Well, the great news is that Papa J's is back. Now located in the Strip District on Smallman Street in front of St. Stan's Catholic Church. Papa J's. Wonderful food still made from scratch, like fried zucchini with marinara, greens and beans, street pizza, handmade pasta with sauces that make you smile, chicken parm, veal scallopini, fresh fish, and now the Troiani family's homemade gelato. Yes, Papa J's is back on Smallman Street in the Strip in front of St. Stan's Catholic Church. Open Wednesday through Sunday for lunch and dinner. Papa J's is back.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Cloudy this afternoon with snow developing, high 33. Snow tonight will taper to flurries late. Brisk and turning colder. Snow accumulations of 3 to 6 inches. Untreated surfaces will become slippery, the low 11. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Zachariah Brown and Bratkovich.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, Zachariah Brown Bratkovich, of course, the law firm, ZachBrownLaw.com. They're located in McKeesport, Cranberry, McMurray, Delmont, Bradenton, Pompano Beach, Bonita Springs, 724-942-6200. Will's Power of Attorney Estate Planning. We're focusing on that today. Our phone number here is 866-391-1020. Call, get some legal advice for free. Just jump on the line. Anything on your mind, we'll talk to you. Here's Douglas in Bell Vernon, wants to talk trust. Hey, Douglas, how are you?
Oh, pretty good. Thank you for taking my call. And I wanted to follow up with Carl. As I saw him maybe 2 years ago, we sat down at the table, filled out my preliminary application and paid the fee. And one of the things that has caused me some concern is we had a discussion about my 2 children who have disowned me, and we went back and forth about how we handle that because I want to put my remains in a trust, And so I've thought through that, and I'd like to now come in and continue that discussion and get things now finalized. Can we have that discussion here at your McKeesport office?
Hey, Doug, nice to hear from you again. It's been a little while. Yeah, we could certainly talk. You know what I'd like to do maybe is have some telephone calls with you. I travel a lot, Doug. It's getting to be a bit much. I go to Cranberry, McMurray, and all over the state of Florida. So if you want to have some conversation about that, we can follow up on that. But I'd like a telephone call.
Yeah, Doug, I'm sure you can find the number, but I'll give it to you, 724-942-6200. Just tell the folks that you talked to them on the air this weekend, and they'll figure out a way, if it's a phone call or what, but you'll be able to get everything you need answered, okay?
Should I leave my number with the receptionist, and then you call me back when it's convenient?
That would be, well, leave your number and some convenient times for you.
All right, Doug. Thank you for the call. 724-942-6200. It must be tricky when you're negotiating with someone to try to figure out what's the best thing to do, because family's family, but sometimes it can be the most complicated thing in your life.
Yeah, it can be. Yeah, it's and I do remember, Doug, very well. Sometimes having a couple of years go by can be difficult to continue the conversation from my point of view, because I have hundreds, if not thousands, of clients.
It's funny how you remembered him. It's been that long because you deal with so many people.
Sometimes I just remember things. I don't know why. Yeah.
So what did really attract you to this type of law? What was it? Is it a moment in time or a bunch of things? What led you in this firm to do what you do, which is incredible work?
Fate. Just fate. I was, my history is I was like a data networking specialist with AT&T before it was cellular. I mean, we're talking about, the late 80s, early 90s. That's what I did. And I was in law school working for AT&T. And my goal was to do international transfers of technology, because data networking was becoming a really big thing. It's way bigger than I ever imagined now, but that was a big thing back then. I said, And so I applied to go to the University of Miami to get a Master's of Law degree in international law, with my whole goal being international transfers of technology. And my wife got pregnant, and I said, I can't raise my family in Miami. I just can't do that. So we're going to go, and my mother was sick. She had ovarian cancer, and so we moved back home about 1994, I guess. And I opened up shop in McKeesport, and people called about this stuff because it was McKeesport. It was a blue-collar town, older, and that's how fate just threw me into it, really.
And the mills were going in the wrong direction, and people wanted answers, and they wanted to make sure that whatever they had, they were protecting it.
Yeah. And a lot of them, people called and said, my husband, my wife, my loved one of any relationship is in a nursing home, and this is going to bankrupt us. We can't do this. We need help. We don't know what to do. And I knew nobody who knew what to tell them to do.
So let me ask you, Medicaid as we know it now, the early infancy of it, long-term health care, when did these things become like popular conversation? About that time or earlier than that?
A little bit after that time, I'd say. I think early on, because it's McKeesport. I love McKeesport, but it was an older blue-collar town.
And when the mills were booming, people didn't think of this stuff.
Well, yeah, and other parts of the town, they're not thinking about it now, because it's a lot of people had more money and ability to make more decisions, and back then there weren't many nursing homes around. There's only a handful.
You know what's amazing about you? You're one of the very few people that actually say assisted living, so-called, quote, nursing homes can be a good thing if you choose the right one.
Really, Rob, I've had so many clients who said, I don't want to go anywhere. I want to stay at home. I want to live at home. And then they finally end up making the move and going, because their kids just can't take care of them and trying to raise their own kids. Their kids call themselves the Oreo generation. I'm in the middle, taking care of my parents on one hand and my kids on the other hand. And so they finally say, okay, I'll go. And then they tell me, I can't tell you how many clients have told me, it's men in particular. They said, I have one regret, that I didn't do this a long time ago. Carl, I'm here. I have more friends. We do things. I told my kids when they come over, I said, I can't tonight. We have plans. We're doing something. And I'm always so busy living my life.
That's a win-win for the young kids or the children and the parents. You want to spend holidays, maybe go once a week to say hi, or 2 weeks, but you don't want to be in each other's faces every day.
No. And
that's the truth. You don't want to.
And the kids, they've got jobs, or they have other things to take care of. And the parent, all they have in this world to talk to is that kid. But when you go to an assisted living place, you've got these friends and people caring for you. You have a much greater social life.
And the food's a lot better than a PB&J. It is. And I mean, there's a reason to get up.
Yeah.
Comb your hair, put some makeup on, get a little jump in your step. And look, that's, and what you have something in common because they lived the same life you did.
I remember once I had to go visit a client in assisted living. I think it was Paramount in Bethel Park. I don't know why I remember that. But I go to the second floor, and the elevator door opens, and there's a parade going by me of these people walking, and they were playing Patsy Cline.
Crazy.
No, it was I'm always walking after midnight.
That's a great song.
And so the doors opened up, and I said, I didn't know there was a parade today. And the ladies laughed and said, we're the walking ladies, and we're taking our morning walk. And there's a whole slew of them. They're having a good time just walking around the hallways.
I mean, do you realize, and look, if you just look at the obituaries, people are living into their 90s now. Yeah. It's on a regular basis. For some people, they lose a spouse. Many of them will live another 30 years. So wouldn't you really want to live it to the fullest as opposed to being hermetically sealed in your house and looking out the door waiting for someone to come and visit you?
Yeah, I get so many of these, especially men, have told me, I wish I would have done this a long time ago. I was afraid. I didn't want to go out. I wanted to stay at home. Stay in the womb, if you will.
Sometimes change makes you realize that you're in a better place.
Yeah.
You are who you are. You're in a better place. So nobody likes change, and I get that. And you get in that comfort zone, and especially if you've lost your spouse of 40 or 50 years, and they really have been all you know, but they would want you. And once you do, you'll find that there's another chapter or two to write. And how you should look at it is, hey, I've been given this blessing, this gift, so I should make the most out of it because I would want them to make the most out of it.
Yeah. That's a good thing. Yeah.
Plus, they have better desserts at these places than I do at my house. And, here's the thing. Who wants to eat alone?
Yeah.
I mean, who wants to watch TV alone?
Yeah. My wife's Aunt Irene, she was in Kane. She was in nursing home in Squaw Township. And she loved it. And so what's there to love? It's a nursing home. She said, if you're out there, ma'am, I'm going to mention your name because my Aunt Irene raved about Pat Sheridan.
Loved her.
Loved her. Like, she says, I can't live without Pat. That woman does everything for me. She takes care of me. She does everything for me. And so, and she had a great life. She really enjoyed it because she had been but living by herself. And life was not so great when she went to this facility.
See, and I've also heard, and obviously I've seen it firsthand, but I have heard that people, their whole outlook, mental outlook, their physical conditioning gets better because they're moving, they're active, and they're relevant. They're talking about things that are being talked about outside of that place. But when you see a lot of this stuff when you're alone, you don't continue the conversation because all you have are your own thoughts, and sometimes that's not a good thing.
Yeah. Or they have their thoughts about cable TV that they watch, whatever station it may be, too. It's like,
how many times have you heard, and my mother was like this, God rest her soul, leave the radio on because it's like a little, I like that noise. I want to hear voices. I got to sleep with the TV on. Maybe you go into something that, that your other business can help people with, and they're exhausted at the end of the day because they've had too much fun.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to come back and kind of go over everything, but tell folks about your law firm a little bit.
Zachariah Brown and Bratkovich. We've been around for over 30 years now. I guess, 31, 32 years?
Been that long.
Yeah, that long. I don't feel like I've been around that long.
94, you came back, so you do the math.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. But, we provide estate planning, elder law, probate, estate administration, anything for anybody over the age of, really 18. But primarily older people. And we do wills and trusts and estate planning, and we help people get onto Medicaid. But I'd say overall, look at us as an estate planning law firm with a tremendous focus on long-term care, which is what I think a lot of people need to be concerned about. And we look at things that I think a lot of the others don't look at. And in fact, I'll mention one right now. I'll give you all something that you need to know, that if you have a loved one that passes away, do not turn off their cell phone. Do not disconnect it. Because how many times are people trying to find out what were the passwords he had for his bank account, for his investment account, all these online accounts that we have, and you might if you have the list of their passwords, you need to leave that for your family so they know.
My kids got everything.
Where your accounts are, but also don't turn off the phone, because what do these companies do? You enter your password. They said, we've just sent you a 2-factor authentication. You have to authenticate it now. They said, we've canceled the phone. We can't do that.
Or you don't know the code to get into the phone.
Yeah. And then if you did it, well, maybe I'll just call the company and say, oh, we turned the phone off. He died. No, it doesn't work that way. I talked about this on the last show. You have to go to court now, unless you have a will or a power of attorney that says they have access. And Oris has that. And I will be willing to bet a lot of people who have wills and powers of attorney that don't say that at all.
All right, listen, one more segment with Carl. We've had a couple of nice calls today. If you want to jump in here and finish with a good question for Carl, very simple, 866-391-1020, McKeesport, Cranberry, McMurray, Delmont, Bradenton, Pompano Beach, Bonita Springs. This number will get you in touch with any of the offices. Just say what, when, where, why, and how that you want to discuss because it's closest to you. 724-942-6200, 724-942-6200.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, let's end on this note, Mr. Zachariah. Misconceptions when it comes to estate planning. Things that people think are not a big deal, but they are.
Well, I think I'd probably view it as not thinking about the things they should think about. They go to seminars. They say, seminars that somebody's doing for, avoiding probate. It's all you need a revocable trust to avoid probate. It takes years on. That's not the thing to focus on. That's important, but the more important thing is, do you have enough money for the rest of your life? Hopefully you do. What about your spouse? Have you made plans for your spouse? Now, what happens when you're gone? Who's going to get your stuff? Are there any issues with that? Do you have any of your children, they have financial problems, they have debt creditor problems, they have marital problems, they have drug abuse or alcohol problems? Think about those sorts of things. But there's just a lot of things that aren't really thought about in estate planning. It's not all just about paying the minimum amount of taxes and avoiding probate. Those are just the financial aspects. The human element is a lot more important. We talked earlier about if you had to go to a long-term care, did your children know where? If you're going to have your burial, your funeral, where do you want to be buried? What funeral home do you want? All these other human aspects of things that we don't really talk a whole lot about. Or if you have minor children for a couple, if something happened to you, the father and the mother, who's going to be the guardian of those kids? Those sorts of things come into play.
Why are people, every time they're talking about estate, and they're like, oh, probate. I mean, is it that big of a deal?
Not in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, but these people, everybody, make sure that probate. That's
because they've gone to seminars where they get sold this stuff. It's a big sales pitch. I mean, avoid probate. Why should I avoid probate? Because I have a trust to sell you that will avoid probate. That's really more about the trust. I talk people out of trust all the time. I mean, from my point of view, is that if I don't think you need a trust, I'm not going to try and give you a trust. And if you continue that you want to trust and I don't think it's in your best interest, I'm going to push that on you. I don't think it's your best interest. I think you need to tell me why. Because somebody else tried to talk them into it. People want to, they want to avoid probate, and that's it. But you don't have any probate to begin with. I mean, you want to avoid probate with your investment accounts? Put a TOD on it, transfer on death, or POD, payable on death, which is associated with bank accounts. Same thing, it's beneficiary designation.
So here's the other thing we've never talked about. What about somebody that has nobody and they want to just gift it to the church, a charity, the whole kit and caboodle, their home, their assets, meaning their savings, their checking account, investments, meaning that whole stock portfolio? How do they do that?
Well, there's you have to find someone to be the executor.
You have to.
You have to name somebody. Yes, that's a key part of a will. But there are companies out there. I know there's a guy, I think it's Chuck O'Brien, executorservices.com. He's a Pittsburgh company, and they will be your executor. That's what they do. People name them to be the executor. And I'll tell you also, I had a conversation with somebody last week about I want to leave everything to charities. That's great. He said, let's do a trust so it avoids probate. I said, I don't think you should. I think a will's better because when you leave money to a charity, I, as a lawyer, have to notify the Attorney General. I mean, and these charities have some high-powered talent, high-powered lawyers. They're going to want to oversee and audit all this, and using a will is going to be safer and better and easier for your executor and for your estate than a trust will be.
Do they swoop in pretty quickly when they find out there's a charitable donation waiting for them?
No, they don't. They don't know until we notify them.
Okay.
But I have to notify them. I have to find out what's their agent's name for purposes of gifting, lifetime gifting or death gifting, as they have, and then and I have to notify the Attorney General, and then I hear from their lawyers. We want an accounting. We want to know what the gift is. We want to know the size of the estate. We want to know. You
mean Mr. Sunday, the Pennsylvania Attorney General?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure. Go ahead.
Yeah. There's a charitable organizations division within the state's Attorney General's office. Yeah.
I mean, that makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah, it does. It does. But why pay the extra money for a trust when you could just do the same thing with a will and have the whole thing basically the contours of a court proceeding, which makes things, I think, a little bit more above board.
So is it your job as the attorney with the executor to make sure X, Y, and Z actually does happen? I mean, before you basically sign off on everything, you have to see it actually transfer or that's been done before you say we're done.
Oh, yeah. We have to get receipts. Sometimes with familial family estates, we'll just do a family agreement that this is what came in, this is what went out, this is how much you're getting, this is the entirety of the estate. Yeah. Do you agree with this or not? And if they agree with it, then it's easy to close the estate. If they don't, then we have to go to court with a formal accounting and show where the assets came from, where the income came from, what was paid out in expenses, what was paid out in debts, what the proposed distribution was. It's a whole process in court.
It's amazing to me when you think of people that have car collections, coin collections, all these different things, these moving parts. You have to go to somebody that specializes in what you do. And I know there are people that use their regular attorney, but I just think it's smart business to use an elder law firm for all this stuff.
For most people, I think it is. That's it. That is our distinguishing factor. Is that we
every day
we always have that long-term care. I started talking earlier when Sally was on about people that also have a place in Florida. That's a key asset to put into an irrevocable trust. If you're worried about long-term care, that is a key asset to put into an irrevocable, because it's subject to a 5-year look back. And if you find yourself up here in a nursing home and applying for Medicaid, they're going to want that Florida place sold because it's not your home. Boy, I tell you what, I am, and down in Florida, oh my God, I've become like a Medicaid expert for the state of Florida. I have learned everything there is to know about that, and fortunately, I made very good friends with the attorneys for the state. I have cases with them, and I treat them very well, very professionally, very courteously, and they work very well with people that respond to them in that manner. And learned a lot about Florida Medicaid. That's become, I think I've probably got about active cases right now, about 30 down there.
So let me tell you something right now. I can think of 3 people that I saw in the last 2 days. They all have residence, I guess full-time, part-time, however you want to look at it, depending on how long they're there during the calendar year, in Florida. People that stay at the villages. I mean, they're everywhere down there now. So somebody out there right now saying, you know what, this is the year 2026. We're going to try to find a place to live, part there, part here. Can you help them with all of that stuff?
Oh, that's a big part of my business. Yeah, absolutely.
Find them a real estate company, all that stuff?
Yeah. But we go stepping back one step is talking about the benefits, the upsides and the downsides of living in Florida, making Florida your home. I mean, there's no state income tax, there's no death tax.
That's why they're doing it, I guess, right?
But there's also you can't have it both. You can't have it both ways. You can't be.
So this could be your part-time residency in Pennsylvania, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's.
Boy, you guys got to wear many different hats. It's amazing what we've just covered in this hour.
Yeah. I'm like, what is it, the nine-headed hydra?
Listen, as much as we appreciate your business, I'm grateful to have you here because you're such an asset to my audience.
Well,
and
thank you.
You make a difference every time you're here. So I'm looking forward to spending some more Saturdays in 2026 and getting you on my program at night, too, because there's a lot of things that happen in the news that they're looking for answers. And that's what I have all you folks for on the weekends, because you have answers. And
thank you.
We appreciate
You're an asset to this community. You're an icon, if you will. I remember being in my 20s listening to the radio, living up in Harmony, Pennsylvania. And you were on all the time. I remember listening. So I wonder what that Rob Pratt looks like. He sounds like a dynamic guy.
Well, listen, you should be my agent. All right, listen, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy Hanukkah, which starts tomorrow, Kwanzaa, all that good stuff. We appreciate you at Zach Brown Brackovic, okay?
Thank you.
All
Merry
right.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Stay tuned. News coming up next. Back in just a couple of hours, bright and early at 5 a.m. after CBS Radio News. Speaking of news, Margot Rensel, great job today at the anchor desk. She has the latest on the incoming weather and more in just moments on KDKA. It's your Pratt Pack.
The proceeding was paid for by Zachariah Brown and Bratkovich. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard in the preceding program.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Instruction on PennStart, a testing track for autonomous vehicle companies and emergency responders. Commencing. President of RIDC, we have Mr. Don Smith.
And it's a partnership to really bring this testing environment that'll help keep the jobs from companies like Aurora and Stack and Motional here in the region.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Did you miss this week's Allegheny Health Network Medical Frontiers? Log on to the Allegheny Health Network website to listen to your favorite Medical Frontier show. Visit ahn.org/Medical Frontiers podcast and look for your favorite Medical Frontiers show.
Have a house you're ready to sell? Ryan Shalaba here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. Over a decade in business and 175 plus 5-star reviews, we've helped people in all different situations get the most money out of their house when they need it. We'll save you time, money, and stress, and we'll even help you move. Call 412-500-9057 and get you a cash offer in as little as 24 hours. That's 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersofpittsburgh.com today.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. The source you trust for news and information that matters. News Radio KDKA. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's cloudy and 35 degrees with snow starting in 51 minutes at Pittsburgh International at 1 o'clock. I'm Margot Rensel. Anticipating snow to start in 51 minutes, and senior AccuWeather meteorologist Tyler Royce tells KDKA Radio how much we can expect.
Generally, we're expecting 3 to 6 inches of snow across the Pittsburgh area. Looking as you go a little bit farther to the north towards up I-79, you'll be closer towards the 3 inches. And if you go towards the more elevated areas across the city, especially on the southern side, you can't rule out 6 inches.
Tyler said snow should stop before sunrise tomorrow morning, but warns that conditions could become icy as temperatures drop. You can find out who is responsible for plowing any road in the county by visiting AlleghenyCounty.us/whoplowsmyroad.com. A man was shot overnight near the intersection of Chauncey Street and Webster Avenue. Police were dispatched to the 600 block of Chauncey Street when 3 separate shot spotter alerts counted 17 rounds. An adult male victim sustained multiple gunshot wounds to his torso and arm and was transported to the hospital. The man was taken into surgery on arrival, has yet to be identified, and the investigation is ongoing. CBS's Eleanor Watson says that 2 U.S. service members and 1 American civilian are dead after being ambushed in Syria.
2 U.S. soldiers and a U.S. interpreter were killed in Syria today when they were ambushed by a lone ISIS gunman, according to the Pentagon. 3 other U.S. service members were injured in the attack that occurred while they were conducting a visit as part of the counter-ISIS mission. The gunman was killed, and the attack is currently under investigation. The U.S. has about 900 service members in Syria as part of that counter-ISIS mission. Eleanor Watson, CBS News, Washington.
A new poll ranked Pittsburgh the 13th best city to celebrate New Year's Eve. A Wallet Hub poll ranked the top 100 cities to celebrate New Year's Eve based on entertainment and food, costs, and safety and accessibility. Philadelphia fell below Pittsburgh in the 20th spot. New York was ranked 3rd, Las Vegas 2nd, and Orlando took the number 1 spot to celebrate New Year's Eve. In KDKA Sports, Sharks at Penguins puck drop at 3 p.m. and Pitt men's at Villanova for a 4:30 tip-off. It's 34 degrees with snow starting soon. I'm Margot Rental on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Okay, listen. The Bocce House of Pittsburgh, it is officially open. Find the Bocce House RIDC Park on Alpha Drive. Memberships, a luxury cigar lounge, league play for all skill levels. Do this. Grab some friends, enjoy delicious food, pour yourself a drink at the self-pour bar system. The fun is in your hands. The Bocce House of Pittsburgh in Fox Chapel, where great food, great drinks, and even better company meet on that bocce court. Visit theboccehouse.com for details.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Winter is coming. Is your roof ready? Call Home Genius Exteriors now and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, no interest and no payments till 2027. Winter won't wait, and neither should you. Call Home Genius Exteriors now at 855-U-R-GENIUS for your free roof and attic inspection from one of our experts. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Ring in the holiday season with Pittsburgh CLO's A Musical Christmas Carol. Experience dazzling special effects and joyous music that will make your spirits soar. This timeless Charles Dickens tale follows Scrooge, Bob Cratchit, and Tiny Tim on a journey of redemption and the magic of the holiday season. Starring Tony Award winner Dennis O'Hare as Scrooge. December 13th through the 23rd at the Byam Theater. Get your tickets today at pittsburghclo.org.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Winter storm warnings out for areas south of the city through 1 p.m. Sunday. Winter weather advisories elsewhere. Snow developing this afternoon, high 33. Snow tonight will taper to flurries late. Accumulations of 3 to 6 inches. The low tonight, 11. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program was pre-recorded.
The following is paid for by Net Worth Advisors. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
We divide the days by hours.
Some are dedicated to hard work. You gotta earn that paycheck.
Some are dedicated to family, because family is important.
These hours are worth your time. But how many hours do you plan for the future?
When can I retire?
Do I have enough money?
Will my money last?
There's no time like the present to spend this hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors, LLC. We believe your retirement is worth it. This is the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews.
Welcome to our show today. I'm Amy Sharp, here as always with Beth Andrews, founder and president right here at Net Worth Advisors. We're going to get to know Beth Andrews a little bit here in the first part of our show today and kind of see where this all started, this idea of working with individuals like you, putting together a comprehensive plan. Of course, they call it the Retirement GPS here at Net Worth Advisors. So stick around. This is going to be a fun show. We're going to get to know Beth Andrews a little bit more maybe more on the personal level today, Beth, as if you don't share some of that from time to time. 800-725-2988 is our number. Once again, 800-725-2988. Beth, are you ready for this today?
I'm up for it. Hit me.
Hit you up. All right. Well, I'm ready. We hear your voice, and our listeners do on the radio, and perhaps have seen your face or, advertising around the area here. But maybe you even have a friend or an acquaintance who works with Beth here, and you're thinking about doing that. And like I said, maybe you're joining us for the very first time on our show. But how much do we really know about Beth? There's no better time than now for us to take a little bit of a break from sort of the heavy stuff that comes with retirement talk sometimes on this show each and every week, Beth, and get to know you a little bit. So let's just start, and I want to get your background. How did you get involved in financial services?
Well, little known fact, Amy, I went to college right out of high school, and I got into the veterinary medicine plan at Purdue.
How did I not know? I don't remember that. Very similar.
So I ended up, I didn't graduate from Purdue. I got a 2-year degree, and then I proceeded to work my way through college. So I did not graduate with my bachelor's until I was 32 years old. So I'm a late bloomer. And so since I've gotten started in the financial services industry 27 years ago, that tells you how old I am.
We're not counting, Beth. We're not counting.
I have built a team and a financial planning process. We have 12 employees here, and they're all wonderful. We have 6 licensed advisors on our team, and it's really important for us to make sure that we do the best job possible for our clients. Our mission is to keep a sustainable business for our team, our clients, and the community that we serve.
I love that answer. It's interesting how I sit next to you each and every week, and sometimes I still, because I thought, this is not going to be new to me today to answer these questions, but I don't remember that piece. Okay. How about important lessons you learned about finances at a young age? So many of us maybe learned from, our parents, easy to say, maybe a grandparent. What about you?
Well, my grandparents were actually born and raised in the Depression, and they taught me how to use coupons, to be frugal. They taught me that even though I have checks left in my checkbook, there's not still money left in there.
Oh, yes.
And my dad taught me, my dad forced me to start saving in my 401k when I was 22 years old. So yes, while I was working my way through college, I was working in a factory and making minimum wage, and my father still forced me to save. That helped me to create a lifestyle where I could live within my means. And that was the most important thing that I learned as a young person in finance.
Yeah, the greatest lesson any parent can give their child is to forcing that, like you said, said, to make them do that as they start working. Okay, I know you have no children of your own, but I know you've got nieces, nephews, other family members. How do you help teach them maybe about finances? I mean, is it a conversation you're having at every family gathering, because they know what you do?
Sometimes, when we're sitting at the dinner table, I get these questions.